Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Hello, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the eRGP Endurance Edition 2026, where we're going to be bringing you guys the penultimate round of this season. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Ammo, and we're going to be your commentators for the next 4 hours, as we bring to you guys round number 3 of this season's Endurance Edition. So we've been having 2 rounds already so far, and now we're going to be coming up to like the last 2 rounds of this championship. What are your thoughts so far?
I think the championship so far has been very good because of the fact that we have had different winners in both rounds already in all 3 classes. Plus, it's not really for certain who's going to win the championship because it's still so close, even though we're halfway through. And we're talking about Cookie Bomb time. It is still an open championship for all 3 classes, Vic.
Yeah, it certainly will be. So without further ado, let's go ahead and give you guys the rundown of what's been going on this season itself. We started round 1 in Watkins Glen, then we had round 2 in Rebel Ring. Now we're here at a Nurburgring, the GD3 layout, of course, and we're going to be leading up to that final round, which is going to be in Silverstone. So let's go ahead and have a look here at Nurburgring. It's 5.137 kilometers long. It's clockwise with 15 corners. It's got plenty of history going on here, doesn't it?
Indeed, and the fact that this particular layout, the GP Strecker circuit, has only been around since 1984 during the reprofiling of the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring complex. But this particular circuit has grown to its own legendary status because of the fact that it was home to the German Grand Prix for quite a few years. But in particular, the technical nature of the circuit really bodes well to some good racing, especially if you could get side-by-side action through the first sector around the Mercedes-Benz arena. But apart from that, it is pretty much maintaining the character of the Nordschleife, even if it is in a miniature form.
Yeah, very much a miniature Nordschleifer, if you want to think about it like that. So let's go ahead and have a look here at what race form we're running here. Is going to be the race championship points. No points going to be given for qualifying in this round. Team drivers must complete 75% of the total distance. If it's stopped before that 75%, then we may if more than 75% have been completed of this race itself, it will still be published with full points. If the race is halted before that with more than 25% and less than 75, we may give them only half points. And of course, one thing that's important to bear in mind for this season is that points scored from every single round counts towards final championship tally. That's right, there's not going to be any drop rounds for this endurance edition.
Indeed, so it leaves no margin for error this time. If you can just say, okay, we can junk one round, that would be great. But not this time. This season, because of the truncated nature of it, we will have to count all the points. So all the teams now will have to be on their toes here, especially the final 2 rounds of the season where points are at a premium.
Exactly. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and have a look at what happened in the last round where we had a race in Red Bull Ring. So go ahead, enjoy the highlights. Here of the eRGP Endurance Edition 2026, and we are go. The breaking point, but look at that, Jaden Liao already going ahead. Eamon Ryan was actually getting closer and closer to Jaden Liao in that last lap. Now he's already getting alongside, may even be ahead of him now, entering to the intersection of RBR. Jaden Liao at the moment tries to go around the outside here, but Eamon Ryan has successfully wrestled his way into the overall lead of the race. The behind is Chakraborty, and Pratama gets into contact, and Pratama in contact with more cars behind.
Oh my word! The advantage of the stadium, who could have made, but Mukuna,
no! Not like that!
Well, not like that, to get back and then some!
Will open up the door now for Devesh to get the jump onto Zaman.
Yes.
Gets onto the inside and moves up. Oh, nice one there. Makes sure that he's not going to be able to get through. That time in contact there, unfortunately, with the Indonesian onto Ishrat Rahman.
Oh no! Mendes! He's actually the side Sharanya Mendes. Well, that's not going to go on the team debrief.
Place tries to get on the inside. Oh, actually gets cut in front. And Zohaib unfortunately could not react to that in time. Nicole does recover though. Cole again still keeps her in position. Bit of contact between the two, and Zohaib actually loses out on that, allowing Genevieve now to get alongside. Almost got hooked up there, but and it's Sasara Rahman in a very awkward position. Yoda. Ooh!
Yep, and Shatman's trying to provide a closing statement by ramming to the side of him. He actually nearly rammed into the side of him. Gets it off the road. Would you believe that? Shatman outbraked everyone.
On to him. They are both driving Ferraris here, going to try to go around the outside here of Rin Corner, and I think he may actually be able to complete it. Just needs to close the door on him, and close the door, sliding his way through, actually. What a move from Dafa Daniel. Dafa is going to be able to get through on the inside here. Oh boy, no, it's actually spun out there. Both of them had to make evasive action. Now it's a bit of clear air, although it looks like Zaman actually cuts a contact. No! Spins around good as Sakura. Jonathan actually gets collected as well. Trying to go to the inside, switches around quickly to the inside. Jensen actually gets caught out by that immediately. And Aperlino slips through, and Afif actually bumps into Jensen. Now stuck behind a bit of traffic in the corner. Rayhan comes into contact. Rayhan gets pushed into him there, it looks like.
Shane Wirakun in the CMSE White Boys car is into the infield, and he gets bit! No! Into Roger's shortcut! Would you believe it? Roger's been taken out! Now we look at the battle between, we'll put that story in the back burner. McKenna is on the back of Shaukat, and ailing Shaukat with a Ferrari that was damaged due to no fault of his own. Side by side, they come to red curve, and I think McKenna might just sweep by on the outside. No, they hit each other! They go side by side! Their wheel are just locked, but Shaukat somehow managed to keep second place, though there might be a Stewart's inquiry.
Still going at it, and Shaukat will be able to switch around here to still keep on the inside line here. McKenna can't quite make use of his power coming from the Aston Martin. A bit of touch forces him on the gravel, and he loses time. He loses out. He loses trap position to a couple of lap cars.
But McKenna probably has done it this time. He gets it onto the inside coming up to turn number 3 and does so. But Shaka's on the inside.
No!
They push him around. Oh! Wow. For Genevieve boy. And Jen, can she come back safely? No! That wasn't the safe of the rejoins, and she took out 2 cars for one measure, and one of them is Tanzila Mabu. So she took out one of her fellow competitors in the women's category this year, and then another car spins behind.
Flipping on by the Ferrari versus Aston Martin. They come to blows just right around the MotoGP chicane. But still, Matin's not able to get the momentum he needs. He's going to try to do it under braking, though. Closes it, gets to the apex first, gets ahead of Praveen Peter, and keeps himself in position. That's a handy amount of points he's going to get there. 2 leaders of the... Jin Bin! What happened to him and Ngo?
Oh my word! What a big accident!
The flag is out here for Emma Ryan, who takes the win for the pro class. Zed McKenna falls behind him to take the win in the silver class. Celebrations abroad here for Apex Racing Brunei and Hobby Culture at the same time. That is the highlights already done, and here we go, a recap of the previous championship winners starting from 2020 when we first started the Endurance Edition all the way up to 2025. Now, who else is going to be able to add their name to this list here? Hopefully we'll find out this May when we run that final round for this season of the Endurance Edition. Now, let's have a look right now where things stand as far as our different championship leaders are concerned. Currently, the pro class being held by Apex Racing Brunei 333, which they've held ever since the first round itself. The silver is currently being held by Bigo Racing Division X Y Lab, and the amateur class held by LOR Ascent number 18.
Yep, indeed. And point to note is that the triple 3 car just took the lead last time out when they won in round 2. The number 21, which was the LOR Racing car, did win the first round, but unfortunately had an absolute nightmare second round. So it is very close between the both of them. In fact, all 3 classes, every single driver in that top 5 have a mathematical chance of winning, as we're gonna go round through those standings as we speak.
Yeah, so as you can see, still very close here in the Pro Championship between Apex as well as LOR Racing, separated currently by only 4 points. So this could literally go down to the wire. GSR Esports GB2 Engine and GSR's Static Dynamic are actually tied right now for that 3rd spot. So that's also another battle will go down to the wire. In the silver class, even closer here between number 1 and 2, Bigo Racing Division XY Lab only is a single point ahead of Pipeka's Jingle Tingle number 8. Balapan Random Motorsport has a much better lead here going to that 3rd place, but Hobby Culture Racing Evo don't count it out quite yet. They still have only 6 points to catch up for that 3rd place. And as we have a look here at the amateur class championship, LRSN still pretty much running away with that lead, but it's a lot closer. Further behind is Hobby Culture Nova, Entry B Motorsport, as well as Balapan Random Motorsports could still be in the running here for that 2nd place.
Indeed, and the fact that Hobby Culture is in pursuit for 2 titles shows that they are actually meaning business here. With regards to how we saw in the highlights just now, the number 23 car in the silver class got knocked down to turn 1, sent to last, and somehow managed to win in their class later on. So keep an eye out for that particular team after this. So we are now jumping straight to qualifying, and well, speaking of close, the championship protagonists are separated only by just 600ths of a second as we are now going to the final 10 minutes. Normally we have a bit of leg room when it comes to the session, but this is taking the cake, isn't it? 10 minutes, still plenty to talk about and still plenty to change.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now the car number 333 is going to be the pride of Deutschland at the moment here, being the only Porsche in this entire championship. Oh, actually, no, there's another Porsche that's actually in the running, although it's further down in 21st place, number 787. But yeah, so but Eamon Ryan currently driving the lead Porsche at this point. It's literally trying to keep himself ahead of Moreno Pratama's Ferrari at the moment and doing quite a razor's edge job. Oh, he does actually improve his time by a significant margin though. Last time around was less than a 10th of a second. Now he's put in 3 extra tenths of a second to put himself far ahead of Moreno Pratama. What will Pratama do in return though? Let's go ahead and see.
5/10 of a second last time out. He actually was up on the previous sector. He might just take pole here. Across the line he goes. Yes!
Oh.
By about a 10. And it was looking good. 52.8. The first to break into the 52s. Now that is a gauntlet that he's thrown onto the ground and then some for the rest of the field to catch. We'll wait and see what Ima Ryan and Will Hammond have in store as well, because Hammond is actually right up there leading the silver class, but 3rd overall in front of Rahul Chakraborty. So what was a gap between 1st to 20th was about 7/10 of a second is now separated from 1st to 4th overall.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was that Iman was like celebrating so hard earlier on by raising that bar, only to get it completely smashed here by Moreno Pratama. So let's see what they will have in response. They still got another 9 minutes left in qualifying here, so still plenty of time here. Let's see what Will Hammond will do here in its lap time so far. Although looking at this Delta, I don't think it's going to be on a flyer quite yet.
Oh, this is actually his out lap, so he just went back to pit lane and is coming back out here. But
with the way he's driving, it looks practically like he's on a flying lap, isn't it?
Well, he's really locked in from the word go, isn't he? Is Hammond. So let's see then if he could actually just throw the hammer in and get a good time there, Hammond.
Yep. Hammer it in, boy. Let's see. He's going to be starting his flying lap right about now, so let's hope that he's going to be able to get a good one here. Let's have a look on board as he tackles that first turn here. Kind of a tricky one, at least for me personally, although for these guys, probably not really a trouble at all. Not a trouble at all for Will Hammond as he now definitely navigates into turn number 2. Got to watch a camber here a little bit. Also got to keep an eye out for this couple of corners. Track limit certainly will be a bit of a concern, I think, around this section here. But Will Hammond seems to be doing it quite well in the Mercedes-Benz arena. Now headed up into turn 4. This is going to be a bit of a sweeper to the left. Takes it nice and deft, still wrestling absolutely onto that direct drive wheel that he has in his hands right now, trying to keep the car in place and in lane. Bit of traffic might be coming ahead. A slow car actually throwing up dirt as he's entering the braking zone. But that's not going to keep him abated though, as he continues to slide on through the southern hairpin. Looks like it's looking good so far for Will.
Indeed, as he comes up now to the Michael Schumacher SS. There you go, there's the name on the right hand side of the screen. Named after, of course, the great Michael Schumacher. Hopefully he's still doing well in his recovery. He's been over 12 years since he had his accident then.
Yeah,
so,
keep fighting Michael.
Keep fighting Michael, so hopefully like that will happen. He will be fighting and the words are still going through to him. Now then, into the final sector he goes here, Hammond, and it looks as though not much of an improvement. In fact, he is 2.5 behind. I think some of the traffic may have actually been an influence to why he's not been able to do so, as he comes up now to the NGK chicane and into the final corner. Yep, there we go. He has to back it off because, again, so much traffic and he just can get a look in here.
Yeah, there's literally too many cars in the way right now for Hammond to be able to get a good, clean lap, and he lost time throughout that first couple of sectors as we saw earlier. So he's going to have to try again. Still has some time, though, to continue for another run. So we can only just hope for him the best. What is Imran up to? He's already come out from the pits, it looks like. So it's going to be on for another push lap here. Hasn't quite gotten to the greens as far as his delta is concerned, though. So probably might need a bit of time to get up to speed, it seems.
Yeah, certainly. And the fact that maybe the first lap may not have the tires up to temperature, so he needs a couple more laps in there so the tires are primed. And case in point, the track temperature is only 20 degrees, so he may not be able to get it up to temperature, but in terms of lap times, it will be much faster compared to, say, hotter conditions. So that's why maybe he's just starting to groove. In fact, behind him, Chong Jin Bin, likewise, just looking to get ready as well. And further behind, one of the Papega cars, number 934, that is Divesh Jiva as well. So all three in a row, waiting to start their laps. Traffic can be a bit of a problem here because we have exactly 50 cars. And lest we forget, we actually had pre-qualifying last night. But because all the cars that competed in pre-qualifying, because it was supposed to be for AM anyway, managed to just make the grid. So there was no point in us really posting it because everyone's in the race.
Wow, Iman just having a bit of a rodeo ride going through that final sector there. Had to slow down practically by the time he got to that final corner. I hope he's going to have enough speed, though, to get this flying lap started. We'll see. We'll keep you guys abreast and see whether or not he'll be able to improve his time. Like, he only needs to gain 0.133 of a second.
2/10.
Yeah, not even 2/10, like less than 2/10.
No, he needs to gain 2/10 so that he could actually snatch pole from
it'll be best. But even even 1.5 of a tenth is going to be enough actually for him to beat Pratama, but just slightly. But again, it's going to be quite a tall order. We'll see. Keep an eye out on his delta while we have an onboard right now with Jaden Liao, who is fortunately been able to snatch away that third position here due to Will Hammond not being able to improve on this time.
Yes, and the fact that Jaden goes and takes the gravel, that's not going to do his times any good. In fact, it's the delta dropping like a stone. It was in the green earlier, but now it's red. Jaden then on pole for the AM class. He might not look like it, but yes, he is actually among the big boys here at the front. 6/10 behind Moreno, his stablemate, who is in the senior team. But let's see then what Jaden can do here. We know his capabilities. Is that he wasn't able to show it off completely in the global edition, where he led the bronze class at one point before it kind of dovetailed anyway afterwards. So let's see then if he can make amends in the endurance edition.
That's one thing that's really unique about this endurance edition, isn't it? Because all three classes are using the same class of cars. So it's not out of the realm possibility for an AM class driver to actually go toe-to-toe with some of our pro class and even our pro AM class guys, isn't it?
Indeed, the silver guys as well. We know that they can do the business here, but there's unfortunately not much in the way of pace that they're showing so far right now. The fastest of all is in fact Hammond, of course. We know what he's capable of, but the rest of the fields, especially the championship leaders in the silver class, Ferdi Ramadan, can only muster up 9th so far. But we wait and see whether or not the 3.5 minutes left in the session, we can see any sort of improvements from the silver guys.
All right, so 3.5 minutes still remaining or thereabouts for this qualifying session. So we're about to see final flying laps coming out so far. Jaden Liao is currently still green in his deltas here,
Yes.
just over a tenth of a second. So hopefully he'll be able to carry that forward into the final turn. Will Hammond, in the meantime, also green in his sector. He's actually 2 tenths, almost 3 tenths up. So this might be looking good for him to be able to take the overall third. Like, he is, of course, still in the pole position as far as his class is concerned, but getting the overall third is going to be certainly a boost right now for the Hobby Culture Racing Evo team.
And he has done so by a clear 1.5 tenths ahead of Jaden Liao. So he's third overall, but again, he can console himself with the fact that he's well clear of his silver rivals. In this case, it's the number 351 car, Ferdy Ramadan. There's Ferdy right now on the track coming out of the Mercedes-Benz arena. Still trying to thereabout improve his time. 2.5 minutes left to go in the session here for the Bigo Racing X Y-Lab car. Let's see what he can do out of this second sector. It looks as though he is improving bit by bit. You can't see it right now, but we can see it on our timing screens, which is also live stream on the Discord if anyone wants to see it.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like you say, bit by bit, it is only like a bit faster than his best currently. So we'll see. Oh my
Wow. If you want to talk about really locking in, well, that is
Yeah.
the face of pure concentration.
Literally, like, wow, just leaned in as close as he can towards his steering wheel as well as his monitor right now. He's absolutely trying his best here to get some good time. Really needs to squeeze out every last bit of performance he can grab out of this Lexus here. Catches a little bit of gravel around the outside. That's not going to help him too much, unfortunately, as he drops from the green into the red now for the Deltas. Oh, this is going to be very tough here for Ferdy Ramadan.
Unless, of course, he can snubbing in the final few corners that remain here. It looks as though he is not, but he can console himself that he has one more run left in this session, and that would be pretty much it for his qualifying. But the main thing is he wants to beat his main rivals, the number 23 car. That's what he wants to do. And in fact, he might call time his qualifying right now. Yep, he has done so. So that's the end of his run. We look at other drivers in the field. There's Shazwan Shafiq, 6th overall. And he is improving by about 2 tenths. But that might just bleed away here because he ran so wide coming up to the southern loop hairpin. And he has lost 2 tenths. We were looking at him because he was 2.5 tenths up. Now he's actually lost all that time because of that mistake.
We'll see whether or not he'll be able to make up for that. Though a bit of an update while all that was happening here. Even Ryan is in the pits. He was not able to improve on his time. Has decided to sit out the rest of qualifying. Although interestingly enough, Moreno is still out on track. He's still trying to push that bar even higher, it seems.
Indeed, and so there's one of the Hobby Culture cars stopped on the track. I'm not sure which one was that. It had the red markings, and we'll get back to that, why the colors mean something. We can tell you after this. It's a bit of an Easter egg, as Easter just passed, but nice way to do so. Anyway, back to the point at hand. Moreno Pratama then about 1.5 tenths faster, so he really wants to rub it in the face of the rest of the field that despite carrying just a bit of ballast on the car, it's not as much as compared to Iman Ryan's team, but he still wants to take that pole position, even though points are not awarded for qualifying this time around.
Well, it's more about making a statement, it would seem, here for the LOR team. As you see Moreno's facial expressions right now, not too plus, especially compared to some of the other drivers who are absolutely locked in. Moreno looks like he's just having a nice weekend drive, it would look like. Oh, I spoke a little too soon.
You spoke really too soon. And I wanted to mention, his car looked like it was on rails because it was so stable until that mistake happened.
Until it derailed, literally speaking. So, well, that puts an end to his attempt. So Shazwan Safiq is going to be the next one on the board here. He still has his delta in the green though, so this is looking good for him. Let's see if he's going to be able to catch up to the rest though, but going to be quite a tall order. He's like still 6 tenths behind Iman Ryan, so even if he wants to challenge Iman for that front row seat, it's still going to be a long way to go.
But the thing is, look at the lap times from 5th to 6th. He's exactly the same as his stablemate, the GSR what's it called again? Dynamic?
Static Dynamic.
Yeah, Static Dynamic of Rahul Chakraborty. So it's the Bangladeshi team. But regardless, it is a sister team. So they're exactly 153.647. So 7.5 tenths behind Moreno, but they're about the same. But unless, of course, Shazwan can actually break that deadlock so that he could be the better of the two GSR teams. And remember, these guys are in the same class. So the pro team, the pro class, they want to actually get higher up as possible so that they can actually get the most points, since they are in close proximity. So then most points in the race later, but they want to have a higher position in the starting grid as Shazwan then leaps over the curb, coming through the NGK chicane, and there's a car spinning in front of him, but it won't be much of a problem because he is about 2.5 tenths up. So if he crosses the line here, he might just be able to snatch away 5th, maybe even 4th, as he crosses the line. Yep, 4th place for Shazwan Shafiq, and that is it for the qualifying session here. Moreno Pratama then headlining the whole thing, a 52.8, 1/10 clear, nearly 1.5 tenths clear of Imarayan, and he says, beat that.
Beat that indeed. And just a cherry on top, it does beat Jaden Liao by like 30 milliseconds. That's how close it is actually in this qualifying session, which certainly bodes well for what the racing action will look like later on. So as we wait for the transition now into the main race itself, Moreno Pratama still remains in pole position. He did go out towards the end of qualifying there. As we saw, he derailed, unfortunately, in his attempt to try to raise the bar even further, but will still be facing quite stiff competition here for the number 333 Iman Ryan behind the wheel during qualifying earlier on. Put in quite a good challenge, but was not enough to take that front row. But don't count it out later on for that start, because turn 1 certainly will be quite spicy, especially when you consider that Will Hammond was able to successfully wrestle back that 3rd overall spot in the closing moments of this qualifying session. So he will be in that 2nd row alongside Shazwan Shafiq, who we saw just recently put himself up into that position. So right behind him, Jaden Liao as well as Chakraborty will be there in that 3rd row.
Yep, as we now look at the times on the race itself, before the start of the race. There we go then. Faster sectors for Pratama in the first 2, but then Imaraya managed to claw it in that final sector, but you can see the difference maker was those first 2 sectors when Moreno had the upper hand by about 1/10. And in fact, when we talk about handicaps for penalties, and handicap for ballast, Moreno's carrying the most despite not leading the championship, but regardless of that, because BOP also has a hand in that, that's why it kind of goes there. Shows that the pace of that Ferrari is not yet to be abated. So we'll wait and see what the race entails. We saw last time out how Iman got the better of the tires with regards to strategy. Now then, we see whether this could play a hand in the race itself here at the Nurburgring.
Yeah, and of course, like the Ferraris do, generally all the Ferraris in this championship do carry a little bit of ballast themselves, so that's why the total weight isn't quite indicative of the level of success ballast that's been applied. But the success ballast is applied for the front runners in the championship here, and like Jaden Liao actually has the heaviest out of everyone concerned here. Like, what was it, 26 kilograms they had on board? It looked like. Yeah, 26 kilograms, so he's even 3 kilograms heavier than Pratama's own Ferrari, and it's actually mildly impressive that he managed to, in spite of that, still not only remain pole in the AM class, but even fought for a top 5 overall.
Indeed, as the background there, we see most of the other cars now have actually lined up on the grid. The drivers are getting ready with their final minute preparations. Remember to put on fuel. That is crucial. Some drivers may not have to carry enough. In fact, I know for a fact that some practice servers that I've visited, some drivers were so locked into the session that they forgot that they were running out of fuel. So hopefully that won't be a thing, guys. That would be quite an embarrassment to come back from.
So yeah, it's just the wait for the start of the rolling start itself, or the formation lap itself before the rolling start. So this is like the final minute or so for these drivers to get their last minute setups and also to refuel for the entire 4-hour long endurance race we'll be running here. So as per usual, like these drivers will have to swap with their teammates. There's a maximum driving time as well. Was it driving time? Was it stint time? I think it's like a total driving time.
Maximum driving time.
Yeah,
yes.
maximum driving time that's calculated based on like their overall participation during these 4 hours here. So that's also another thing that the drivers have to keep in mind when it comes to strategy. That's why all these kind of permutations and things like that has to be completely considered here by each and every single team, lest they actually lose out in terms of the strategy game. But certainly strategy may be the name of the game here, I think, for a lot of these, especially these runners, as we have a look on the spotter's guide right now. So this will help you guys identify these cars on track as they go around here, and also give you a little bit of a look on their individual liveries.
Yep, indeed. And some teams, of course, did not make it to the race, so that's why we may not see some of these liveries at all. Like we see Spearhead Motorsports, that's a brand new entry, along with Method Ice. They didn't make it for this round either. And a couple of teams have popped out as well, including the likes of Apollo Racing in that McLaren. I don't see them in the grid. I think they didn't. They didn't make it.
Yeah.
But apart from that, most of the teams that have competed so far have maintained somewhat the same liveries that they have run since round 1.
Yeah, indeed. So a lot of very familiar ones, a lot of Itashas still in the group here, and also there was one Itasha particularly we're excited to show off during this one here. Unfortunately, I don't think it's actually been loaded into this map here. Bit unfortunate. It would have been a great opportunity nevertheless, but then again, like still plenty of really nice and distinctive layouts here. I especially love Green Lima Racing. That's just like a double tap there on the greens, as it were.
Yes, Green Lima literally means green lime, so I think they play up to the name quite well. A couple of changes in the driver department as well, especially for Technobus Racing SF. Neil Harris joins, and he was a competitor, big one as well in the Global Edition. He is joining that particular lineup. 325 or the 3253 Technobus car has Kian Lim joining, so he just finished his biggest exam of his life. Now he just wants to enjoy himself here. There's that car we're talking about, Ali Putuchang promoting Uma Musume, which is the movie that came out 2 years ago, but it's having a wide release outside of Japan. Ethan Lau and Raja Amirashaka. Ethan, of course, just announced last night he became a Toyota rookie, so he's one to watch out for after this. Has a couple of more spotter guides to go through, including another brand new team coming along here, CMSC Esports Spark Racing. Shehan Silva and Arshad Iftikhar is actually in that particular lineup. Whereas ABG Motorsport, they ran the meme livery on the Mercedes last time. Now they're in the Golf colors for Ferrari. Nice touch.
Yeah, I love to see all those kind of throwback liveries as well, especially when it's being brought in brand new. And here's the last few teams here to cover before we actually get started with our formation lap, which in fact, they're already about halfway through the circuit as we speak right now. So let's go ahead and jump right back into the game itself. So there you have it. Moreno Pratama currently leading this pack of cars here. Aaron Ryan already strategizing, I expect, behind his wheel right now on how he wants to take the start. Look at how aggressively he's getting up to the back of Pratama there, right on that back straight.
And luckily for them, they can still go through it. We were to jump on another game like, say, Le Mans Ultimate, they don't have that kind of luxury. You're solid even if you're in the pit lane. So, something to keep in mind when we change games soon. Keep an eye out for that one. We might just announce it in the near future. As meanwhile, drama before the start. The championship contenders in the silver class in the pit lane, Chandramouli Anandan, has actually forgotten to start the race. I think something happened there. We don't know why, but he jumped the pit lane. And Denver Mukunan, 2 races in a row. In fact, we're trying to pick them up. There they are in the Technobus Racing SF car. It might be Neil Harris. Don't mind the name Zeffy because there's nothing to do with Harishami here. But Technobus Racing SF in the pit lane as well. They were up in 10th overall. Would you believe that? 2 races in a row where the car is in a competitive position and they just ran into some random troubles they cannot solve. And I think I saw a 3rd car in the pit lane just now. It might have looked like the number 934. No, so I'm not sure which BMW is that. Oh, in fact, it's the 296. It's the Hubba Bubba car from Adam Hakim. We cannot pick him out on camera right now, but there was a 3rd car in pit lane. So 3 cars running into trouble even before the race starts here.
Oh boy, and speaking of that race start, they're already coming around towards the final chicane here. So now they're going to be lining up for that rolling start. So again, Pratama in pole position will be taking the lead, but he's going to have Iman Ryan right alongside him. Watch out as well for Khairuddin as well as Hammond, who are just behind them there. This first turn here is certainly going to be spicy, but LOR has already fired off this first rally. Can they follow it up with a lead here in this first stint? We're going to find out as the drivers now round around the final turn. Here we go to kick things off for our 3rd round of the season here, Endurance Edition 2026 in the Nurburgring. As they come across the line, it's go, go, go. Look at the way Iman actually kind of jumped it. Actually pulls ahead of Moreno Pratama going into that first turn. Now, will he be able to hold that lead here, or will Pratama be able to fight back? Coming into the braking zone now, a bit of contact in the back as Chunhan gets sent into the wall. Pratama snatches the apex from Iman Ryan, but still is not able to get the lead back from him, as Iman should be able to try to close the door, but couldn't quite do so, with Pratama continuing to hound him from the outside of turn 2. But finally, as they break into turn 3, Iman Ryan tries to block him off. Pratama tries to slip on the inside, couldn't quite find a way past that Porsche, and Iman Ryan continues to sail away into the lead coming out of turn 4.
I mean, we saw that just now, that car actually was going off. That was Lu Chunhan. We can only catch the end of it because we wanted to focus on the main start, but Lu Chunhan was already out of control. Mercifully, though, somehow he did not collect the rest of the field, but that is the Velocity Pantera Racing team having their car quite scuffed from the get-go.
Yeah, and Chong Jin Bin has just caught a drive-through penalty during this start here. I wonder if he was instigator of that incident, but nevertheless, still we'll be keeping an eye out on Imran Ryan and Pratama. Pratama did manage to qualify on pole, but lost that lead quite literally at the start line itself, with Imran Ryan practically jumping ahead of him as soon as it got across the line. So he really timed that acceleration perfectly here for him to snatch it away, and now he's looking to try to keep it for as long as possible.
I wonder if that extra bit of ballast that Moreno has incurred caused the car to just be a little bit sluggish off the line, as opposed to Iman, who's just about 8 kilograms lighter, even though he is championship leader. But because of the LFM POP that we're using at play here, the Porsche is just slightly better off the line, but it looks as though race pace-wise, Moreno is up to the challenge. Here he comes on the outside! Championship contenders going through the chicane together, and Moreno has drawn the short straw.
Yeah, unfortunately had to cut across there, and it got slowed down going over the grass. But so that allows Imran Ryan to continue to retain that lead coming into the start line again. But Pratama will have another opportunity in the meantime. Hammond still in that third place. Kyrene actually lost a place here to Jaden Liao, though not consequential as far as his championship concerned. Still looking good for Jaden overall here, carrying the heaviest ballast of the entire grid so far, still able to fight it out in the top 4. Pratama still following single file line with Imran Ryan. You can see Hammond also trying to collect in these two front runners here, and looking like it's going to try to make it into a 3-way battle. But right now, the only battle that matters for Moreno Pratama is to get into the front.
Now we have to jump to Will Hammondsby because he has the box seat in the entire house. Smack dab in between everybody here. He's in front of Jaden Liao, but more crucially, he's behind the two championship and race leaders here. So this is going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fun. Let's see what Pratama will try to do. He's got a compatriot that was in a different class in the form of Jaden Liao behind, but Will Hammond will certainly be able to dispatch him quite easily. In fact, already has quite a significant gap ahead of Jaden's car, but he's actually closing and almost reeling in Moreno Pratama corner by corner here, while Pratama is still desperate to try to keep up here with Imran Ryan's Porsche.
And Hammond will love to actually continue the Australian tradition winning here, because last time out, 5 years ago now to be exact, we had the Nurburgring race here. Both the first two positions were filled by Australian teams. Remember Laundry House? Yeah, they won here 5 years ago. So Hammond will love to actually get that here. But the thing is, he's got a bit of a challenge in front with the likes of Pratama and Imran Ryan, who are in good form trying to race here. But looks as though, compared to the Red Bull Ring, the Porsche is not as good as race pace compared to the Ferraris.
I mean, we saw that Pratama, even qualifying, was already having 2 sectors in his favor compared to Imran Ryan, who only had a faster sector in this final part of Nurburgring itself. So that's probably something that that Pratama has in his hand at the moment, is that he does have a slightly faster car overall on this circuit here. So I think this also underscores the difficulty that's going to be facing Imran Ryan here, as well as the team for car 333 here in their attempt right now to retain their championship lead.
Meanwhile, there's a bit of a battle between the two GSR boys, and it's between Raul Chakraborty and Ali Khairudin. We saw it just now from the side view, because from the helicopter view, just out of our window, that they were fighting here last time around. And it looks as though they're going at it side by side again, but this time Ali just manages to get the better of Chakraborty. But all the while then, Ferdy Ramadan will have a bit of a piece of the pie there. He comes from the inside and takes a position away.
Yeah, getting blocked there by Khairudin did not do Chakraborty any favors. As Ferdy Ramadan moves out of place, Chakraborty is going to try to fight back around the outside. Couldn't quite find enough speed though to stay alongside Ramadan, so we'll have to concede the place after all. Khairudin is back in the position where he fell into early on. He was qualified 1 grid position higher here, but fortunately fell back during the start. Had to tussle it out with Chakraborty, but now Ferdy Ramadan is splitting the 2 GSR drivers.
Behind Ramadan's fellow countryman, Muhammad Fatur Rahman is ready to actually tackle Chakraborty if the moment arises. But for now, apart from a few incidents that we saw at the start, especially with Liu Chunhan going out of control and mercifully not being hit by everybody else, maybe a couple of drivers further behind might have gained a bit of damage, but so far only Liu Chunhan was the biggest casualty of the lot from the start, and the 3 cars that were in the pit lane earlier apart from that, everything's going quite smoothly.
Yeah, in the meantime, I think we need to go back to the start here because, sorry, to the front of the grid because Pratama is still remaining about 2/10, 1/10 of a second close to Eamon Ryan, still keeping this competition very hot up here, trying to keep the pressure going as much as possible into Eamon Ryan, hoping to try to force him to overextend himself in the stint currently. But it really is a game of chicken right now between the two of them. And after all, they are both chasing for that Pro Class Championship, and Eamon Ryan's currently in the lead, but just barely though. So he needs to be able to put every single corner of these as perfectly as possible.
Yeah, you can see that wide angle shot shows how close the top three are between the two classes. Will Hammond is just watching brief right now in the silver class number 23 Hobby Coach Racing Evo car. That one is certainly the car that we would love to have seen from round one, and they will probably be in the thick of it in the championship. They still are, but imagine if they were from round one. They could have actually been right up there, even further away. As of course, we start to reiterate the point, Cams did not give up their esports license soon enough.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. It's just literally the worst of all timings there. But nevertheless, they did manage to join us for the second and now the third round itself. So it's great to see that in spite of that missing out on that first round, still remaining very competitive here is the Australian boys. So now things still very much is hot up in the front here, although Moreno Pratama still has not been able to find any exploit whatsoever to help in his fight against Eamon Ryan. So far, just only been hampered by his dirty air coming off of that Porsche. So we'll see in the preceding laps what Moreno Pratama will try to do. Will they continue to keep this pressure going, or will they start to try some other alternative means of trying to get ahead?
Well, the neutrals and us, we actually want this to keep going, because especially the fact with Iman holding up the three of them behind, because we include Jaden Lau as well, it's actually creating quite a good race in front between three different makes. A Porsche, a Ferrari, and an Aston up in front from three different nationalities as well. A Bruneian leading the way, Indonesian behind, and then with a Australian in third place. So we are in for a treat here, as we can see whether or not Pratama tries to dink one on the inside. No such move there. So we will wait and see whether or not he's going to conjure up some things. Meanwhile, an accident for the behind. Kamal Ali, we saw yellow flags being waved, and that is one scuffed up GSR car with Itasha there. So unfortunately, Bernice White was fired.
Yeah, it's an itchy and also banged up car, unfortunately. So Kamal Ali is going to have to nurse that. Not actually going to the pits, though. So it looks like he wants to stay out. I mean, it's still going to be a big deterrent, a big hurdle for him right now, because that's not going to help his aerodynamics whatsoever. And you can already see Lau behind him already starting to gain on him here, so might actually be able to take the position by the time we get the first turn. In fact, Lau is just going to go ahead straight for the dive and takes it pretty easily there from Kamal Ali.
And meanwhile, behind them, there is Pakon Panasapongkol in the number 5 Total Vumika. Looks as though he's had a bit of damage in front here. You can see there.
Yep.
Bonnet lifted up, so he's been in the wars. And behind them is Neil Harris. So Neil has actually been out of the pits, literally because he actually started in the pit lane. So
yeah,
unfortunate for them that that's how their race has started. So, in fact, we gotta go away because we're watching this. This is actually a pretty good one.
Yeah, Ali is really being bogged down right now, but Panapasunku, who's also having a stricken car, is able to pass him around the outside, with Zephy just following just behind him, and also overtakes Kamal Ali's car at the same time. So again, that really underscores how much performance deficit is being experienced right now from that car, Kamal Ali there in car number, car number 88.
Yep. Well, hopefully we can go straight back to the battle to the front, but actually this one hasn't been resolved yet.
Yeah, I mean, Zephy has an unscathed car. Sorry, Neil has an unscathed car at the moment, so this could actually help him in his battle with Panasampakul. Let's see whether or not he's going to be able to get it. Seems like the AMG is still a little bit too fast around these corners here for the Ferrari to take advantage, but it is gaining though, starting to hook in on the inside. Now they will be side by side in the fastest part of the circuit, and I think Neil should be able to get it done here. Yes, he does.
Yep. But then again, you might say, oh, Neil.
Oh, Neil.
what? I mean, this car was actually on the ball in terms of pace right up to the top 10. So in overall stakes as well. There's Neil Harris wearing the Castrol shirt. Oh, something happened!
Yeah,
Something happened to his car.
That's netcode for sure. His car is actually bouncing all over the place due to some network lag, and unfortunately that has affected him the worst way possible, as Panas is able to get past him, literally just moving him out of the way there. So that's just very unfortunate here for Neil. He definitely doesn't look too happy about that.
And in fact, I've been to their Discord for a bit between Technopus and the partner team that they have for this round, Quenzo. He has had some network issues for the last week or so, on top of the fact that him working with CIMP doesn't make it any better, because PMP is also having problems too. So sorry for him then. So double trouble, make it triple.
Yeah, well, fortunately, unfortunately, he had to pretty much start this race from the back foot, and looking like he's going to be further into the back there due to that. Well, back into the front though, as Iman Ryan continues to hold on to that pressure that Marina Pratama has been applying to him lap after lap since the start of this race, since Iman Ryan took the lead right from the start line itself. Can he keep it though? Seems like Pratama is just keeping the pressure going for as long as possible, still keeping this battle for the lead very exciting for us in the booth.
Absolutely, and the fact that Hammond is still just about there or thereabouts. He was much closer, but looks as though he's lost a bit of time. 9/10 of a second now behind Pratama here, so maybe he's just, again, not wanting to get too close, because he imagined the three of them wipe each other at the front. JD Leo will be gleefully taking the lead from all three of them if that's the case, but Hammond's just playing the calm game. He doesn't want to get involved in unnecessary battles, especially after we saw last time out between himself and Raja Brashaukat. Remember that one, where Raja lost his head in that last stint due to the fact that he got taken out through no ball zone, had to carry an injured car to the end, but Hammond got the better of him that time, so Hammond then learned a couple of things as well when he engaging with battles with drivers who have pretty much a lot to lose.
You know, at the same time, I think like the fact that Pratama and Ryan are so far ahead of Hammond also, I think, underscores how much pressure really that Pratama is putting on this, because I think really it's just hoping to force Iman Ryan into making a mistake some point during his stint here so they can capitalize on it. And by just keeping this pressure going, it just continuously adds to that stress level, you know, as like a race leader. I mean, this is the kind of thing that, you know, you have to deal with whenever you're in the lead, is that the car behind you is going to consistently be able to keep up this kind of pressure, especially in the hands of a driver as talented as Marina Pratama. So again, this is literally you know, a battle for the championship here. It's a very slim margin for this Pro Class Championship. So really, Iman Ryan is now literally in the hot seat.
Indeed, and he is leading the championship by about 4 points coming into this race. So Pratama then, after a round to forget at the Red Bull Ring, wants to actually make amends here, and quickly, because if he were to take the lead now, along with the fastest lap of the race to win it all after this, he will be about 4 points ahead once everything flicks around. So literally, it's an 8-point swing here in favor of Marina Pratama.
Yeah, as he takes a breath, getting onto that main straight right now, still trying his very best here to keep the pressure up onto the Porsche that's currently in the lead. So as we continue on with this, we're only 15 minutes into this 4-hour race, so it's still a long way to go for both of these drivers and for both of these cars. For Tama, I mean, a little bit of a lunge there, actually getting a lot closer than we've seen so far in this race here to Iman Ryan, at least on this part of the circuit. Still really doing everything he can now to just keep that Porsche on its toes.
Yep, certainly. And we can only apologize to the rest of the field if we're not giving much airtime, but when the battle for the lead is this good, and it's actually for the championship as well, we have to keep an eye out in case some interesting development happens.
Yeah, because you have to bear in mind, you know, this is an endurance race, not a sprint. So Iman Ryan is not only going to have to keep Pratama behind him, but he's also walking that tightrope of trying to maintain his stint so that it doesn't have to pit too early. And that's one of the risks, you know, trying to keep ahead of a faster car, is that you'll run the risk of running out your tires faster than what your strategy is. So that's the other kind of pressure that Iman Ryan is facing here, and Pratama is just amping it up, absolutely looking like it's almost having a peak around the outside and maybe even the inside of Iman Ryan's line here. So again, just literally running that tightrope as tightly as he can.
Yep, but it is also a delicate balancing act. He doesn't want to get involved in unnecessary collisions that will jeopardize both himself and Iman's team. But he is looking for. Here he goes. He was on the outside last time out. He's on the inside this time, but no way through. but Iman actually got compromised because he had to go narrow, and that's the opening that Pratama was looking for. Side by side they go. Iman, is his defense still up to the challenge? They can still go at it here side by side across the line.
Yeah, Pratama shifting in the seat right now. He knows he's got it, but he needs to close the door as Will Hammond actually catches up to the two front runners here, getting the draft off of both cars right now to also looking like he's trying to find an attempt here. Couldn't quite find a space though, as both of the front runners are still side by side going to turn 1. Iman may have an advantage in turn 2, but Moreno Pratama couldn't quite close the door at him, so they will still remain side by side. Now Aaron Ryan now just barely keeping his nose ahead. He's back in the lead ahead of Moreno Pratama.
Look at the racecraft between all three of them. That's brilliant bit of driving. And in particular for Iman, at such a young age, he has old head on those shoulders, shows the maturity in trying to defend against a much more experienced opponent in the form of Moreno Pratama. And for Moreno though, he has to regroup then. He knows full well that he got him there just now, just that he can get the move done.
Yeah, he couldn't get the door closed coming out of turn 2, so that's a crucial factor there. I mean, he got so much speed actually coming out that final sector, which is surprising given like Iman Ryan actually had the faster final sector, but then again, that was doing qualifying. This is doing race loads itself, so it seems like Iman Ryan is going to have to keep an eye out every time he gets into sector 3, where Pratama breathing down his neck. He knows that that's a risky proposition there for Pratama to get so much slipstream of his car, so that's something he's got to keep in mind. And now with Will Hammond also joining into the fray here, this is getting even more exciting now.
Yep, but we're going to jump with Hammond because Hammond actually did try to look on the inside of Pratama at one point, but Pratama though is averse to that. He manages to just hold on second place for now, but you know for a fact that the third player in this particular tie, he might just be able to sneak one in if the opportunity arises, and he nearly did so, just couldn't get it, just couldn't get a line on it as jump over the curb then. That's quite dangerous because that feels like a bit of a ski jump.
I think Imran actually got a bit of a slide coming out of the final turn there, so that might actually give an opportunity, but Moreno was not able to capitalize too much. I think he also had to react to that at the same time, so that slowed him down. But Will Hammond certainly was having a touch and go moment there over the curbs there. Now we're coming back into the first turn yet again. This time around, no side by side. The Moreno is still trying to find those opportunities here. Had a little bit of peek on the outside, a little bit of peek on the inside, but Iman still keeps that door firmly closed.
And in fact, we can still just about see it. There it is. Iman just holds on, and Moreno once again through that particular section, particular corner at the Mercedes-Benz Arena. It's just so good on the brakes. The Ferrari can just hug the corners easily, but on the straights, the Ferrari just has no legs on the Porsche for the time being.
Yeah. Wow. This is a little funny comment here from Lightning Australia. Not even a 42 from Ryan. Not sure what that actually means.
I don't know what they mean by that.
42. The answer to life, the universe, and everything?
I mean, we're talking about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, maybe?
I don't know. Only 42 I know,
yeah.
though.
I mean, if we want to talk about 10-4, that's a bit different. As somebody is really cheering on Will Hammond. Yes, Hammond is he's at the sharp end, and we're still focusing on him because he has the best seat in the house. He can see the battle for the lead right in front of him, and for the potential overall win as well, for good measure.
I know. I mean, he's already in the lead for the silver class here, but getting an overall lead as well, while the battling with the two front runners would just be the cherry on top of the cake here for Will Hammond and the Hobbyculture Racing Evo team's run. Pratama though, he's going to be able to find it even earlier here, trying to get around the outside of Ryan through this next chicane here. This could be crucial now for the lead as Pratama breaks as late as possible, trying to snatch the second chicane. He does get ahead of Emma Ryan through the chicane into the final turn now. He needs to be able to close the door. He has to go wide though, unfortunately, and Emma Ryan's able to fight back, still stays side by side with him into the main straight.
And we got to jump back to Iman and Moreno on this one. Look at the reactions on the both of them. In fact, for Will Hammond, he's actually smirking a bit because this is such a good race at the front. And Moreno, I'm not sure how on earth he managed to hang around the outside, braked in time, still go at it, as Iman now tries to get his nose ahead. They're still going at it side by side for the Mercedes Arena, but I think Moreno might have gotten it this time.
I think so, but he still hasn't closed the door yet on Iman Ryan. Another turn is coming up here. Moreno still has advantage though, but Iman Ryan is trying his very best. Stay hit, couldn't quite do it. The door is finally closed, and Moreno Pratama finally gets himself back into the lead.
Wow, that is some amazing driving from all involved. And in particular, you gotta give your hands to Moreno Pratama. How on earth he actually managed to hang around the outside, because you know full well, if you're on the outside in the chicane, you're normally gonna be hung up to dry onto the gravel, but he manages to just get it around, and he takes the lead more than he deserved.
Neiman Ryan just shaking his head right now, knowing he's just got God. I mean, I suspect it's really just the exit speed that came out of the Schumacher S's didn't quite favor Neiman Ryan at this point in the race, and Pratama was able to take advantage. We saw in the previous lap, during his previous attempt, that he was faster going up at that the final uphill section of Nurburgring itself. So perhaps he saw that opportunity there. He took it way earlier and got a much better exit compared to Iman. So that left the door open for him to take the lead back. And boy, what a way to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, what a way to do so. Pratama just did Iman Ryan absolutely on the outside with no reply there from Iman. He tried to get back at him, but it looks as though it might have been a bridge too far. And for Will Hammond, this is an opportunity as well for him to try to get to toe with the young Bruneian if he could get past, because we know that Iman was quite tricky in his defense. But I think Moreno now up in front may just try to slowly but surely scamper away with it.
Yeah, I mean, he's already got quite a significant gap now. I mean, in fact, Will Hammond was a lot closer to Iman through that final corner than Iman was to Moreno in front of him. So, wow, I mean, again, this is going to have implications. Wow, very late on the brakes there for the Porsche. Almost running into the back of Pratama that time around, but actually just barely avoided contact there.
You know what? I think Iman was just trying to spook Moreno into a mistake, but I think Moreno is probably too aware of that one. He knows full well that the same tactics he tried to pull on Iman was what Iman tried to do to him, and both of them are not fazed by it.
Yeah, I think also crucially for Iman, he wants to try to put as much space as possible between him and Will Hammond. So just trying to open up the air a little bit, prevent Hammond from putting too much pressure on him, so he can focus fully on trying to do the same onto Moreno Pratama, who has just snatched away his lead in the previous lap. So now Iman Ryan, he knows that this will have championship implications. Of course, there's an 8-point swing between the two of them if their position was swapped, and that has actually come to pass now. So Iman Ryan is now going to have to fight it out should he and his team want to retain the championship lead.
And case in point right now, why that becomes a 8 or 7-point swing, whichever way you look at it, because Pratama actually has the fastest lap.
Yeah.
So that's why it's important that Pratama takes the lead now to have both a track advantage and a psychological advantage if they were to count the permutations right now, that the LOR team will be in the lead of the championship by round's end if things stay the same as where they are. Now then, with the battle for the front just receding a bit, we will go further behind a bit. And what I mean by further behind, just outside of the top 5 overall, because Ali Khairuddin now has apparently lost the position to both Chakraborty and Ramadan. So it's a complete turnaround, but yet somehow, in between all that, Ramadan stays in between the two GSR cars, which is quite a surprise, because how'd that happen?
I mean, I think we did see that on stream early on. He did get ahead during that battle between, what was it, Kamal Ali? Sorry, not Kamal Ali, sorry, Ali Khairuddin. So, yeah, so he did get ahead, but then now it kind of flipped around here. Khairuddin now behind Ramadan, Chakraborty in front of him. So, well, it's just one of those mysteries, I suppose. One of life's great mysteries, if it will.
Yes, which is a bit odd, as you can see, Ali Khairuddin, and I still am not quite sure how on earth that he either shrunk himself or the seat's much bigger than him to begin with.
I mean, to be fair, the NLR, like this seat in particular, is quite huge.
Yeah, because I know for a fact that I've met Ali before, and he's actually quite a lanky fella, so I'm quite surprised to see that the seat is bigger than him. But I think we'll take your word for it, in particular that this particular seat, which is I think a foldable, isn't it?
I think he also has it. He also has it set up in a way. I mean, perhaps due to his own frame itself. He did have it set up rather high, actually, for what it is. Because typically you'd set it in a more reclined position. I mean, it's meant to replicate kind of like a Formula-style seating arrangement. But he has it more upright, as far as what I can see from the video here.
And look at that. For him, it's quite comfy, but still quite a weird perspective, isn't it? It's almost as if he just made the seat bigger and he himself smaller. Yeah,
I mean, like, the seat itself, to be fair, is kind of like a mini hammock in its own right, which makes it a bit tricky, I think, especially if you're braking hard on it. If you have like a load cell or like a very stiff brake, it tends to push you, like, because of the hammock-like nature, the fabric actually it actually gets squeezed and it actually pulls backwards as you press harder on the brake. So I wonder how Ali Khairuddin actually, like, whether he's kind of used to it. Hopefully he's actually used to it. Maybe he has some way of mitigating that on his own.
Maybe. But either way, you know, everyone is entitled to their own way of feeling comfortable in the seat. And that's great to see that everyone at least is using, somewhat comfortable positions, apart from a couple of drivers where it looks questionable, especially, I have to say, Ferdy, that is not a comfortable position to be in for at least your stint for 2 hours. Now, we had a battle that was brewing here between Sukan Pino, Tamjid Sultan, and Jeremy Yao.
Yeah, Jeremy just got the pass onto
Yeah.
Sultan as he come around into turn 1. So, wow, okay. Let's see whether or not Sultan will be able to fight back on that here. Sultan Pino, in the meantime, continuing to keep himself ahead here while the two cars behind him are jostling it out. Two Ferraris now trying to chase after the McLaren being further up ahead.
Certainly, and the fact that it was Tamjid who held P8 at one point, and now he's dropped to P10. Jeremy got the better of him, as well as Sukan Pino, and credit to where it's due. Unfortunately, the livery is not showing. This is the golf-colored Ferrari that we were talking about during the Spotters Guide, that Tamjid Sultan running in with ABG Motorsport, really high up the field. So nice to see that the Bangladeshi team are really competitive here, but he's going toe-to-toe with some really familiar foes in the form of Jeremy Yao and Sukan Pino. These guys have been in ERGP for the longest time, and they've actually been a competitive point as well. So really then, they're up to the task, but can they actually retaliate back in return?
Yeah, I mean, looks like it's actually kind of petered out a little bit. Sultan not able to keep up as much with Jeremy Yao through those few corners there. So that's actually now opened up into a 3/10 of a second gap. Although Sultan is trying to close in as they come into a faster section of the track. Still couldn't quite catch up enough to Jeremy to make a pass onto him, though. So it still remains up in the air whether or not he'll be able to make it work out for him. He's flashing his lights right now. He's trying to remind Jeremy that he's still hot on his heels.
Well, that's quite a nice threat, isn't it? But if you're about 9/10 behind, that means nothing. Jeremy can feel quite comfortable knowing that he is not going to challenge that. Oh, Tamjid himself comes a cropper.
Jinxed himself.
Yeah, just as we were about to jump to a battle behind them, because it is actually pretty close between Muhammad Fatur Rahman and Aiden Tan. Aiden, the current champion in the AM class, is going toe-to-toe here with a fellow class member. But Aiden then, jumping from between car 23 and 388, I think he's committing to for this car and for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, not so much class solidarity here, unfortunately, between the two of them, especially when you're chasing for the championship here. But Fatur Rahman couldn't quite find his way past Aiden Tan that time around. Aiden actually did a very deft job of keeping the Ferrari behind him, so he's going to have to find another way past maybe later on in the lap.
Yep. And while this battle is going on, we can actually take the time to answer that particular question I alluded to earlier, which was why the colors of the hobby culture cars are different in the wingtips. And those colors mean something because it reflects the colors of characters that can run those. And no second guess as to why this particular car runs pink. Well, you can see the bonnet. There's the character in question, just in view.
Oh, you can only see the legs though.
Yeah, it's Piglet from Winnie the Pooh, so that's a nice Easter egg. And in fact, all the other team members in the hobby culture car run pretty much a similar scheme as well. So if it's green, it's Yoshi.
Ah.
If it's yellow, it's Pikachu.
Okay.
So that is why they run the different characters. In fact, I think when we were going on board with Hammonds, we did see the color of that car was, I think, red, which was an Angry Birds.
Well, it's a good way to kind of distinguish between them. Ooh, Aiden actually getting a bit slidey there, but didn't quite affect his time though. Still keeping very nicely ahead of Fatur Rahman. Catches a bit of gravel around his fast part of the track. Not going to help him actually if he wants to try to stay ahead. Although the gap between him and then is still very much a good gap to have right now for Aiden Tan at least. So in the meantime, we're already approaching that first half hour racing here. Plenty has already happened. Mariano Pratama, after taking the lead, is now 2 seconds ahead. Will Hammond is still continuing to keep the chase up until Eamon Ryan. Jaden Liao at the moment is just been passed by Chakraborty, who now moves up into 4th place.
Yep, and that's another sterling drive then from the Bangladeshi driver. We know he's quite a solid competitor, but he has been there or thereabouts. He's taken a few podiums here and there as well, but can you imagine if he goes for the win? Because that would probably be a well-deserved reward for him and his teammate, the server master of ERGP, Fahad Ghafoor. And for Fahad especially, he wants to make amends for what happened last time out, because Red Bull Ring, they were looking so good until the race just fell apart for them.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it's going to turn out for the rest, but still remains good news here for Chakraborty. Nevertheless, moved up to the top 4 here overall, while Jaden Liao, who is still, mind you, still the leader in the AM class, so that hasn't changed for him at all despite losing the overall track position, so Jaden can still continue riding high here, at least for his own class. Meantime, what's up with Will Hammond at the moment with the Angry Birds right on his hood? It's actually still keeping up with the red Porsche. You only see the legs of the Angry Bird, unfortunately, so perhaps maybe they have to move that mascot a little bit further down. You want to see in the bonnet view, but
well, no, because of the number plate being there.
yeah, that's a shame. But nevertheless, Imran Ryan, I mean, he was facing pressure from Moreno Pratama at the early stage of this race. Now he's facing pressure here from Will Hammond, who one of his friends or supporters here, RIP W90, says very mature drive from Hammond. And I have to agree, like the way he's been able to handle watching the two leaders battle it out ahead, and now within a touching distance of trying to take second overall against who is actually the leader in the Pro Class Championship. This is a solid drive here from Will Hammond.
Indeed, and the fact that if he wants to actually keep up with Pratama and not lose touch with him, he has to get past Iman, but we know full well how long Pratama was stuck behind Iman. He was quite a tricky cookie to crack. So let's see then what Hammond can do here, and hopefully he's not going to turn red, like the red on the red Angry Bird on the car.
I think chasing after the red car, actually. I mean, incidentally, Iman's own car is half red as well.
Indeed. So, while we let this battle carry on, because it's a bit on the cooler right now, we don't see any point of them overtaking apart from a couple of moments if something happened.
Yeah, Xiaoka's just got him past Tang Jit here, so it's already moved up here to 13th place, so that's going to be a handy few points for him here, although Zhang Jit is still in a good position to actually try to fight back. So we'll see. I mean, the only other runner of the Porsche here on the Nurburgring itself, I mean, it did pay dividends when it came to Red Bull Ring for Imran Ryan's team, but we'll see whether or not Zhang Jit will be able to make full use of this car. Indeed. For this circuit.
Yep, and he tries to retaliate back against Rajamil Shalkat. Now then, another driver we put our spotlight on is Chandramauli Anandan, who was in the pit lane at the start. So I'm not sure how he ended up in the pit lane, because it did look like connection issues, and this time he managed to get his webcam fixed, because last time I remember it was just 1 frame every 10 seconds. So at least now we can see
30 frames per stint, you know.
Yes.
To bring back that joke there from our commenters. Forgot who it was there. Yeah. That was a very good joke there, by the way.
So Chandra then, I'm not sure how on earth he ended up in the pit lane. So either he had hardware troubles, or the most cardinal of all cardinal sins, he forgot to press drive.
I mean, whichever the case, though, still impressive to see that he's able to catch back up into 22nd place, although it's very much running on the back foot as far as he's concerned. So as long as he's going to be able to try to make up some places here, perhaps he can try to start challenging Ahmad Jusmin here for his position. Sorry,
no,
Jusmin?
Mohamed Fitri.
Oh, Fitri, sorry,
yeah,
Fitri, yeah.
Yep, in the Zen racing car. But that's also a car that has been doing some good in the last few rounds. They were in the McLaren earlier, now they're in the Aston, and this time have maintained the Aston for rounds 2 and 3. I think they're running in the points right now, which is always a good thing, especially given the fact the AM class is the most abundant in terms of grid numbers. And another car that we were focusing on earlier that was in the pit lane, that was Neil Harris, but it looks as though Neil, after being taken out a couple of times and having his own woes, has not been able to make up any more time right now. He is still languishing in the outside the top 40 overall, and certainly out of the points in the AM class.
Yeah, very unfortunate for him, and certainly he's going to not want to remember this race here, unfortunately, although he does stand a chance of actually gaining a place because Yong, who's ahead of him, actually has a 10-second penalty, so that's going to affect him driving the Yoshi variation of the Hobbyculture car.
There's Yoshi.
Yeah, there's Yoshi right on the bonnet itself as he comes out of the Sri Lanka S's and into the final chicane. With Neil Harris.
Yeah. I'm not sure why the server coughed out the name Zeffy, because that's for certainly not Harish Shami, that's Neil Harris.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. So not sure why the server itself coughed out that one, but you know, it do be like that sometimes.
Is that Malcolm Young's background there? That's just beautiful.
Well, it is an AI version of that. Plus the fact that it is from the Red Bull Ring.
Yeah,
so quite a nice touch. In fact, glad that our producer managed to catch that, because that is actually quite a good catch. Even if it is a bit weird that why on earth is it's still in the Red Bull Ring?
Well, I mean, why not? You know, so I do remember the hobby culture car is actually getting a photo finish like that.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
during that race itself. So perhaps they used that and just AI-ified it a little bit. But you know, I mean, given
Nice
like,
touch. Yeah.
I mean, given that Malcolm's already sitting in quite a reclined position, like it will also be just as funny if he was like literally racing in a tropical paradise background.
Yes.
You know.
When in actuality it's not anything but paradise right now because he's got a
Yeah,
10-second penalty.
he's got 10-second penalty. It's got Neil Harris breathing down his neck as we speak.
Oh, and Neil nearly got it up to the back of here. And remember,
Mm.
Malcolm is coming here to replace. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
It has
no.
happened. The collision has happened. And that will be Neil being given a penalty. But I was about to say, one of their drivers has been actually given a race ban. That was Michael No. And he was the one that caused a lot of trouble in that number 3 car in both Watkins Glen and at the Red Bull Ring. So this time around, however, Malcolm is the one that was the victim of an accident.
Oh my god, and look at that. The front end completely smashed in there. Boot hood all popped up. That's not going to help him at all, especially considering the fact he's still yet to serve that 10-second penalty. So that's just further adding salt to the wound here for Malcolm as well as Hobby Culture SPV.
Yes. But the only upshot for them is that once they actually go into the pit lane to serve not only the penalty, but they can also do the pit stop. So he doesn't have to go around one more time.
Fair
He can
enough,
just,
yeah.
He can just go in and get that damage fixed along with serving a 10-second penalty. So, wow, of all the things, we were just watching a car randomly and suddenly an accident happens.
Yeah. Meantime, I think Anandan just got past Fitchery, is just off camera there, so he's already continuing on his chase. Now the next one on his cards here is to try to catch up to Tiago Pereira, but he's got 5 seconds of track time to find out here in order to be able to make that catch up. He's still got some traffic to deal with while he does so.
Yep. And we did see in the comments of the highlights that we posted, Chandra said that I will fix that camera, promise, and he did keep up with that promise. So at least that's one way to uphold a swear on it that he did say before.
Oh, he did definitely fix the camera very nicely this time
There you
around.
go.
So now you get to see him. It's no longer it's now at least 600 frames per stint now.
And just jumping on the curve there, but you can see that he has a bit of a motivational poster on the side of the screen. It says, I can see it says at the bottom, "Die trying."
I either become a something or die trying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
A producer pointing out
yes.
that perhaps it stands for racing driver. So either he becomes a racing driver or he's going to die right on his sim rig.
Well, that has happened before in the real world where someone dies
yeah.
of a heart attack. But I think he's more than fit to drive, so it's no
I mean,
problem.
yeah.
If anything, we should be worrying about some of the actual real world guys that have been involved in real racing. Most notably Youngjan and Ethan Lowe, who will be doing the Toyota rookies this year. That will be much more risky. Remember, a couple of years back, we had Abdulaziz Razak, who was at one point regular competitor at GP, tweaked his neck because he had a big rollover.
A very scary rollover, I might add.
Yeah, being hit by one of the Aslans.
Yeah, let's not mention who exactly it was, but definitely it was a very scary crash. Like, also funny enough, I found out like it actually got put in, as part of one of those like motorsport crash compilations out there. So
Ouch.
yeah,
Now, that's just, it's your claim to fame, but not in the way that you would have wanted it.
I know,
And
right?
For Yazid, well, at least the upshot was that he recovered from that quite quickly, and he graduated from Oopsie a couple of months later. So there was a silver lining to that particular dark cloud.
And speaking of dark clouds, Ali Khairuddin still not able to catch out of Ferdy at all, still stuck behind him for what seems to be the longest time now. As Chakraborty already moved up a place though, Khairuddin's not able to actually make any gains here, though with Hossein actually being a bit of traffic now ahead of Freddy Ramadan. Will that slow him down a little bit?
No.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
Hossein does move out of the way, and wisely I might add here to allow these two drivers to get through and to continue on that battle, but Freddy Ramadan still keeping it very nicely up in that top 6 here.
Yep, and fair play to Zohaib Hossein, because not many people will just play by the rules on that one, because sometimes when you have cars coming your way, and especially if you're in endurance traffic, you're not really obliged to give way, because that's kind of like how endurance racing works, even if it's in multi-class. But sometimes you have to play by that, because you never know what's going to happen if you don't really become careful with the way that you're being lapped.
It's one thing that I think like our race director, I think, had been quite strict on, for a lot of these drivers here is to, you're not obliged to pass, but, you please do not cause any trouble, for the faster cars behind you, because the last thing you want to, is to literally ruin someone's race just because you didn't, you made a silly mistake while trying to let them pass. So we'll see. I mean, there's Asif Hossain on your screens right now, who is currently struggling a little bit to try to stay on track. Did manage to get back in time, almost took out another car who was just passing him around the outside.
And that was Sukan Pino. So you can imagine how cross Sukan would be if he was to be taken out now, because he is in such a promising position to score points for the for the Aitan team, as it is Asif Hossain, not Zohaib, because I think they're both related somewhat. They may be brothers, or it might be just similar second names. You never know. It's just that those are not surnames. But either way, Hossain does a brilliant job in getting out of the way. Now then, another driver, it's actually in the Over Me team. Panasapongkol has gotten the 10-second penalty as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, actually, what actually happened there. I mean, we did see him have that little incident. He did manage to get the pass early on onto the stricken car come out on lead, but he's already further all the way back. So this 10-second penalty is not going to help him for sure. I mean, especially considering that he still has a stricken car to nurse for the rest of his stint here. But yeah, I mean, it's just really inconsequential if you think about it, because like Sufiki Wachdi is like currently he's in the pits apparently.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure exactly what's happened to Wachdi's race here, but
Yeah.
Panasapongkol, even with that 10-second penalty here, is not going to threaten his current track position.
Yeah, Panasapongkol can go into the pit lane after this and still be ahead of both Zulfikri and Hossain later on. Meanwhile, another car that got a 10-second penalty as well is Muhammad Fadil, who likewise also has a teammate that has a race ban called Vija, who fought too many penalties in the previous round. So he had to also hire a brand new driver for this round. In this particular case, he has Jordan McNeil as a co-driver.
Yeah, and that's one of the things, because currently the Endurance Edition for this year, 2026, is now an officially MAM sanctioned race. That's the Malaysian Motorsports Association, or rather the governing body for the motorsports scene here in Malaysia. So, they do have to have an esport license in order to take part in this competition in the first place, but that also carries like the kind of penalties that you expect, in the professional racing environment here, and race bans are just part of the thing. And unfortunately for Kaovija and for some of the other drivers here, they have unfortunately incurred enough penalty points that they will receive a ban in their preceding race. So that's unfortunately come to pass for Muhammad Fadil's teammate here.
Yep.
And for other drivers, they have to be mindful. This is where, like, you cannot literally treat this as like any other kind of like online lobby race. You literally have to treat this as a serious race, with serious penalty points for any infractions.
In fact, it was the other car for number 3, the Hobby Culture SBV car, Michael No. That's the other driver that has been given a race ban. But luckily, it applies for individuals rather than a whole team. So if the team can find a replacement quickly, and he or she is proven competent enough to drive, then they can be given a pass on that one. As well, in terms of battles, it's been put on a cooler. Apart from this particular one, this is
Fitri.
Iga Yudhistira passing Muhammad Fitri. Clean pass there, and he gets a position up over in the overall stakes and in the class stakes.
Yeah, pretty much looks like he got that pass done right from the breaking point coming on the main straight itself. So Fitri was left pretty much unable to defend against that. Iga Yudhistira will move up to 23rd overall. I think somewhere in the top 15, I believe, for the M class, isn't it?
Yes, well, we have to count that manually because we don't
Yeah,
have
it's a very long list, unfortunately, to get through there. But I think there should be good points here for Iga. As Zulfikri Wachdi, we saw him go into the pits early on. It's now stricken on the side of the track here. Some technical issues on his end.
Oh, and I hope he's got the brakes on that one, because if you remember, quite many moons ago, we had a moment where Marussia stuck on the track there. Jules Bianchi, God bless him, had his car fail, but then because the brakes were not applied and there are no handbrakes on F1 cars, it just rolled onto the track, nearly onto the racing line, but luckily the marshals got it out of the way. But this time, however, just out of harm's way.
just out of Hanoi, but yeah, and again, to your point, this is actually like part of the uphill section, of the track. So yeah, hopefully he does have like his brakes applied for this one here. But yeah, it does seem like for Sidewinder Racing, having some technical issues here for car number 128. So Speaking Watch is gonna have to sort that out and hopefully be able to rejoin. But by the time he does, he's plumb. He probably will be plumb last.
Yeah, but luckily though, he will be. Unless of course he can't get the car going, he will be in the points for this one because Silver Class doesn't have that many entries anyway, so he should be safe here unless he exits the race and then will have to incur quite a few number of laps behind. Meanwhile, this is another car that we would love to get on, focus on
I
because
love that controller though.
yeah, and it's the Duke. Is the Xbox controller? Is it the Steam controller?
No, I don't think it's a Steam controller, but I don't think it's a Duke either. The Duke is way bigger than that, but I'm not even sure. This could be like a 8-bit though, actually, because like I don't remember any. I mean, it's definitely an aftermarket. You don't have like default controllers having light up like thumbsticks like that, but
Yeah.
that's a very very nice controller nevertheless here from Psycho Kaiser.
Yep, and the other nice point is the fact that he has some Easter eggs in front of his keyboard. You can see there, it is a plushie of Rice Shower and the actual horse of Tokai Teo. So
Yeah.
that's a nice touch. He's really showing about the Uma Musume side of the fandom here, especially given the fact that ERGP has plenty of anime supporters as well. So nice to see as well, given the fact that a VTuber, but now I can't show his face, but at least we know it's him playing because you can see how deft he has to be on the controls. Because if you go on board, especially in the driver cam, right here, it looks almost as though he's driving with a wheel. Look at that.
Very deft hands actually, because like driving with a controller, trying to get the precision you need in order to get comfortable in a sim like this is quite hard. Most typically, like what I've learned is that what you do is you kind of push the stick forward. That way, like you negate sort of like the dead zone that you normally get, from a controller. But then this Psycho is just literally driving it, letting the stick like center itself. So that's really tough to do. But to his credit, he's actually racing quite well out here.
You can see when he actually cuts across how he flings it. So that's how he actually uses the controller to just pretend it's a steering wheel. But nice substitute for having a lack of room in where he is to use just a controller, and he's very adaptable with it. In fact, by his own admission, I did speak to him. He says if he was to move to a sim racing rig with a wheel, he might be much slower than he is with a controller.
I won't be surprised. I mean, again, like you have your own kind of muscle memory, as it were, with a controller. So that I mean, while look at that. I mean, just caught that slide on a controller. That's crazy, actually, to see, to witness, firsthand. But man, I mean, again, like kudos, to those drivers who race on controllers, because it's understandable. Getting a full sim rig, it's not exactly the cheapest thing to get, but it just goes to show that where there's a will, there is always going to be a way. So for all of you guys out there who have yet to purchase or even afford like a sim rig, it just goes to show that despite that, you can still be competitive even with just a controller.
Absolutely. And I think for the rest of the drivers, they're all on wheels, but still, credit to where it's due. He is competitive with the controller, his Psycho Kaiser, and the rest of the other drivers we see before while using controllers. Now, something happened to Tamjit Sultan because he actually dropped a few positions behind Jungjit and Aiden Tan. So something happened to his car earlier.
I mean, this doesn't look like it's much damage. I mean, kind of hard to tell because of his scuffed up livery here, but I don't see the hood popped. I don't see that much scratches on this front bumper, so could be just a mistake he made during the lap.
And there is Sultan on our screens. It looks as though he is one of those guys that has decorations into the racing. I can see Spa, I can see the Nordschleife on the top, incidentally, and Suzuka.
I mean, I'm more appreciating like the special, the limited edition like die casts that he has up on the wall there, proudly showing off his own collection as he jumps into the pits now. And we are literally right around that time. We have 11 minutes left in this first hour. This is right around time where some of the drivers will already be coming in for their scheduled pit stop.
Yep. A bit earlier than expected, but I think maybe it just alludes to the point earlier that we might assume he has problems with collisions earlier. We'll just look at the stewards report right now, live one, and in fact, no, I don't see anything from car number 669. No, in fact, he did get into collision with Jungjit, so Jungjit might have actually tapped him out
okay.
there. So that might be the reason why he lost a couple of positions for a second.
Yeah. In the meantime, Jeremy Yao on your screens right now is actually chasing after Sucampino, who maybe having netcode problems. Did see his car drift a little bit just now, so that's something to keep in mind. I mean, if you know that a driver ahead of you has netcode issues, you want to give them more room than normal when it comes to racing. But again, well, not a slide, but that's a legit slide there from Sucampino.
Yes.
It's definitely not helped at all by the fact he's got traffic in front of him. He's now trying to get past an Aston Martin, the AMG Panasonic Cool. And looks like Jeremy is going to try to do the same as well on this fast part coming out of the Schumacher S's. Now into the chicane. You can still see Zuki Watchley still stranded on the side of the track there as we pass him here on the circuit past Panasonic Sopakul. And right now, Sucampino still, now he's going to be the one having to deal with the traffic ahead.
In fact, that's not traffic, that's Ali Khairudin.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Ali has actually dropped that far behind to the point that he might be caught by drivers behind him, so he is lost the pace, as well as Freddie Ramadan. So Ramadan, just in front of all of these guys, it's going to create a four-way battle, and that is very interesting, that Pino and Yao have both caught up to the early frontrunners.
I mean, I thought it was traffic, but no, it literally it was actually Pana who was the traffic in that situation there. So,
yeah.
now we have a four-way battle here to witness.
Yeah, Panasaponko was not a factor in that one, but he certainly held up a couple of drivers, maybe just a bit to bunch him up, but not completely. So I think that is genuine pace that is being lost there by both Ramadan and Khairudin. Now it's a four-way battle, yes, albeit from all three different classes, but it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, we still got another 8 minutes left into this first hour, so this could be the bit of entertainment we're going to be able to get before the break. And Jeremy Yao is actually catching Sucampino quite handily here, so maybe he might try to make that move first here amongst the four of them. Let's see.
Yes, and we will see how that one plays out as Jeremy now goes across another lap. We'll jump to Khairudin because he is in the middle of this particular sandwich with Indonesians, Thais, and a couple of Malaysians in between. So the entire ASEAN contingent, or the Seedlings, are involved here.
The Seedlings, indeed. But quite a lot of rivalry between them as far as I'm concerned, as Khairudin actually got a little bit close to Ferdy. Jeremy Yao is getting closer to Sucampino this time. We'll get a draft now, coming into the chicane, tries to go around the outside, couldn't quite get the braking done though, as Sucampino is still able to sail ahead, and Yao getting a bit of a slide coming out of the chicane this time around. Khairudin still trying to keep up with Ferdy. May not be able to get much of a draft off of him though. And Jeremy Yao conversely having to correct that slide, loses out a bit of time here to Sukan.
Yep, as meanwhile we saw Ali was getting close here because Sukan actually had a mistake. That's why Ali gets to pull away and allow Jeremy to come back into play here. As more and more drivers come to pits, Fatur Rahman behind them comes into his scheduled pit stop, as we still see yellow flags, local yellow flags for Zulfikri Wajdi. I'm not sure why he hasn't left the track yet. Now he has! Just as I was saying it, he has left the track. He might have actually been kicked out by the in-game stewards.
It might have, or maybe it might have heard you on the broadcast talking about him and realized, oh, forgot to go and leave. But nevertheless, he is off the track now, so no longer going to be a static object near the final chicane. Well, there's very much non-static battle going on here between Ali Khairudin as well as Ferdy Ramadan, still heating up here. Khairudin's skill getting closer and closer, very close that time. Didn't quite find a way to dive there, but it's practically bumper to bumper now with Ferdy's Lexus. So this could be an opportunity now for Ali Khairudin to finally get past Ferdy Ramadan, who has led him for many laps now, trying to get a good exit out of Schumacher S. I think he does have a bit of momentum, just barely though, trying to get around the outside this time around, but Ferdy still has a line, still will be able to stay ahead of Ali here. But watch out, Sucampino is also catching up here to Ali Khairudin, so he needs to either get this done or start thinking about defense.
Oh, and all the while then Fatur Rahman gets a drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. So can you imagine that? You're in such a good position all to get it thrown away because scuffed out the pit entry. And now, this has happened before when we were last here 5 years ago, that quite a few drivers got drive-thrus because someone entering the pit lane took out where the marker was, because confusingly there's actually two lines that go to the pit lane.
Right, yeah.
Normally it's the one that we think is the last one. In actuality, is the earliest one that has the pit lane penalty, pit lane speed limit line. So that's why quite a few drivers have been caught out. And I think if anyone was to practice their pit lane entries, they'll have to tell their teammates, be careful, don't get a drive-through, you might throw away this race.
And that's one thing you have to bear in mind as a driver as well. Be familiar with the track elements, be familiar with what the pit entry and where exactly that penalty line exactly is. So very unfortunate here for Pato Rahman. He's going to have to serve that drive-through penalty right after he's already taken a pit stop. 5 minutes still remaining in this hour. Kyrian still keeping as close as possible to Ferdy Ramadan. Should be able to get a bit of a draft here, although there's still quite a few technical corners up ahead. So he will be frustratingly still stuck behind Ferdy Ramadan throughout this section here, but he knows he will have an opportunity by the time he gets to Sector 3. But again, if he continues to still be stuck behind Ferdy, the longer he does so, the better it's going to be for the car behind him, Sukan Pinho, because we saw him get a little bit close just now when Karidin was attempting to make that move on Ferdy Ramadan, and while it didn't quite stick, it did bring Sukan Pinho much closer to his battle than I think Karidin would have liked to, so he had to back out a bit. Wisely done. Now it's going to be coming out of the Schumacher S's. Again, trying to get that gain onto Ferdy Ramadan from the exit. Couldn't quite make it a good one this time around. And this time, Karidin will still be stuck behind Ferdy Ramadan.
And all the while then, this is actually playing into Pinho's hands because this is the battle for the podium in the silver class. Ali Karidin just happens to be the interloper in this particular one. He just wants to get by Ramadan because he's losing touch to both Chakraborty and Liao. That's not what he wants right now. He wants to get back onto the podium positions in the Pro class, but pace-wise, that Ferrari has not been looking good.
Nope, not at all. And again, still struggling to even fight with this Lexus. Then having a McLaren behind him at the same time, breathing down his neck. It's looking quite tough for him.
Jeremy's in the pits.
Yep, I was gonna say, yeah, somebody in the pits right now, and yep, it is Jeremy currently. While Sukan Pinho, Kyridin, as well as Ramadan still remain out on track. Pana has actually spun around, teleports to the pits.
Yep, Pana Sapongkol, and he gets a 10-second penalty as well for good measure from previous contacts, as Zulfriq YSD has been confirmed to have been disqualified from the race. So yeah, it's a really, really bad day for that particular squad. They call them Sidewinders, but it has gone completely sideways for their race.
Sideways like the Sidewinder snake.
Or the side-minded missile.
Which is named after the snake, incidentally.
Yes. I mean, their livery has a snake on it, actually.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah,
my
so
point.
I don't know why they don't run delivery, but oh well, it is what it is. Anyway, a couple of other things coming on track before we go into the break. This is the battle between the two Papegas. I don't know why. Again, Aziz Shami, and he's half a face in there.
Half a face. Half a lip even.
Yeah. Getting by his fellow stablemate, which is Divesh Jiva, and they're running quite well, the 934. Normally they are in the wars further behind in the field, but they're running quite well here. So P20 now overall, and in the top 10 in the AM class. That's actually a good thing for their points. It's pretty safe.
Azib's car looks like it just literally ran through a battlefield. Look at how scuffed up it is all around.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, hopefully it's not too much damage. Again, the hood is not popped, so perhaps it's just cosmetic damage at the most.
Or dirt.
Or dirt.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite dirty because once you get the rubber deposits on track, you run them over. ACC has that nice detail where the cars do get dirtied up, a la Le Mans. You know, when you have the dead flies, you got the oil, you got the rubber on the track, poured onto the car. That's why it gets dirty, or they call it the battle scars. And if the car happens to win that race, they are actually on the exhibit permanently with the exact scars that they carry.
Yeah, I mean, same thing as well. Like the one thing I love is also like seeing the championship winning cars in NASCAR. Like they also not only retain like the battle scars, they also retain even the confetti that's spread around during their celebrations. So yeah, it's a nice little touch of detail that you know, that Sims like ACC also attempts to recreate.
Yep. And I think once we jump to Le Mans Ultimate, we might just see a bit more details on that. But it is still quite a work in progress. The reason why we haven't jumped on it sooner, because for some reason, for a game that is based on R Factor 2, they still have not implemented driver swaps. Even though it's working for special events, that's a given. But can it run longer than 12 hours? Remains to be seen before it can be full as, quote-unquote, a feature, when it could actually have been in the game from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not, what do you call it? Not esports ready yet, TM.
Yes, something that Max Verstappen will be still vilifying it for after what happened during the last running of the virtual Le Mans 24. But you know, we'll see how it goes. We will hope to get into Le Mans Ultimate pretty soon. or rather when at Studio 397 can actually mop everything up there. A couple of other drivers have actually gotten penalties as well. Now for Lafif, this is for actual collision, not because of a track violation. It seems to be that our steward today, chief steward, is Afiq Farid alongside with another representative from MEM, Muhammad Nur Ilyas. He will be working alongside him for this particular one. They've given dishing out 10-second penalties for everyone, so I think the collisions may be severe but not enough to warrant something akin to being put into the pit lane.
Yep.
A proper 30-second stop and go.
Yep, and speaking of which, I don't think we've seen any of the front runners run into the pits quite yet, but we're already approaching the first hour of racing here, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to be taking a short break. Here's where things stand now in this first hour. Morena Pratama successfully regains the lead and is leading this whole pack right now after the first hour, but nevertheless, we're going to be taking a short break, so make sure you guys stick around. We'll be right back after these messages.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in the second hour of racing here in the Nurburgring for round 3 of this season of the Endurance Edition. We just saw Chakraborty as well as Liao going to the pits. While in the meantime, the front runners, Marina Pratama, Iman Ryan, Will Hammond, and even Ferdy Ramadan as well as Khairudin have not yet taken their first pit stop yet. They're still continuing to run out on track, and Pratama in particular still in the lead of this race by 8 whole seconds. That just, I think that really underscores how much more pace he actually had while being stuck behind Iman all this time, wasn't it?
Yes, and we kind of see it actually. Also, rather, we kind of saw it because when he was behind, he was actually very antsy. He just wants to get by Iman because Iman was kind of like the cork in the bottle, which is the reversal of what happened in the Red Bull Ring, where it was Iman who was actually behind Pratama at that time, trying to get by, and the Ferrari was much slower compared to the Porsche. But it looks as though this time, however, the Ferrari has the leg up on the Porsche almost everywhere. Probably is thanks to Moreno driving. Maybe the BOP is a bit favorable to the Ferrari with this particular track. Who knows? But whatever it is, Pratama is making good with that one, and he is actually well on his way to try to get another win here on his belt to just emphasize the point that they want to reclaim the title for the LOR team in the ERGP, especially in Endurance Edition.
Yeah, in the meantime, Khairudin still getting closer and closer to Ferdy Ramadan, but still no dice. Having to get past Jusmin there, who is acting as a bit of traffic, but looks like they managed to get past him.
Oh!
Although Jusmin is actually fighting back with Khairudin itself, so that's not going to help him at all.
Well.
Getting alongside and into the inside and passes Khairudin right on the final chicane.
Well. Now that is a turnout for the books, isn't it? Because we know Jusmin is actually quite fast. And again, that number 98 Balapan Random Motorsports car shows that it can be quite competitive, but luck once again deserted them, and especially what happened last time out at the Red Bull Ring was just painful, wasn't it? They had the speed to be in the top 10, but because incident that happened out of the control, incidentally was caused by Moreno hitting them, they just lost completely a lot of ground. Yes, there's not that many drivers in the silver class, teams in the silver class, but still, how they would love to have won that particular battle as opposed to having to claw their way back through the field.
Yep, so he's going to have to claw his way back in front of Jusmin first before he can fight Ramadan, although Ramadan has a bit of trouble himself trying to get past a bit of traffic, and with traffic coming up very hot behind at the same time, Ramadan flashing its lights in agony at the moment, I expect, because he still is not able to find a way past this Cherry Chu who is just in front of him.
Yep, Cherry. Oh, that's the worst.
Oh, that's cool.
No, that's not the best place. That's
not the best place at all. But Cherry, luckily, did not run into Ramadan that time around. Got passed by both Ahmad Jusmin as well as Rami Ramadan, and now Khairudin will be able to get around the outside. So, oh, hell, that was a very close call there for the Silver Stallions of GSR Esports.
Wow, I mean, fair play to her. She wanted to give position away, but she should have gone even further offline if she wanted to actually get by, let the field pass there. But luckily for her, no damage to the car, as opposed to have to Kamal Ali earlier. There's Cherry, and at least we know she's driving because she's showing how her camera view. But mercifully, no collision there.
Well, very nice Moza wheel there, I have to say. But nevertheless, very close call there for Cherry. Hopefully she's going to be a little bit more circumspect next time around, though. But let's see what else is going to be happening on the field. We've got a few more pitters right now. Azib Shabi Mokhtar in the pits, as well as Mama Fitri. So no one else from the front runners, unfortunately, here. Pratama, Iman, Will, Ferdy, and Ali are still running in that top 5.
Yeah, speaking of Will, here we are on board with the Angry Birds, number 23. Hobby Culture Racing Evo car, Will Hammond, and still stuck behind Iman Ryan, and it goes to show that in pace-wise, I think the Aston and the Porsche are about evenly matched here. In fact, we look at the previous best lap times. Yeah, 55.4 for Iman Ryan, 55.2 for Hammond.
Hammond's actually faster, but I think just like with earlier on between Pratama as well as Ryan, Iman Ryan's just that good at defense, is constantly holding up anyone who's trying to chase him behind. Unfortunately, Will Hammond hasn't been able to quite find the exploit he needs. Perhaps he's going to have to hand it off to his teammate later on, Zed McKenna, to hopefully be able to put this number 3 GP in its place, so to speak.
Yeah, but once again, it's that cork in the bottle moment that cost Hammond. And if it was still a battle for the lead, we would still have a 3-way fight. But because of the fact that Pratama got by Ryan sooner than expected, well, when I say sooner, because it took quite a few laps, but regardless of that, than what Hammond would have loved, he lost a bit of time, and again, Iman pushing it for what it's worth with that car, but I think he has to carry extra balance. The car is still quite sluggish here. As Ali Karudin's gone off!
Oh, what the heck happened there? He was chasing Ferdi Ramadan, and Sasara was also slow on track. Did the two of them come into contact?
Yes, they have. And I'm looking at the race control timing sheets. It looks as though Safsara is the cause of yet another accident. And that number and that number 256 car, Marian Safsara, was involved in a few incidents before, but not enough to warrant a race ban. Just got a few penalty points. It looks as though this might just earn a couple of more demerits. Yeah,
not nice. 69 Motorsport is going to have to do a little bit better than that, unfortunately. But yeah, very much ruined that attempt there from Ali Karudin, who has for the longest time been stuck behind Ferdi Ramadan. It was half a second early on. Now it's 10 whole seconds separates those two cars, and Ali Karudin is going to have a lot of work to do here in order to regain that gap.
And when we talk about Cherry Chu not having the bonnet open, well, it looks as though she might have gotten some residuals out of that, because her car is now scuffed. So that car has been through the wars earlier. Now it's damaged once again.
That orange car continually slows itself too much on track.
Whoa!
Oh, Rasaitong gets spun around just out of screen there. Sasara again, causing another incident on track.
And wait, can we see the front of the helicam? Yeah, it is really right on the racing line. And Safsara, yep, you know that Safsara feels at fault for that one because he stopped right in the middle of the racing path. And are they doing tango? They're not supposed to do that.
Not at all, but no, I don't think it was Sasara who was slowed down. It was a different car, different livery. But Sasara did end up behind us, Rapsaitong, and I think he was the one who pushed him and caused him to spin there. So it could be his fault, actually, that incident there. But Rapsaitong is back in the running here, still going to be in 30th place at this point. But yeah, very unfortunate for him.
And in fact, normally when we see the collisions API, it's normally the guys who actually are on the left that cause the collision. So both instances, Safsara was just the bystander there because Ali Karudin might have been the one that hit Safsara, and likewise Rapsaitong might have done the same thing. So remains to be seen whether or not the stewards penalty will be given in any of their ways, but without a doubt, the number 256 car is always involved in something.
It's so unfortunate. So, well, back in it again though, so let's see who else is among the top 10 or even the top 5 right now who will be making that first trip into the pits. Very likely it's going to come up to either Pratama or Iman Ryan at this point, but Iman still wants to try to keep himself ahead of Will Hammond as much as possible, extending the life of his stint as much as possible here. While Will Hammond, in the meantime, you know, he does seem to have the faster pace overall, but still has not found a way to be able to pass Iman Ryan for second place.
Nope. Not yet, at least. But it looks as though I think Hammond will try to bank on clear air once he gets past Iman. If Iman was to bid first, try to go for the overcut. Or if he tries to go for the undercut and maybe use, if it's Hammond still in the car, or McKenna takes over, to try and just get the pace out in clear air to overtake Iman Ryan. Whatever it is, clear air is important here because it looks clear that, I don't know how many times I say clear, but it looks as though because when he is out in the open with no car in sight, that number 23 Hobby Culture Racing Evo car is much faster than the Apex Racing Brunei car this current juncture.
I mean, clearly.
Oh, it might be an opportunity now.
Oh boy, yeah, indeed. There's a big hit onto the curbs there on the outside for Iman Ryan, and around the outside, Will Hammond will try to fight it, and he will fight it with every inch of track available to him. Gets ahead of Iman Ryan through the chicane, and he's now finally in second place.
Yep, and no celebration from Hammond because he knows the job's not done. He knows full well how he saw from earlier that Iman can be quite a dogged competitor to try and defend his position. But this time, however, I think he might have gotten it done.
Yeah, good exit there on the final corner, but then the Iman Ryan will still be going yo-yoing around inside the slipstream. Has a peek on the inside here into turn 1. Will not make the move here. Will Hammond will be able to seal the deal here going through turn 1. Finally, second overall here for the silver class leader.
Yo-yoing, super clipping, what's that? Utter nonsense. We got none of that here.
Don't worry, that nonsense is only going to come in May, so yeah. We got plenty of racing action to go before that point, and boy, this racing here certainly is pretty hot.
Yeah, it is actually good that we managed to get a battle out of that and the maneuver in the end. It's almost like in a football game where it's 0-0, but you get a goal out of nowhere. That's the sort of thing that creates excitement rather than meaningless overtakes that happen almost every other corner. Yes, we want to see overtakes, but if it happens too easily or because the other driver runs out of battery, whatever they do in F1 nowadays. It's
Yeah.
not racing, isn't it? It's just the sort of thing that makes people say, what's so special about that? It's
Right.
just every other race has a highlight of it, but there's no substance.
The bigger kind of like grievance I have about the whole situation really is just the poor like messaging that comes out from F1 themselves about why these overtakes even occur in the first place. Because I'm not sure if not a lot of people realize it's the reason why there's so much of this what we term artificial overtakes is because it's literally out of the control of the drivers. Like
Yes.
they don't really have any fine control over the deployment of the battery. That's
Yeah.
literally up to an algorithm. So.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually software oriented. So if anything, a software engineer is being paid well here to just program wherever the battery is more optimized as opposed to other places. Oh, Iman then. Speaking of optimization, that is not a very good
Optimized.
way to
Will
go
Hammond jumps into the pits now, and credit to him, this is the perfect time to do so after having made the pass on track. So now he can confidently hand it over to his teammate here and hopefully be able to retain that second place overall. And Imran Ryan, I mean, with the slides we've been seeing from him so far, I think his tires pretty much are having the worst of it right now. So he's going to be pretty much going to have to make that pass into the pits and had to make the pass into Jayad Ratnam around the inside there. Almost had to avoid contact there, and I think Iman looks more relieved than anything else. Maybe he'll get through that unscathed.
Yeah, Umanandan Jayaratnam, we know what happened to him before, well, rather his teammate, because Umanandan himself is not really, escaping from the fact that he has been involved in collisions of his own in previous races. So he has to be careful not to get any more of that. Otherwise, he might end up like his teammate Michael No, who is sidelined now for this race because he has a race ban. So him and his teammate Mitchell Young have to be careful here to avoid getting any more merits.
Yeah, I mean, probably just came out of the pit, so just another case of bad timing, but certainly could have been a lot worse there. Luckily, did avoid contact. So Will Hammond in the pits, Zhang Jit, as well as Aiden Tan also jumping into the pits at the same time. So already a lot of front runners are currently taking the scheduled pit stop. Still no pit stop in sight yet for Imran Ryan nor Moreno Pratama. Here's Zhang Jit now pulling into the pit box.
Yep, and as well as Aiden Tan you mentioned earlier. Now that's quite a stunning thing to consider, that these guys have went almost 1 hour and 80 minutes on these tires. So they are actually going for as minimal time in the pit lane as possible. So at least 2 stops, not the 3 stops that we're used to. So I think quite a few teams have picked up on what Alif Hamilton did last year with Tasby. They actually won a couple races by virtue of the fact that they stretched their stints. Yes, the lap times will suffer because of it, but it will pay off in the long run, as we see Aiden Tan in pit lane. And I think he might be changing over to his teammate Jet Lim pretty soon, because only him and Jet are signed up for this particular round.
Yep, so he's going to have to hand it off right now. And yeah, I mean, you could be on the money with that. You know, the strategy game probably is a lot more important here in Nurburgring as compared to Red Bull Ring. Simply because, you know, it's a longer track to run in, the lap time's a little bit longer, and the stints conversely become even longer. Look at Raul Chakraborty, a lot of cars to try to get through here. Will be able to get on the inside, but he's still chasing hard to Shamim here, who he's chasing for overall position at the moment, and looking pretty good on his part, trying to get a slipstream on this very fast-powered circuit coming out of Schumacher S's. Needs to be able to get a good exit out here to try to make an attempt. Didn't quite find the inside this time around, but certainly stays closer and closer to here, while Lim was not on the same phase here. Is actually holding off Shamim a little bit, and that's helping Chakraborty.
And talking about phases, because Raul has actually admitted it, but Ayman Shamim in front of him hasn't. So that's why he needs to get this move done, because it's costing him. Oh, Kian Lim nearly hit the side of Sharanya Mendes there. That would have been quite ugly, especially given the fact that it's actually one of the fastest ones again. And
oh no!
It has turned ugly because both of them have collided. But luckily though, Mendes gets him going in the right direction. So Sharanya Mendes did the right thing by just, getting him forward. So she, even though she was in the wrong in the collision, just mended it right. No pun intended there. No pun intended.
Just wiping the sweat off his brow there, after what could be a really ugly one there, but good counter steer actually.
Yeah.
Good drift there from Kian Lim.
Yep, and a good save then from Sharanya Mendes as well, mending the situation.
Mended indeed. So,
Yeah.
well, we'll see whether or not she'll be able to mend the position that she's in right now, currently running in 31st here.
And she,
Yeah.
And she actually lost the position to Savata Rehan. Rehan
Yeah, did.
actually took the opportunity to get past one of them. Now he wants to get both here in one go. Apologies to our camera director because we jumped around a few cars because... Sorry about that, because there's so much action going on. We cannot really just stay to one car, because otherwise the camera might be a problem. Now we had to stay for a bit because it's a bit of a battle brewing between Rehan and Kian Lim.
Yeah, Rehan managed to stay out of that trouble there, but the trouble that befell both Mendes as well as Lim has now brought him into play. Here he is on your screen, Sabata Rehan from Bigo Racing Division, also driving a Lexus here, trying to chase hard against this Aston Martin.
Yep, Kian then just jumped in, taking over from the controller shot. Psycho Kaiser, who did an incredible job, as we saw earlier, driving both the controller and keeping the car on the road when he actually was at the point of potentially losing it, but kept it going.
Kept it going indeed, and now it's going to be in the hands of Sabata to keep it going further here. So doesn't seem to have actually made much gains against Kian. I think Kian has recovered quite admirably from catching that slide and saving his track position. But now Rehan is the one trying to keep the pressure on him here. So well, I mean, one man's misfortune, or one boy's misfortune is probably another man's fortune here, as Rehan seems to be looking for a bold maneuver here. Couldn't quite make it happen in the last turn, but should be close enough to get a slipstream off of Kian Lim's car. So let's see if we can close that gap into turn one. Still a little bit far off though. Even try to dodge out the side there to get a clean air. Couldn't quite help him out at all. So coming into turn one, woo, you can see Mendes getting very, very late on the brakes there, almost running into the back of Rehan actually, as he attempts to negotiate his way through turn one. Now a bit of traffic is coming up ahead of Kian Lim. Could this help out Savata Rehan here?
Yeah, let's see then, because this is a battle. We now incidentally get the positions only for P17 in the AM class, but guess every position is possible because you never know, something might happen in front. In fact, they might have a bit of a window of opportunity because Adam Hakim has actually gotten a drive-through. So this might just elevate them up one position to just on the cusp of points here.
Although like Genevieve was taken over from Hakish Jiva is the next one. Divesh Jiva. She's now like 2.2 seconds still ahead of Kian Lim, so they still need to be able to catch up to her before they can have any hopes of snatching up that final point here. But Rehan still in a good position right now to try to keep Kian on his toes, so let's see if this will come to pass.
Yep. As meanwhile, speaking of Genevieve, here she is on our camera now.
Yeah, just literally passed this by.
Yeah. Just on bang on cue here. But I think if her teammate Adam Hakim were to get into the pits right now, that's a free position here, and back into the points goes the number 934 Papega Bing Chilinka, because they were running high up earlier when I think it was Divesh that took over. Yeah, Divesh was the one that drove earlier. Was it well up in the points, but after the pit stops it looks as though the car has faded a bit.
Yeah, faded quite a bit actually, but again, to be fair, just came out of the pits here, so could not be representative of their final lap time, and of course there's still the drive-through penalty there from Hakim, so we'll see how that will affect the final standings overall here, but nevertheless, still having to wait on Kian either to catch up, and he's already caught up like by 1 whole second as he comes around the main straight here. Well, in the meantime, I think Rehan is still actually was almost bumper to bumper just now. I'm seeing off screen there. Yeah, looking like he was almost bumper to bumper going through turn one. So Savata is still looking very racy there in this little battle.
Yep, indeed. And a bit of calm after what was a bit hectic post-pit stop cycle. And luckily for our camera producer, he does have to jump into any action now.
Yeah.
Too much action. Yeah. But it might just pick up much later. But for now, lead-wise, Iman Ryan is in the pits, so he has taken over from Moreno Pratama. Moreno was in the lead earlier, but now Moreno might retake the lead here, or rather Michael Vincent Velasquez, who's taken over from Moreno Pratama, will take the lead after this. Though, remains to be seen how close that gap is right now, because Zed McKenna might just actually come into play here. Remember, the number 23 car did overtake the 333 before the pit stops, and the 23 might be in second after this, but remains to be seen whether or not that undercut might pay off.
Well, the 33 is still inside the pits, while the number 21 is already coming around the final turn here. So I think it could, Michael should be able to get the lead back here from Eamon Ryan, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. I mean, again, did manage to make that pass during Moreno's own stint, so that it's foregone conclusion unless there was problems during pit stops that Michael Vincent Velasquez will be able to take the position back, and indeed he is back in the lead here as Eamon Ryan is just only pulled out of his pit box.
Wow, how on earth did he actually make up that much time? Because McKenna is only just past the first corner, so it looks as though the overcut may have actually worked out after all, as opposed to the undercut, which the number 23 crew were trying to do, but it didn't pay off. The pace, the extra pace in hand was gone, or rather maybe McKenna, out of the pits, was not able to get up to speed, as opposed to what happened earlier with Will Hammond, with Hammond having a very firm grip on that car.
Yeah, only 6 seconds between the two of them here, and Eamon Ryan, we'll see what his final time will be once we get over the control line. Here's Zed McKenna on your screens right now, sporting one of the Aston Martin Formula 1 team shirts just behind him. So he had a bit of a rough time last time around due to Raja like unnecessarily defending his track position so hard, even though he was literally 1 lap behind Zed McKenna at that time. But let's see whether or not Zed will be able to make up for that in this race itself. And it looks like they're in a very prime position here to take an overall podium.
Really? Was Raja actually going at it with McKenna again? Because if they still have some afters from what happened last time out, that's actually quite a surprise.
Yeah.
You might think that after a bit of a gap between the races, they would not still carry over grudges. But if it was, then I think that's just like bit of pettiness on behalf of one of the drivers.
We'll see.
Well, we'll see. But to lose more than 6 seconds from the pit lane, and in fact Lucas Keys has taken over from that number 333 car. That'll be interesting, isn't it? To battle between 2 Australians, Lucas Keys and Zed McKenna. But the thing is, the amount of time that Zed lost after he took over from Will Hammond might be attributed to the fact that he's still trying to get used to the tires, because it is very cold right now. We did see a bit of sunshine coming through the clouds, but it looks as though the track has gotten cold again, and it's probably the reason why the tires are probably not up to pressure. But for now, at least, McKenna has it all to do, and he is gaining on Lucas Keys. In fact, the gap was about 5.6 seconds the last time they went through the control line. Now it's about 5 seconds exactly. So Zed then shows that the pace is there, but maybe from the pit lane just needs to get time to warm those tires up.
I mean, if you're Lucas, yeah, definitely it's going to be the case. He just only came out the pit box here, so he's going to need a little bit of time to get those tires warmed up nicely. And again, you don't want to do it too quickly unless you end up regraining towards the end of your stint. So you have to play a very fine line here, but that 5 second buffer should be enough to allow Lucas Keys to at least get up to speed. But let's see whether or not Zed will be able to catch up to him by that point. In the meantime, I mean, to your point about the overcut being powerful, 12 seconds separates Lucas Keys and Michael Vincent Velasquez. So yeah, the overcut is so OP in this round.
Yes, no, actually more undercut, because Pratama and the gang actually pitted much earlier compared to the 333 and the number 23. So, in fact, just in between the both of them. In fact, if anything, the number 23 pitted way earlier, so they tried to do the undercut. That didn't work out. But the undercut for the number 21 car, because they were already a while ahead, paid off even big time, because they gained an additional 4 seconds, because it was about 8 seconds before they came to the pit. So Velasquez then, out of the box, was almost as if he was in the race earlier. He fit like a glove immediately and is well on it, whereas opposed to Lucas Keys, he's taking a while to get up to speed. We're looking at the previous lap times. In fact, it is well, we haven't seen the lap times just yet. 55.2 for Velasquez. We're waiting for Lucas to come across the line, because he's just on his first proper time lap out of the pits, and it is a 55.8, so about 6 tenths lower. McKenna, though, previous lap, a 54.9, 55 flat. So he's gaining even more than 8 tenths more this time, and you can see the gap on the tower on the left, 4.2 seconds as opposed to 5 seconds last time out. That is the state of play right now in terms of pace. McKenna is well and truly the fastest among the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, gaining 1 whole second per lap compared to Lucas at the moment, although now Lucas should be able to get himself up to speed here, so we'll see what the final kind of pace is going to look like here. I mean, he's certainly enjoying a little bit of chat, it seems like, just on his comms right now.
Yeah.
Certainly enjoying himself in this race here. I mean,
Yes.
it's a very fun track to drive here, especially in the car. It's wild to handle as like a Porsche. I mean, traditionally speaking, the Porsches tend to be quite wild, although I think the current modern iteration is a lot more tame in that regard.
Yeah, because the engines move a bit more inwards compared to it being literally on the tail. Otherwise, you have that sledgehammer effect where the car literally wants to just step out every now and then. But as our producer says so himself, because he has worked with Porsches before, so he knows a thing or two of how those things work, especially the Cup cars. But the thing is, yeah, it looks as though that the Porsche may not be well in tune with this track compared to, say, the Red Bull Ring, where when in Iman's hands and Amir Naim, were well and truly class and field. As we were talking about earlier, he was having a bit of a laugh with both, I think, Iman and it looks as though Amir Naim might have been actually joining him in comp.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Amir Naim is with him. So the team boss himself is overlooking on this, and the Apex team are looking really, really good this season to try and make this a year to remember for them. But for the time being, though, it looks as though in this particular juncture, it's not really going as planned because they're losing time to both Velasquez in front and McKenna behind. McKenna is now within 3 seconds, in fact, when we come across line. There we go, 13.5 seconds between Velasquez and Keys, 3.9 between McKenna and Keys.
Yeah,
so
not so much of a gain as we saw early on, but that's probably because Lucas has already got his tires nicely warmed up now, so should be able to put some representative lap times, although Zed McKenna's like 3 tenths or 2.5 tenths slower than the last time around his last lap. So yeah, I guess it's now starting to peter off a little bit the advantage he had in terms of tire warmth,
yes,
as it were. So now Lucas Keys can fully focus now on trying to make this stint for what it's worth.
But 54.6 is actually still quite fast from Velasquez. The fastest lap set by earlier from Miriam Ratana, 54.2. So he's on the ball immediately, and that's why the gap is increasing bit by bit at the front. Whereas for Lucas Keys, he's just still not able to crack into the 54s just yet, 55.4. Whereas McKenna that time around was 55.2, so only gained 2 tenths that time around. Still though, it's interesting to see how the gaps between all three of them ebbing and flowing. But certainly, it looks as though the number 21 car up in front, the LOR racing car, is really comfortable right now. Velasquez is in his groove.
Oh, certainly. I mean, I'm so impressed actually by the pace they've been able to extract out of the Ferrari here in this Nurburgring here. I mean, to be fair as well, like if you look across the top 15, 16 overall, there's a lot of Ferraris as he's around the outside of J.R. Ratnam. I mean, not really a passable position, but still an impressive pass actually.
Regardless of that, yes. But the thing is, knowing that car number 3 is the one that has been the source of many inquiries on the steward's behalf, that was playing with literally a live grenade, because you never know what's going to happen there if someone was to overstep them up, because Umanandan Jayaratnam is pretty close to getting a few more demerit points to getting a race ban himself, so he has to be extra careful. And likewise, he has his teammate Zed McKenna behind, so McKenna then will probably be in the ear of his fellow stablemate saying, look, we're fighting for the win here, but not just in class, but overall, can you just kindly move a bit to the side?
Yeah, so a bit of a wide exit there. Zed McKenna is actually catching much nicer this time around. Half a second he's actually gained onto Lucas Keys since the last lap, so it's looking good right now for Zed's climb up. So again, he did manage to make the pass. His teammate Will Hammond was able to make the pass on the number 333. Now he's going to have to do it against a different driver here in the form of Lucas Keys. And now he's already caught up here to his stable mates. So let's see if J.R. Ratnam will be able to stay out of the way, looking a little bit squirrely through that last corner, taking a little bit too much curve, I'm afraid. But Zed McKenna finds a gap and makes the pass.
Meanwhile, there's a bit of yellow flags, and it's car 250. I think that's a Xena car. It's V3, and he's stopped. He's actually stopped on the side of the track. Now, we're not sure if that might be a hardware issue, just like what happened with Zulfikar Wajdi, or this could be genuine connection problems. But I think the car stopped because of probably hardware problems.
Yeah, very likely. I mean, again, we're talking about a virtual virtual race here, so technical issues could involve like difficulty with your hardware connections, etc., etc. No idea what exactly has stricken the number 250, but it remains stricken right out there, just outside of turn 2.
Yep.
As Taufik Moin right now catching up to Sultan. Well, looks like he will be able to get a bit of a draft now, coming to turn 3 and 4, looking like he's taking a little bit of a peek past the curtain. Couldn't quite slip his way right through there. Tries to get a good exit here, but Sultan is also still quite fast though. So 2 Ferraris now battling it out for 13th overall. And
mind you, Tamjid actually has started the race before, so he is in tune with the pace. But it looks as though he's not able to stave off the advances of Taufik Moyen. And Taufik likewise will not want to be tripping over a driver in the AM class, because that would just hurt his propositions of getting further up in the pro field. He's still P5 at this current juncture, but still stuck behind here. No, P4 in fact in the pro class. Still stuck here behind Tamjid Sultan, who's doing a stellar job in the ABG Motorsport car right now. But Taufik will probably not be thinking about it. He just wants to get a car out of his way.
Yeah,
Oh,
Sultan
in fact, there.
finally lets him pass there, so it literally puts the indicator up to show Moyen this is the direction you should try to pass me in. And Taufik says, "Thank you very much."
That's actually very considered driving from Sultan. In fact, because of that, he didn't lose that much time at all. So he can still challenge Nafal Afif in front of him for I think about P5 in the AM class. So that's always a good thing. And it's quite a comforting fact knowing that he has a fast pro driver to lead the way here. So Taufik then will be showing him the ropes here of getting a bit more time out of it.
Yeah. So not only lending him like the slipstream, but also the racing line, as it were, as he's coming up against Pana right about now. Any other battles going on? Looks like Dewan is getting to a bit of a grab right now.
And he has overtaken. In fact, I thought that it was actually still on, but in fact, Kian Lim has been overtaken.
Wow, okay, so crisis averted, at least for him at this point. So no other big fights, although I see Ranayake catching up to, I think that's Ahmad Jusmin, is it? Just for track position, really, not really for class position, but could be a close battle between the two.
Yep, and Ranayake as well for the number 81 CMSC sports car. Still going on strong in the top 20 as we have Pradat Pipapong, who's actually faced completely the wrong way, and we need to go into the bonnet view to see how dangerous and precarious his position is. He has to wait for at least one more car to come by, the number 37 Grave Digger car, and he done so. So great bit of driving there, and kept the engine alive because you never know whether you can stall it right there. But Pradat Pipapong, he's done a great job there, and crisis averted.
Crisis averted indeed. So, I mean, good bit of driving only after having made a mistake, it looks like, unless he got hit by someone. Let's see, go ahead and check on the race control.
Well, the last collision that happened was between himself and the number 77 of Itifan Rahman, but
that's a long way, long way
yeah.
ago, so I don't think that might have been affected. Could
No.
be just a spin on his own there,
Yes.
so very unfortunate, but at least didn't turn the mistake into tragedy.
Indeed. Arshah Ishraq Rahman, in fact, was the one that collided with him a long time ago, but there is Tanah Pradat Pipapong in our screens. Looks as though a bit coy about that one. He just probably thinks, yeah, small mistake, let's carry on.
Yeah, just keep calm, carry on, and keep your head down.
Right. So, any
other big battles? I mean, I see Daniel getting close to Ananda. Or rather, I think Anandan actually passed him for position there. I mean, it was quite like, I mean, again, he had to start from the pit lane, so he's still trying to make that climb as much as possible. Actually has done quite a bang-up job in that regard, so he's already gotten past Daniel here.
And Daniel, in fact, has Michael Vincent Velasquez, our overall race leader behind. So, will he play the good soldier role? Because there is an Indonesian in that car, you know, Moreno Pratama.
Yeah,
even
but
though it's a Singaporean team.
But different teams. So.
Yes. So he doesn't want to probably jeopardize anything. But it looks as though he's happy to carry on with his own merry ways, not minding the fact that the race leader's right behind him.
Yeah. I mean, again, like, you know, it's within his rights to stay on that racing line. It's still going to be up to Michael to figure out how to get past. Although Daniel could certainly make things a lot easier, but definitely not making it too easy there for Michael, who literally had to come up almost bumper to bumper there. And should be able to find a way to slip past if he can get a good exit, but that Lexus also has good acceleration. Unfortunately, not good enough here as Vincent Velasquez does finally get past after a couple of flashes. And now he's going to be chasing up to Anandan.
Indeed. Right. So, nothing much in the way of big battles apart from a couple of small ones. In fact, we got, this is the one I was actually trying to aim for. This is Muhammad Fadil trying to get by Genevieve Oy. And Genevieve, she's actually putting up quite a good fight here. And remember, between Papega and Velocity Pantera, they've had a bit of history, especially in the previous Global Edition between the two teams.
Yep.
So this might be personal.
Ooh.
And in fact, it's getting very personal. Elbows out.
Very much elbows out here. Genevieve, we put the tab, gets a slide, though unfortunately it's Fadil continues to sail on into the distance. Here we have Sharanya Mendez. Oh, she actually gets a spin onto Fadil as well. Fadil spun around. Genevieve, I think she's going to try to recover at the time. Will she be able to catch up to him? Well, Sharanya, it's just continuing on. So Genevieve does indeed actually gets ahead of Fadil, so...
No, Fadil's still going.
Fadil's still going, okay.
Yeah.
Fadil's still going. Genevieve, she's still actually 2 positions behind.
Did I say that it got a bit personal? That really was elbows out. But I think between the both of them, there's nothing between Fadil and Genevieve. But I think Genevieve probably was trying to defend a position, just got a bit too elbows out and got into a spin, whereas Fadil escaped that one, only to get spun around by Sharanya Mendes. And I think that's both penalties given to both of the ladies.
Yeah, could be. Well, I mean, definitely going to be for Sharanya, unfortunately. I mean, seeing from the camera there, like, was not sufficiently alongside Fadil to be able to make that move. If the car, unfortunately, seemed to have spun around, just only about recovered there, so it's able to get that, get it underway to remove that yellow flag in that section. So we'll see how the race is going to turn out for them. In the meantime, Yap Chen, unfortunately, not able to capitalize on Fadil's little excursion around the track just now. So she still remains further down from him.
Yep.
And Kian Lim also got past Genevieve.
Yep, and that's the one that actually is the beneficiary of the lot.
Yeah.
As opposed to what happened between the three of them earlier in that particular instance. Only Sharanya managed to get a position away from Fadil. Genevieve was the biggest loser of the lot. She lost 3 positions.
Yeah.
4, actually. In fact, in between, because Adam Hakim...
Oh, yeah, so he got past, yeah.
And Sombat Dewan.
So, yeah, wow. Just a whole chain of events.
Whoa!
Ay-yow! What the heck was happening there?
Qi Xiang, what on earth was he doing? He was from a long way back. He didn't really have to do that, but he just tried to overtake and it's not even for position. Slammed into the side move.
And another save from Kian Lim, actually. My goodness. He's probably feeling like, why does all the worst kind of things happen to me on that corner?
And the fact that it feels like as if he's a bit of a battle magnet, because some of the wrong people that he doesn't want to be battling with are actually colliding him. And for good measure, I think he forgot that the wipers are on.
Yeah.
Okay, you know the reason why? He drives on this view. He doesn't.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
I wouldn't know.
He has the Harishami syndrome, where he drives on the bumper view, doesn't see that the wipers are moving.
It's okay. It's not like virtual rubber is going to get rubbed off there onto the windshield. And again, like, well, no, there's no risk of rain, at least for now.
Yeah.
Still very much cloudy on the track, still very cold out there, but Kian Lim just still going to leave his wiper completely wiping away at nothing.
Yes, and luckily though it doesn't damage the windscreen like in real life.
Yeah.
But, you know, case in point that you were talking about the rain, I did look at the weather map earlier. Nothing in the way of it, so
Yeah.
I thought that, oh, maybe the windshield wipers are on automatically, that's why, because rain's coming, but no, he just probably turned on manually and didn't realize it. But anyhow, that's the debutant in the Endurance Edition. Oh, Kian!
Oh, no, Kian! Oh,
wait.
Okay. Okay, Genevieve will be able to pass him, so she does regain a place as Chia goes into the pits. And oh, watch out! I think Kian might be losing another position. Or is that?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Qi Xiang managed to get himself ahead.
No.
Oh no, sorry. Qi Xiang is not in the same phase, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know where on earth is the number 22 car in that time. Probably way ahead, probably way behind. No, in fact, way behind. So
Way behind. So they're all completely different phase here. But well, he did save it once. He saved it twice. Couldn't quite save it that third time there. Rather, literally an unforced error on his end because there was no contact between him and another car in that instance.
Yep. We were just focusing on it because, for the heck of it, because there's no battles. Plus the fact that he has that oddity of being the only one having his windshield wipers actively on. That's quite a weird thing to have. But anyway, now we go from one Velocity Pantera Pepega battle to another, but with one different driver and one the same from earlier. This is Muhammad Fadil looking over behind from Adam Hakim, and that is flashing his lights quite hard there. Really wants to get by him.
Yeah, I mean, Adam Hakim still has a 10-second penalty hanging over his head, but conversely, like he is racing for position. Another car on the outside there. Who is that? 5, 6, 7. It's going to be stranded out there, forcing a yellow flag, but Fadil is going to be able to get past now, trying to get around the outside of Hakim and around his corner. Can he make it stick, though? Lot of speed, though. Yeah, he does actually make it stick. Gets the McLaren ahead of the BMW.
Lovely bit of driving, and that's how you do it around the outside, as opposed to just, you know, going door to door and not really getting anything out of it. Clear, clean move, and that car that we saw just now, Savata Reha.
What happened, Savata?
And that's the same Savata that we saw pull off the moves earlier, and I think he might have actually done it on his own. It might be a wheel failure. It might have been a hardware failure because he just went straight off.
Yeah, straight off, and massive damage to the front. Had to teleport back into the pits, and Oh boy, looking like not too pleased about that, and certainly Vintage Rights to do so is running quite well early on, but now it's going to be faced with the proposition having to finish this race outside of the points. Very unfortunate for him. Fadil, in the meantime, he's already gotten past Anna Hakim. He's got a lot of cards in front of him to deal with right now. Who's that? Who is exactly in front of him? It's one of the CMSC cars. It's Mendes, I think, who's just ahead of him.
Shiranya Mendes, yes, involved in the
And
early
I think that one around the outside, Fadil will be able to get past as well. That's going to be for position. And Fadil just needs to close the door in the next turn.
Oh!
Gets into contact with Day One.
And that, actually, he just came out of the pits, you know, some bit Day One. So that's extra bit of damage for the ATXR car that he did not need. All the while then, Hakim was actually the big beneficiary of that. He takes the position away from Fadil. I thought Fadil spun it, but he managed to save that.
Yeah, I mean, but again, very hard to tell from that onboard just now, but it looked like he did turn into Daewon's path there, but Daewon was really trying to defend his line quite hard, in all fairness though. So Anna Hakim now, having gotten past that, now trying to pass this whole gaggle of cars in front. As Mendes in front of him there, that he's going to need to pass for position. Gets a lot of exit speed coming out of the Schumacher corner and will be able to get out. And watch out for Jared Ratnam around the outside. Jared Ratnam not really doing any favors for Mendes there. Who had to do a bit of evasive action, allowing Hakim to continue to pull ahead.
And that is a lovely bit of driving from the Hubba Bubba Papega car. That was good bit of racecraft. Something that he really needs right now, because that 296 car is due for some really good, for a good finishing position.
Yeah. I wonder how far away is Bavaria compared to where the Nurburgring is.
From the Eiffel Mountains, we're almost close to the Belgian border, mainly because Spa-Francorchamps is only 100 kilometers east side to where we are in Germany. So
not exactly home ground. It's just what my point is for the BMW.
Yeah. Well, not exactly home ground for Stuttgart either.
Yeah, I know, right?
Where Porsche is. So let's just say that they're all home brands.
Home brands, indeed.
Unless we want to split up where East and West Germany were, but we are not playing that game. We're not playing that game.
I mean, funny enough, I was just like relearning again like the history of the Berlin Wall. So
yeah, we are not going to that. That is a different kettle of fish that will take us into some historical territory. Anyway, right, we have a bit of a battle, in fact, or rather a conclusion to the battle, because I think Taufik might have
Taufik has already gotten past him. So Naufal Afif unfortunately loses a place, and Taufik moves up to 12. There's Naufal on your squeeze here. Just having to concede that position there, unfortunately for him, it looks like. So 0.8 of a second now separates both him and Taufik Moin.
But at least for him, he can console the fact that if Taufik were to be in front of him and catch Lam Luang, which is Satikun Lam Luang in the 787 I-10 car, he will be able to get up to the podium positions, because Wilson Woon, race leader over in this particular at this current juncture, is well and truly ahead of Jet Lim in the 388 Culture car, whereas Lam Luang is only about 4 seconds even ahead of Naufal Afif. So he's still on for a podium position here.
Yep, still very much on for that. So Naufal, I mean, not going to be helped by the fact that he got passed by Moyen, so he's got one car between him and Lam Luang. So that's another thing that he needs to face if he wants to try to battle it out for that podium spot, at least in the AM class. Jet Lim, in the meantime, 10th overall, second place in the AM class. Currently being trying to chase actually. Oh boy!
Oh no!
Oh whoa! Oh my goodness! Having to do that while you have your bird literally hanging on your glasses there.
Well, that is actually not a real parakeet.
No, it is a real parakeet.
No, I don't think so.
It is. Look at it! It blinked.
Oh wait, is that?
It's a real bird.
Is that a real parakeet on his head?
Yes.
I mean, it's no wonder that he got distracted while driving, because that parakeet probably was not where he's supposed to be. But actually, surprisingly, he managed to keep out of the control. And we did alley-oop up earlier whether or not this might be a battle for the podium places in the AM class. Well, that opened up a different can of worms, doesn't it? Well, regardless of whether parakeet distracted him, the Cherry Chew was an even bigger distraction, because she somehow phased through earlier Ian Wong.
Yeah, well, he's definitely going to be hoping for some help from his feathery friend there right now, as he's trying to keep up with Taufik Moyen at this juncture. But, man, that was a very close call indeed here for Jet Lim.
Yep, and we can look at the wing camera now. There is that battle for third place between Jet Lim and Naufal Afif. Well, we did not expect that to come sooner, but here we are. This is a battle for the podium positions in the AM class, and how it happened was just, serendipitous for Naufal Afif.
It's funny, I think the bird is actually trying to fall asleep on his glasses there. I mean, tucked in a very weird but comfy looking position, all things considered.
I don't know if that's even a real parakeet, because that shape, the natural shape of the head is not real.
No, it's like it's got his head like rested on its shoulder technically, on his back.
Well, we know owls can turn 360, but I didn't know parakeets can do that.
Yeah. It's a funny thing to catch that while he got in the middle of a tangle there, and a tangle he is going with Taufik Moin right now, but he really wants to try to keep himself ahead of Naufal Afif through all that, but Moin is not making it any easier for him. He's shaking his head in disbelief right now. The situation is in.
That is alive.
I told you he is alive. It's a live bird.
I don't know how we can drive that, but running outside goes
outside. Oh, barely.
And all the while then, Wilson Woon's in the pit lane. So it is all kicking off, and Lam Luang can actually take the lead of the AM class.
Yeah, the lead for now, but then right now the battle for second place is underway. Naufal now going around the outside there, but Jet will be able to block him off. Naufal just flashing in anger right now, probably, while he failed to find a way to try to pass him in that first turn. Oh, someone spun around just ahead of the two of them. Gets out of the way just in the nick of time, though. So Jet Lim continues to stay ahead of Naufal Afif. Now Naufal will be able to get past. Will he be able to get past that one there? Yep, he will.
And the bird's awake.
The bird's awake. Yeah, shaken awake right now, no doubt, because the heat of battle is definitely raging on.
I would not imagine if the bird suddenly takes a number 2 on him. I can't imagine that, because you might think it's white paint, but that is not white paint. But yeah, cute little parakeet, and you can see there's the cage right behind, so it is.
Yep, it is a real bird.
It is a proof that it's a live bird. But I don't know why you wouldn't want you want a bird to be on you, but if you suddenly have a bird brain moment, that's not what you want to have.
Well, he's gonna have to find a brainy way to get past Genevieve here, who is not on the same phase of it as him, mind you. He splashes his way. Does a slip onto the inside there. Genevieve also, she's actually blocking off Naufal, so this may be a little bit of a lifeline here for Jet Lim in his attempt to stay on the third place. Genevieve not really giving any quarter at all to Naufal Afif in the last corner there. A bit of a ride of the curb there for Jet Lim, and looks like his little birdie is just providing the moral support that he really needs at this point.
And it looks as though the moral support is paying off, because he's managing to pull away, but then Jet Lim might have to look at his mirrors again, because Afif has cleared Genevieve. And right now, he might be able to benefit from team game, because here's Umanandan Jayaratnam, and Umanandan may be able to help out a bit. Now, hopefully he has to be very subtle about it.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to... not very subtle at all.
If anything, he bogged his own teammate, and that allows Naufal to come back in. Well, so much for team play.
So much for that. Naufal now, not a shake of the head, and to realize that Naufal is back on his heels once more. Fails to get the slipstream effect coming out the exit in the final corner there, but Jet Lim certainly wished there was more of a buffer between him and Naufal at this point. Very hot battle here, and mind you, this is for second place right now, because our previous leader is already in the pits. So right now, Jet Lim hanging on for dear life as this bird hangs onto his glasses.
Well, we can do a lot of bird jokes on that, but we will not be going into anywhere deeper than that one. But wow, what a turnout for events, isn't it? Can you imagine that one moment where he tried to avoid a back marker, ended up producing a battle at this current juncture, heading into the halfway point of the race?
Naufal Afif, like, sensing an opportunity, still is within 0.4 of a second of Jet Lim, trying to get the slipstream off of his spoiler right now. You can see from his spoiler view here how much Naufal is actually closing in the braking zones here. So Jet Lim in a very, very precarious position here, just as precarious as the perch that his bird is on.
Yeah, the bird is the word, isn't it? Oh, he gets...
big hit!
Yeah, he gets the curb again, and he did it a couple laps ago. Now, Afif may actually be bullish about his chances going on the outside. He does so, side by side. Naufal gets it done.
Nicely done there for Naufal, but tragedy here for Jet Lim, having to hang on for dear life. He's still shaking his head there, realizing that he's just got God. Naufal Afif probably is feeling very happy about that move.
And again, the genesis for that move happened a couple laps earlier when at this very corner that Umananda Jayaratnam, who's supposed to be helping his teammate, ended up bugging him a bit, and that allowed Naufal to just carefully build it up and then gets it at the right time. So again, you might think that team play might have helped out. Well, there's no love between the teammates right there.
Well, so Jetlim's gonna have to do it the hard way now if he wants to be able to regain that the current provisional second place here. Lam Long in the meantime has been pretty much unabated at all in his own little race right now. 2 whole seconds ahead of Taufik Moin's, that's 6 seconds ahead of Naufal Afif at this point, so he's not really too bothered at all. It's a very hot battle happening on the podium just behind him. Naufal Afif in the meantime hasn't quite pulled away from Jet Lim at this point, so maybe if Jet is able to regain some composure and regain some of that pace, perhaps can try to challenge Naufal again, but certainly will be not too pleased that his own teammate here has unfortunately affected his ability to keep that second position.
Yeah, but they can console the fact that I don't know why Wilson Moon ended up pitting earlier, or has he given it back to his teammate? In fact, what's the number 18? Jaden Liao, yeah. Jaden, 24th, so maybe we'll wait until the pit stop cycles shuffle itself out, but that is pretty soon to pull the trigger.
Quite indeed. I mean, again, we're just at the cusp of getting into our midway point of this race, so not sure. Maybe it could be strategic one just because of like driving time. I'm not too sure. I mean, we haven't quite kept track of what his stint was like early on here, but nevertheless, he did pit, and that's opened the door now for Lam Long now to inherit the lead of the M class.
And case in point, no, I kept track of the number 18 car, and he actually had a very long first stint. If it was Jaden Liao, Jaden actually went about all the way 1 hour 18. So for suddenly to have Wilson only drive under an hour, I think that might have been a strategic ploy, because they might want Wilson to take over all the way to the end, whereas Jaden can run out his stint at this point. But really, that kind of throws everything out of balance.
Yeah, it just feels
feels
like a very last minute or a very snap position, actually.
It was, and in fact, that if anything, you wanted Wilson to just drive a longer stint in that second phase so that they could minimize the pit stops and just time the stints quite well. But maybe the LOR Ascent guys have something up in their sleeve that's different. Who knows? But the thing is, the big beneficiary right now, Team Aitan, have had their driver in the seat quite long as well. In fact, 39 minutes to the good here, when Tanake Jungjit was in the seat as well for about 1 hour and 10.
Oh, well, whatever the case, this could be delivering an unexpected victory here for Team Aitan. If they can successfully hold this lead here, with Naufal Afif actually starting to close the gap a little bit, although I think there's more of Moyen actually gaining onto Lam Long at this point now. He's only about just over a second, or actually now just under a second behind Lam Long at this point, so looking like he's going to try to make a pass probably in the next preceding laps.
Yep, but of course it is a change in the overall stakes, but not in the class position, so Taufik, even if he overtakes him quite swiftly, wouldn't make a difference for the battle for the AM class victory. So Naufal Afif might be hoping that Lam Long may not be driving according to the playbook, shall we say, and just start battling with Taufik for no apparent reason apart from just protecting his position. So that will probably be Naufal's hope of trying to catch up to the lead in the AM class at this point.
Well, I think the thing is going to be working for Lam Long's favor here is that he's got quite a bit of clear track ahead of him. Although I think like as laps goes on here, it's going to be catching up pretty soon to the 403, and there's a big bit of a gaggle of cars to go there. So hopefully that clear air is going to be able to help him to stay ahead of Moyen for now. But Moyen is gaining. He gained another 1/10 of a second as we were speaking earlier on, so he is certainly on the pace. So what's up with Michael Vincent Velasquez? He's still in the lead of the race, ladies and gentlemen, as we are approaching this halfway point of the race. Lucas Keys is still in second. Zed McKenna has been trying to chase him, but seems like that pace has petered out a little bit. Still remains within 6 seconds of our second overall and the second as well in the pro class. We're going to be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but don't go away because we'll be right back to bring you guys the second half of this round 3 of the Endurance Edition 2026. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
Right back into it. We've already passed the halfway point, and Moyen still has not gone away past Lam Yong, but he's getting tantalizingly close to it. 0.3 of a second, or rather 0.4 of a second, separates him and Lam Long. Not really racing for the class position, as Taufik is in the pro class, while Lam Yong is the leader in the AM class, but certainly Taufik will be looking forward to trying to make this pass happen here. So it looks like Lam Long is already caught up now to the traffic that I alluded on to before. Blue flag's already out as Mendes gets out of the way for one car. Doesn't quite get out of the way enough there for Taufik Moyen, but he does make the pass anyway. That's actually cost him, I think, a little bit of time.
Couple of tenths, yeah. It was about 0.3 of a second when he crossed the line last time. He lost 5 tenths, but credit to where it's due, Sharanya Mendes didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
Because if she went any further than the limit of adhesion, she might have actually gone off the track and caused even further mayhem. So, good bit of driving then for Sharanya Mendes. Carter's instinct, try to actually just give a bit of space. Even though by our admission, we know that Carter would love to actually go wheel to wheel at every way possible, but she actually just had composed and measured way of doing it.
She's actually trying to fight back against Taufik Moyen. Outbreaks him going into the corner there, but outbreaks herself though, getting off of the track, and Taufik takes the position back.
And I was about to say, because Taufik made a mistake. He actually went onto the gravel trap, lost momentum, and that's why Sharanya Mendes managed to get back at him. But again, luckily though, did not cause any more harm than that.
Yeah, but Taufik, all of that, lost a lot more time to Lam Yong, so what was 3/10 early on, Gerard. Oh, watch out! Okay, just barely found a gap between the cars there to be able to get out of the way.
And when I was walking by the stewards area just now, they were reviewing quite a few incidents that involved this very car. So let's just see whether or not demerit points will be given again. Penalty points, of course. That might give Umananda Jayaratnam a race ban, whereas it will bring Michael Ngo back in. So yeah, they just need to stay clear of trouble. Seriously, they just need to get a clean race, because otherwise it will just cause more harm than good.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, what's Mendes going to be up to right now? She actually looking like she's getting very close. Wait, this is Adian Shah. She got past here by Adian Shah, doing all of that tussle just now. So Adian Shah actually managed to gain a position now, moving up to 26th overall.
And I was confused, like, why is Adian Shah in the car when we were looking at the numbered 7311 car, Naufal Afif. Naufal is the one that's catching after the rest of the AM holding position.
He's just right behind Mendes, it looks like.
And still hasn't gotten past yet, so quite some trouble here. And this is Tristan Deansha. And I like the thing about this shirt that these guys always wear.
Yeah.
You can tell that it's a bit of a play on the Tommy Hilfiger logo.
It was, yeah.
But in fact, it's actually based on the Entropy Motorsport name. So quite a nice touch that they have their own line of merch.
Yeah, very nice reference there. I mean, Tommy Hilfiger famously worn I think clothing sponsor for Lewis Hamilton, isn't it?
Yes. Still is to say this then, but I'm not sure because, I mean, wouldn't want to keep out what drivers do off track and their endorsements. Rather watch the focus on the performance on track. So leave it up to fashion journalists to do that one.
Well, Adian Shah, in the meantime, is going to continue to bring the high fashion all the way up
Oh!
into place. Oh, what happened to Kian here?
And I think you can see the answer there, the number 767 of Chai Wongsa. So this is actually a battle for position, but they both have come a cropper at the last corner. And looking at the race control, yeah, I'm not surprised. It was the 253 that initiated contact. So that was Kian that caused the accident.
a contract to cause contact.
I mean, that will be to fix a race, now wouldn't it?
I know, right? Well, Kian, certainly has quite a few chaotic moments in this race here, and this is just another one to add to the list at the moment. Though it seems like it's more of his fault here rather than Chai Wongsa, so at least as according to what the game system has said, there's a Sapol shit in the inset right now. He's trying to negotiate his way past Ahmed here. Will be able to stay ahead, though. The BMW doesn't seem to be too pleased about that.
And the fact that he has a second set of camera, two sets of cameras here, one for us to view him right now, and the other one for him to, I presume, do his own bit of live streaming for his audience in wherever he's streaming. So, nice touch to show that he is active there, like a T-cam.
It's I mean, it's also going to be beneficial for like post-race review. You can actually see, how you're racing during the point in time. So, it's a good little bit to think, little bit to have. I mean, it's also the reason why in real races you often have onboards recorded by the team so that they can analyze your driving during your stint.
Yep. And nice to see you as well, right? Two sets of cameras, one for us to see and one for his own particular thing. So let's hope that more and more drivers will come up with their own cameras, because we don't really see some of them. That's why we don't see the onboards when we view them. As the complete opposite to what I was saying earlier, this is Henry Crooks, and normally he'll have a camera because Apex Racing Brunei have an entire dedicated center to do it. They just moved to a new location just a couple of months ago, but it looks as though everyone's settled right in because they're all wearing team shirts, the maroon colors as opposed to just red, and everyone's racing together, so it's easy to coordinate.
And Crooks is right now racing Zohaib Hussein quite hard at this point. I mean, Zohaib, a different class, mind you, but Henry Crooks, I don't think cares too much about that. As far as he's concerned, it's just another car on the track here, so he's really trying to put the pressure up here to hopefully find a way past. Only half a second behind Zohaib as we come around the final chicane. Gotta be mindful of that inside curve there. Zohaib, dives in the pits there, so stays out of the way of Henry Crooks.
And the fact that Zohaib has actually gotten up to the end of his stint, so he's right now in 6 minutes in. That's why Henry has gotten by, but Henry is on a different phase. He pitted about 16 minutes later than Zohaib, so that's why he can still carry on his merry ways. Meanwhile, trouble for Fahad Ghafoor earlier. We did see yellow flag car number 93. Well, the server master for ERGP has taken over the car from Rahul Chakraborty, and unfortunately, the first order of business he has done, just 2.5 minutes into the stints, was to unfortunately drop it at the final corner.
Yeah, and dropped, looks like quite a few positions as well. It's ended up behind Nafa Afif by 4 whole seconds, and right now is having to get past, I think it's Jet Lim, isn't it? That's just ahead of him there. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Jet Lim with the parakeet. So he's the one that actually is the beneficiary, but again, no such position changes in the class structures, but overall, yes. Class structures for Jet, he's still third regardless of wherever he is right now. But for Fahad, he's dropped to 4th in Pro. And there is Fahad right now.
Yep. Probably going to be thinking more about how to find his way to get back up into position again, but definitely not a good feeling though to have dropped to positions coming right out your pits. By this much, you do naturally lose positions, but you don't want to lose any more than you need to here. And unfortunately, that's put him outside, or rather his team right now, outside of the podium position for the pro class. Mustafi Moyen moves up a place, and wow, I mean, considering the journey that Moyen himself has been through, probably happy enough to just take that.
Indeed. And for Fahad, I think, again, he's just having to compose himself again. We know for a fact that he's got an absolute rap sheet of results in terms of getting the job done. He has been sim racing for almost eons now. He can really do it, but I think juggling a few things outside, including the fact that he's running a shelter for cats nowadays. In fact, by his admissions, I asked him before how many cats he had. 20 at one point.
Dang, that's a
And
lot of cats.
He adopts a lot of them, and mostly strays that were just coming to his place and feeds them. But now he's opened up a shelter, so yeah, let's see how that one plays out, because apparently now that shelter has 50 cats plus his own obvious contributions. But don't tell that to Jet Li, because some of those cats might be eager to eat a parakeet.
Now they're trained enough, and hopefully Fahad will be able to train them not to eat what we discussed just during the break just now, the mascot animal, as it were, for sim racing in general.
Yeah, because it's such a, good little bird, staying there without making too much of a fuss. Oh wait.
Well, I mean, knowing some birds tend to be a lot louder than others. Ooh, what's this little scrap going on here? Mukunan going up against Ong, but they're not in the same phase though.
They are.
Oh, actually they are, yeah.
14 seconds last time out. Danver Mukunan once again having troubles, because he stopped on the very part where Victory YHD was stopped earlier. And remember, last time at the Red Bull Ring, they were running in the top 5 in the AM class before they actually crashed off at turn 4 because Danville's wheel actually disconnected. It might have happened again.
Mukunan does get the position back though, so stays ahead of Ong going through turn 1 and into turn 2. So bit of a scrap going on between these two drivers.
Yeah, but once again, Danville may have had some hardware problems that caused him to stop on track. It's a shame actually, because this car, with the pace they had in the first 2 rounds, could have easily been high up, better than 20 if they are in the point standings right now. But luck and a bit of misfortune just really luck deserted them. Misfortune came to play.
Yep, so hopefully we'll be able to climb back up into the rankings here, but for now at least he's already dispatched Dennis Ong and will be continuing on his merry way. In the meantime, Shaukat is taken over here from Ethan Lowe. It's coming around the final chicane right about now. It's only about, what, 6/10, 7/10 of a second, and well, definitely driving the wrong side up, but that's just because of camera orientation here.
Is he did that, or he's on Artemis too?
I think it's already landed. Artemis is already landed. Yeah, unfortunately.
Probably this is just residual footage from wherever they are. But
he's racing from the past.
Yes, but
and back to the future.
Indeed. And luckily for him, at least where he is living right now, the toilets are working, as opposed to what happened on Artemis. NASA don't normally get too many gaffes, but having no toilet in space for almost a week is nice.
Of all the problems to have, with a space launch, I think a toilet is probably like best case scenario if you were to have a gaff.
Oh yes, but the thing is, can you imagine, like on Artemis 2, they're actually using the same trajectory as Apollo 13. That was not what I was anticipating as a very nice thing to have, because Apollo 13, yeah, we know what happened to that one.
I mean, it was the same kind of mission, wasn't it? It was only like a flyby of the moon, and Apollo 13 had its own like technical issues, definitely worse than the broken toilet, that's for sure.
Yep.
But I mean, it's pretty cool. Like, really looking forward to the future landing that's planned right now for Artemis 2, and it's great to see that we're finally going to be able to put to rest the fact that yes, we can still go to the moon.
Well, Dumb and Dumber moment, isn't it? We landed on the moon. Well, yes. And we can prove those moon doubters wrong. On top of flat earthers wrong. Yeah, shut up, flat earthers, if you're watching. you can go to heck now. Yeah.
So, whilst Raja Amiru Shaukat still remains in the launch seat, flashing his way though, trying to get his way past. Jet Lim in the meantime, trying to put some moves into Fahad Ghafoor, who's actually blocked by Chairong Sa on the inside. Ghafoor is going to try to go around the outside of the Thai driver, and it successfully tries to get his position back from Jet Lim, and just barely does so, while Michael Vincent Velasquez, just behind the two of them, is also trying to lap all of these cars who are currently battling for position. Chai Wong gets out of the way, and Michael Vincent Velasquez now splits both Jet Lim as well as Fahad Ghafoor.
And all the while, the parakeet's still on him.
Yeah, still there.
Good little burb. Good burb stays
Good burb
on.
Indeed. Whee!
But Velasquez probably would have had the shock of his life seeing 3 different sequences going on there. He's the race leader, fighting against 2 drivers who are battling for overall position, and 1 guy who's just generally being lapped.
Yeah, so. quite a mess to get himself into, but Michael doesn't seem to be too stressed right now, getting a good slipstream off of Fahad Ghafoor's car. And, well, doesn't quite make the move quite yet, having to tuck in behind. I mean, coming up to one of the slowest points here on the Nurburgring, the southern hairpin itself, whilst Michael Vincent Velasquez now just needs to find another opening here so he can finally get past Gafour and allow Gafour to think more about defending against Jet Lim.
So the Farhad goes a bit wide then. I think he tried to give the position away to Velasquez, but Velasquez is just minding his business right now.
I think he's just waiting to get onto the main straight, or to at least this back straight. Yeah, should be able to get past him now, but Jetlin at the same time is also getting a slipstream off of Gafour's car. Gafour's going to be forced to try to make a defensive maneuver, but Velasquez is kind of in the way though, and that prevents him from being able to close the door fully. Just almost rides over the car.
Oh no!
Goes completely wide together in Michael, while Jetlin continues to sail on through the racing line and gets ahead of Gafour.
Well, that was... Oh!
Contact with day one spins him around.
Well, Farhad had nightmare after nightmare that time around, and he is the one ended up being the worst off.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to recover through that there, but definitely not how he envisioned this run going for him.
And it wasn't even his fault, because he actually got hit by Jet the first time, went off, followed, and I don't know how Velasquez also went off. He was not even involved in any of it. Probably was out of sheer avoidance, and then he got spun around by Sombe Dewa and his fellow countrymen.
It's just further adding woes, isn't it? But again, yeah, I mean, it was definitely, I mean, Michael probably saw what was happening in his rearview mirrors, like, no, I got to get out of this. But unfortunately, Fahad followed him into the grass. Jet Lim just surprisingly was able to get the better of it. Even Henry Crooks also got ahead of Fahad Gafour after he recovered.
Oh, yeah. In fact, as a matter of fact, there he is now, as the Apex Racing Academy, Brunei Academy A driver, number 334, going well here, the young British-based, Bruneian-based British driver. Let's see what he can do here, going up against Jet Lim, another fellow young driver as well. That will be interesting, isn't it? How they can try to duke it up for the podium, whereas the number 18 of Jaden Liao is still ways behind. So not sure why, again, they pitted so early in the middle stint.
Yeah, still not too sure if, I mean, again, it still feels like it was a last-minute decision, but nevertheless, Henry Cook still has quite a number of cars to get through there before he can finally bring the fight to Jet Lim, who at the same time is also still trying to chase after Taufik Moyin, although I think because of the contact early on with Fahad, I think that's already put a lot of time between him and Moyin. Moyin is already 16 seconds ahead and actually catching up. Ooh, Ferdi Ramadan goes into the pits now, while he was in what was early on 4th place. Now that's been inherited here by Lam Lung, who's now not only 4th overall, but also still in the lead of the AM class.
Yep, and there is Jet Lim again. Now 2nd place in the AM class. Still quite a ways way behind the race leader in that class, Sadiq Kun Lam Long, in the number 787 Team I-10 car. But really, after all that he's been through, right, it's amazing how the car is basically unscathed.
I know.
There's the burb.
There's the burb. Burb is the word.
Yeah, nice play there from our producer, Imran Zahili, who has actually gotten a burb on that. And, well, if the burb moves exactly according to where the burb is, that's perfect.
I think the burb is getting excited.
Look
Look at that.
No!
Oh, there goes the burb.
I think it saw it on screen. That's why he flew away. Trying to go after its own 2D kind. Well, there goes the mascot, and hopefully not any of the luck.
Yeah, hopefully Jet will be able to still keep his luck and keep his 2nd place right now. As Rajamil Shaukat getting into it with Asuka here, trying to lap him. It looks like, oh, bit of contact between the two of them. Asuka's not making it easy at all for Raja here.
And the fact that Fikir Asuka is, I think, the one taking over, because it was Ferdi Ramadan waiting for the timesheet to actually update. So, yep,
oh, yeah.
Fikir Asuka is taking over and still 2nd place in the silver class.
Okay, so not quite lapping him, but still trying to take the track position. Shaukat flashing the lights again here to Asuka, as Asuka, no doubt, has only just come out of the pits. Now coming to Schumacher S's. Raja has a lot of momentum, but still being held back here by the Bigo Racing Team Lexus. Still has to find a way past, maybe in the breaking point. He will be able to do so. He does get past Asuka. Lucas Keys also looking to try to pick up some scraps. Does get into a scrap alongside Asuka, just behind Raja.
Oh, wait. Has he gotten by? Yes, he has. And he is only about 19 seconds behind Velasquez. So when I say 19, only because 19 seconds in an endurance race is not that much. You know, all things considered.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might still, you know, turn
Although
completely pear-shaped.
though to be fair, like I think the last time we had a look at that time, it was like 16 seconds. It was when Lucas, when Lucas, Michael, as well as Zed were finding on the same phase of the stint. So if anything, did lose a little bit of time, unfortunately.
In the previous lap, yes, but not at this current juncture because in terms of previous lap times, yeah, if anything, Lucas is 3/10 faster, so he was slowly gaining, but something happened with the lapping of the back markers. It was allowing Blastus to get back up to about 89 seconds. Meanwhile, in the pits comes Zed McKenna, and I think, presumably, this might be a driver change back to Will Hammond.
Yep, no doubt about that, because right now we're already almost coming up to, or just past 1 hour and 40 minutes remaining in this race here, so that could be another scheduled stop to hand it off to Will Hammond here, and we'll see whether or not he'll be able to keep keep it up right now. I mean, it's very, very clearly in the lead when it comes to silver class. Like his nearest competitor here is, I believe it's Asuka, or is it someone else in the middle of the list?
What, Ramdani?
Silver class.
Yeah, I mean for, yes.
Yeah, should be
Asuka,
Asuka. Yeah.
Asuka and Jeremiah, and they're well a ways behind. As meanwhile, this is another silver competitor. This is a driver that just announced his inclusion into the TGR Rookies program for this year, No Young Jen.
Yep, looking forward to seeing him. I mean, the first round of this VOS Challenge season is literally happening next week itself, so Young Jen is definitely itching to have a go in the real-life racing cars here after having spent quite a lot of time winning and battling and winning races here in the Sims. So very excited to see how it's going to turn out, but for now, he needs to be able to try to make his way up.
And I like how his initials are NYJ, New York Jets.
Jets.
The Jets. Yeah, but at least for him, he's not going to have the fumble like what the Jets had. We all know what it is. We follow American sports, the butt fumble. That was probably one of the worst things that ever happened to a sports team, and to have people parody that for a long time isn't really great. But for Young Jan, he can probably just say, well, he put his helmet on and go out onto the track, not to do that kind of fumble. He has worked his way up to this point.
Yeah, not quite a butt fumble you can do in motorsports, but definitely a bumper fumble. if he does get a little bit too close to Thiago Pereira, who is just ahead of him right now, trying to chase him for that track position.
And again, it's just one of those things where I don't know what happened to Chandramauli when he went into the pits earlier, but it could possibly have been that he forgot to press the start button in time before the race got underway on the formation lap.
Yeah, so again, one of those kind of things that does happen, unfortunately. So, well, I mean, it's been admirable enough, you know, how Chandramauli has been able to gain positions, even though he had to start from the pits. But right now, is in the hands of Young Jen to try to find a way past Pereira. Oh, someone's looking like, well, I thought he was going to go into pits. No, he's actually trying to stay out of the way there, that traffic. But conductor Abdullah is not helping Thiago at all. Actually forced him to brake a little bit earlier than he expected through that final quarter, as Young Jen now right on his tail, trying to find an opening here, going into the first turn. Needs to be able to outbrake him. No, but Thiago Pereira finds a way to slip past. Still is not giving up any quarters though, still trying to remain side by side, but Young Jen closes the door right going into turn number 2.
And that's 2 for 1 for Young Jen. He managed to get both Pereira and Kadonka Abdullah. Crucially, that's a position in the class. 4th in silver right now for Young Jan. That is very good circumspect driving. He knew full well that he could get Kadonka on the inside, but he didn't realize that Pereira helped him out even more by him driving on the inside as well and got the pair of them.
Yeah, well done there. So Young Jen moving up and up here in track position. Still trying to find anyone else to try to fight here, but Ju, I think it's not in the same phase. No.
Viren Botiju is not in that phase. He's a lap behind this particular battle, but he might just play the team game by trying to help his teammate Pereira out.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean,
well, not hopefully.
Definitely.
Yeah, and the fact that those kind of things, yes, it's up to the individual teams to do it, but in terms of the sporting code, it is a bit gray.
Definitely in the yeah, definitely a bit in the gray area here. But I mean, again, you know, it's the card. It's blue flag at the moment. You know, it's well being right still remain on that racing line, and Botu J is definitely sticking to that racing line as much as he can right now. While Young Jen has to find a way to fight past him the long way around. It's starting to get a little bit darker actually out of the track now that I notice. I mean, Young Jen has his lights actually on this whole time here. Finally gets past Botu J, so he will be able to make get on his merry way right now. But I mean, on with that like observation just now, I mean, it's not only gotten a bit darker, it's actually gotten a lot colder. I mean, it was 22 degrees early on the track. Now it's already gone down to 19 degrees.
I think it helps. I think it's given the fact that it's almost 5 p.m. local, in-game time to where it is. 5 p.m. is pretty much when the sunset happens over where we are in the Eiffel Mountains in Germany. So it does look that dark, even though it's only just 5 p.m. So that does play a factor. In fact, by the time that we finish this race around 6 p.m., let's say a few minutes into 6 p.m., it might just actually be dark.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking as well. So, well, in the meantime, what's going to be up with Taufik Moyen? He's actually caught up to Lam Long a long time ago. Hasn't quite found a way past him over several multitudes of laps now, actually. So, what exactly is going to be the hold up here? I mean, Taufik Moyen definitely is playing very circumspect. I mean, as he will, as a longtime veteran of sim racing himself, he knows, when to apply the pressure and when to actually hold back. And I think it doesn't make sense for him to do any risky moves when you're fighting against someone who is not in the same class as you. And in any case, given the finishing positions currently, he's probably going to be on for a podium for the pro class regardless.
Let's see then if he can try to make a move here. And again, had to reiterate, this is between different classes, so he doesn't have to really overstate himself. And Lam Luang likewise might just do what we saw earlier when one of the drivers that was batting for positions, I think it was Sultan, who just signals lights, gave way to Taufik. No such histrionics.
No such thing here, unfortunately. Lam Long is just continuing to try to stay ahead here. I mean, Team Aitan again, like well within a good shot now of taking the victory here in round number 3 for the AM class. So I think like Lam Long as well knows this fact. So I mean, again, it really is going to be up to him whether or not he wants to let Taufik by easy or not. But Taufik, in the meantime, I mean, again, still has not found a way past.
Not at all, actually. In fact, if anything, Lam Long still has the upper hand in terms of pace. We come across the line now. Last time he was about a tenth faster. This time it's 2 tenths slower, so maybe the back marker's coming to play there.
Yeah, I mean, he's only just gone past Kian Lim, I believe, who was just behind him. Yeah, that should be Kian, actually. Well, Taufik Moyen, I mean, again, probably also using a bit of slipstream. You do, like, save a little bit of fuel, to be fair. Not sure what exactly that does as far as tires concerned, but whoa, that's looking a little bit of a peak there, actually, by Taufik. But again, I think he's probably seen those peaks over and over again, but it's just really decided against trying to do any over-aggressive moves, knowing the position that he's in right now.
And I think it proves the point that in turn number 4, the Ferraris are just that good on the brakes. That's why we saw it as well with earlier when Moreno Pratama was trying to attack the behind Ryan, and a few other Ferrari drivers after that as well, how aggressive they are at turn number 4, because the Ferrari is just so good around that corner, on the brakes and through the corner. But everywhere else, you just need to have a bit of elbow grease in there to get really the position on.
I think this is a bit of a warning shot right now from Taufik. He did flash his lights into Lam Long coming out of the Schumacher S's. Still hasn't got a lot of momentum though. Lam Long's still pretty fast in that Porsche, but Taufik is a little bit harder on those brakes. Finally gets past the Porsche after what seemed to be an eternity, and now moves up into 4th overall. So Lam Long still remains in the lead in the AM class. Moyen also still remains in 3rd place when it comes to the pro class. So nothing changed in the grand scheme of things, only just a swapping of the positions, as it were.
Yep. And, well, it's well-due rewards for a top 5 overall finish for this particular crew, because they have had some damage along the way. You can see how scuffed that front is. But I think Taufik will take overtaking there in a predictable manner rather than having to wait someone to have their battery run out and then he uses his battery to overtake. None of that ESG nonsense. It's pure racing. Meanwhile, let's see then what happened with. Oh, look at that, Jeremy Yao. He's actually behind Wu Kit Low. So Wu Kit, the other GSR car, running Ferrari as well. Many Ferraris, by the way. So many,
I
so
mean,
many Ferraris.
a lot of Ferraris. I mean, we noticed that even from round one itself, Ferrari is still a very popular choice, which is why, you know, in the BOP that we, the manual BOP that we applied, we did give a little bit more weight on Ferraris compared to the other makes that are in this competition here. But nevertheless, I mean, you can see even the hands of people like Marina Pratama / Michael Vincent Velasquez. It's still a very handy car to have, and especially on a track as fast as Nurburgring, I think it's a huge advantage that the Ferraris have over the rest of the competition still.
For this particular track, yes, but we saw how the weaknesses of the Ferrari were on show last time out in the Red Bull Ring, where despite having some really long corner phases, the straights was what really made the difference there, and that's why other cars managed to just capitalize on it, namely, case in point, Iman Ryan, who was just so good in the early phase when he really took the fight to the yellow wall cars. But this time around, however, it looks as though because there's more corners here, it helped the Ferrari big time, and for the likes of Michael Vincent Velasquez who's leading away in the pro and overall categories, and then the other Ferrari drivers like Henry Crooks driving in the M class, they're right up there because, you know, in the right hands, the car really flies.
Yeah, but you know what? Ferrari is not really helping things right now. Chuhan's Ferrari here. It's kind of splitting here between... Oh, but the car is actually spun out the outside.
Oh!
Chuhan had to get way off the track there to stay out of trouble. Chai Wongsa is the one spun around.
And unfortunately, we cannot get the bonnet cam because we wanted to see how the traffic is there, but I think he just cleared it out of the way before anything unwanted to happen. Good spot there. I didn't actually see Chai Wongsa until the very last minute.
Me too, actually. Just literally while I was keeping my eye out on Lu Junhan, who like literally had to dodge out of the way there, gets onto the gravel in order to be able to stay, in order to avoid T-boning Chai Wongsa. So that's allowed Jeremy Yeo now to focus on his battle low wicket.
Yep, and this is an interesting one because these are two drivers with similar amount of experiences, except Wukit's just slightly more experienced in multiple games. You can name any game in existence for sim racing, he's in there.
Yep.
GT7, iRacing, Race Room, Assetto Corsa, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and now Le Mans Ultimate. He's racing in all of it, and he's got the bit between his teeth in terms of that one. But in this current phase of the race where these two are battling, it looks as though Jeremy is the faster of the two.
I mean, it was certainly gaining onto him quite a bit just now, and it's only Chuhan who unfortunately was in the way there, forcing Jeremy to flash him multiple times just now when he was stuck behind. But now he can fully try to apply the pressure here onto Lao Wicket, getting a little bit close there into turn one, but Lao Wicket, again, due to his level of experience, not going to be exactly the easiest person to pass here.
Sorry. And given the fact that it is in both different classes, but for Jeremy, he has a sense of urgency to try and overtake because Savit Prapechop, who's in front of him in the I-10797 car, is only about, give or take, 9 seconds ahead. So really then, he has an opportunity to try and get up to the podium positions because Prapechop is now holding that one.
I think closer to 10 seconds really, so the longer he stays stuck behind Wicket, the longer it's going to take for him to try to close that gap, so really needs to try to find a way past. But again, with the level of experience between the two of them, it's going to be quite the tough battle indeed.
Yep, well, we were talking about Savit Prapechop. Here he is right now behind Fikri Askar. This is the battle for P2 in the silver class, and that Team Aitan car is going really well here right now. If anything, they could actually just sneak in a second place on top of getting a podium here. So watch this space. We might just see some fireworks fly because Prapechop is really, really hot on the heels of that Lexus.
Yeah, which I think, it's not Raja in front of him, it's another car in front. Might be Day One?
Day One, yeah. Day One. So he's a non-factor.
Oh, bit of a slide there from Askar, but Sabin had to take evasive action, gets bumper to bumper now in the final turn. Couldn't quite find a momentum to exit though. Askar has plenty of it while he passes Day One, as does Sabin Prapechop. Now it's going to be a bit of a drafting battle here, but I think Savin didn't quite maximize the momentum coming out at final turn, so couldn't quite make this move yet. Braking hard. Oh, still going to try to have a peek into it though, but Askar still has plenty of space in front to be able to close that door onto him. But yeah, well, I mean, now it's going to be on between the two of them.
Let's see that we saw how close it was. There it is.
Oh,
Prapechop on the inside. He caught Askar really spooked out completely and takes away second position. We knew that the Ferraris always tried to dive on the inside, but we didn't expect that it was another midship that got through, and it was a McLaren that got the move done there, courtesy of Savin Prapechop.
Well, that was well done, actually, all things considered. I mean, didn't expect him to make that move there, but he did, and did it well. So that's second place now, actually, for Sabin Prapachop, and a good one to make it.
A very good one, all things considered. And luckily, no collision. I think
Yeah.
Asuka probably saw him coming and thought, alamak, had to give it away.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, very tricky part. You know, turns 3 and 4 of the Nurburgring. You know, if even from my own experience, having hot laps around here, it's still a very tricky one to do in the best of times. So when you got someone, you know, trying to chase you for a possible second position in the class, yeah, I think it's quite easy to understand that it wasn't exactly the easiest of defense there for Asuka.
And speaking of defense, this is Fahad Ghafor's turn to try and do defense on Raja Mrishakat. And we know for a fact that Raja can be quite fiery. We don't know what kind of driver can pop up today. He could be the most brilliant of performances, or he could actually pull off something that actually is worth a few minutes on the highlight reels.
Either hero or zero. You know, either you become a racing driver or you die trying.
Quoting a bit of Chandramauli Anandan there, but yeah, for Raja, there's surprisingly no in between. He is off two extremes. He is off two
It's
extremes.
either fully on or fully off. Like nothing in between. No nuance at all.
Which is something that could win you championships, or you actually gain notoriety.
As we saw in the last round. So we'll see. Henry Crooks is currently the one holding up Fahad Ghafor at the moment, and that's allowing Raja to get tantalizingly close, almost bumper to bumper just now. But on the exit, Fahad was able to pull away a little bit. Now another slow corner is going to be coming up here. Fahad Ghafor has closed into Henry Crooks a little bit wide there on the entry for Raja, but not able to capitalize too much on the exit. Now coming in Schumacher S's, this is going to be a crucial one here, because if you gain a good exit out of here, you can gain a good draft for the rest of the sector, but no dice at all. Raja falling behind Fahad Ghafor in this instance.
You might think that a lot of people try to avoid that gravel, but so many people have actually lost momentum because they try to gain as much time as possible through that little bit of, well, it's not really astroturf, but it's just a small runoff to gain time, but the losses you can actually incur there are so huge.
Yeah.
So it's a fine line where you can take it, but looks as though Raja didn't really let that hamper him because he's still on the back of Fahad.
Well, still keeping up as much as he can. I mean, got another opportunity coming out on the main straight. A bit of grass taken on the outside there by Fahad as he breaks into the corner. That's allowing Raja now to get bumper to bumper now. Practically drafting him through the straight here, and Fahad's not giving too much space. Just barely a car's width to the wall there, forcing Raja to take this the hard way. May even forced to get on the grass as well, but no abatement here for Raja Amir Shaukat. He gets through, but loses a position on the switch around here as Fahad regains the position back.
And remember what you said about no nuance? Well,
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. It's either hot or cold for Raja Amir Shaukat, but you know, that's the sort of fiery bit of driving that gets our attention, and indeed some people watching to just be excited about, like, oh, this guy's well worth the watch alone.
Well, we might be keeping our eyes peeled in this battle for quite a bit. I mean, again, it's a fight for what's going to be 4th position here for the pro class. So certainly a lot of points at stake here between these two drivers. Fahad Ghafor, of course, trying to play a little bit of recovery. The car that he's driving in was initially in the top 3, but fell all the way back now into clutches of Raja Amir Shaukat. So this is, if anything, an opportunity that Raja really needs to be able to seize at this moment.
Let's see then whether or not he could try and do it again. Remember how close that was. He literally could read the sign, the Assetto Corsa sign, Competizione Sony logo on the back of that Ferrari, so clearly he could see that the move for 4th place was on, but he couldn't get it around that time. And Fahad, to his credit, was very bold in his defending, but probably just about fair. Oh, there's the car facing the wrong way!
Okay.
Just about.
Just stays out of the way there. Thank goodness. Raja Shaukat continues to draft onto Fahad Ghafor. They're coming up to the chicanes here. Let's see if he's going to be able to close that gap even more. Again, he needs to be able to get bumper to bumper with Fahad again in order to repeat that move from the last lap, but it doesn't look as close this time around, as Fahad, again, a little bit cleaner on this time on this line on the final turn. Now Raja Shaukat getting a bit of a draft, not close enough yet, but still having a peek around the outside. Here we go, one more time. Fahad this time much more defensive in this line. Raja Shaukat's going to try to dig in, and he does actually get a little bit ahead on the exit.
Wow. And you know Iro Hazaka in the initial D, where you can jump? Yeah, he actually pulled that off quite well. He didn't need to jump, but he had the line and manages to get one over Fahad right there.
Obligatory plug for the upcoming Forza Horizon game, going to be taking place in the hills of Japan.
And the greater area of Tokyo.
Yeah.
Because that is probably one of the biggest maps in racing game history, to be honest. So much to do.
So much to do, so much to see. And you better not be just in the back seat.
And well, Raja Shaukat was a rock star there for what was actually a brilliant move. And again, you can see, hot or cold, he was hot that time.
Oh, he's always hot. Okay, says our producer. Well,
fruity lines aside, we will now be looking at whether or not there's other battles on track. I think looks as though a lot of them have been put on the cooler right now.
Yeah, I think pretty much. I mean, with this battle already done, there's really no other close battles to speak of when it comes to the top 15. Although Aiden Tan is about half a second from Ramdani, so maybe could be delivering a bit of action here, as he's actually quite close to him coming out of the transition of turn 5?
Yep.
So we'll see. I mean, still got a bit of traffic ahead, so that could hamper Ramdani in his efforts to open up the gap between him and Aiden Dan. Now that car is going to be getting a little bit off the line, but unfortunately Ramdani couldn't quite catch him on the exit though, so it is still stuck behind. That Aston Martin tries to find a way onto the inside of the hairpin. And Aiden Dan falls in behind, takes a much deeper line, gets almost bumper to bumper with Ramdani. A bit of gravel taken up on the outside there by Ramdani as we enter the Schumacher S. Can he actually gain a little bit more speed coming out the exit here? Not quite. Ramdani still is able to continue fighting on this lap.
Indeed. As there's a battle between the two Technoburst cars. That's a photo op that they did not want. They're together at the same piece of racetrack, but they're not really gaining time. In fact, they're losing a lot of time here to the car behind, and this is not even positioned. So they're interfering with a legitimate battle right here in the overall stakes.
Yeah, but that battling is not helping Ramdani here if he cannot find a way past, and this is a very tricky place to try to lap some cars. Aiden very late on the brakes there, trying to keep the pressure up on the Ramdani as much as possible. Ramdani now bumper to bumper with Akiri. Managed to slip into the inside there. Aiden Tan still keeping it up and still follows in behind. Whoa! Bit of contact between him and the Ferrari behind, but still unabated. Ramdani continues to pull on.
And you saw that Aiden was looking in the mirrors there. He might be thinking, what on earth was that Ferrari doing?
Right.
Well, Ame Akiri luckily was just a slight tap, just a kid to prevent any sort of calamity there for Aiden Tan in the Hobby Culture Racing Nova car. Still on the heels of the number 98 Alfa Random Motorsports car of Kanzani Ramdani.
Whoa, slipping in the inside of Ramdani though, coming out into turn 2. Looking like he's going to try to get close the door. He does get ahead by a long way there. Ahead of Ramdani to move up into P14.
Well, he had to do it the hard way, didn't he? Because he turned around the outside at that time, but managed to just nick it in the nick of time. And now he will be trying to go after the other M-Class drivers. In this case, in front of him is Tanakit Jangjit, who has taken over from his teammate Sadit Kulamlong and lost the lead because he had to do a pit stop. So now the lead in the M-Class belongs to Henry Crooks in the number 334 Apex Racing Academy Brunei A car.
Interesting. We'll see how that will turn out later on, but whatever the case, Aiden has already made a very good case for him to stay in the top 5 of the M-Class so far. Rafi Radian, is he actually getting closer and closer to Asuka at this point? It looks like it is, yeah.
And the fact that Asuka, well, I saw a yellow flag there involving car number 351. We didn't jump to it because apparently he actually was, he dropped it on his own. He literally just spun, and now he lost more than 10 seconds to Jeremy L.
Rafi Radian very much full focus right now, as he's getting tantalizingly close to making a move here. Not going to make it in turn 1 quite yet, but might be close enough to try to fight, though Asuka gets a much better exit out of turn 1, so that's hampering his ability to try to fight him through turn 2. Now coming out of turn 3, a bit of a slide there, caught just in time here by Rafi. Jiva, who I think just taken over from Genevieve, is now actually holding back Askov in his attempt to try to pull away from Rahi Rahadian.
Yep, and Rafi then probably wouldn't want to be putting too much effort in trying to overtake Asuka because he knows Asuka is well and truly fast himself. But the main problem is that he stays behind here long enough, he will lose touch to Jaden Liao.
Right.
And hang on, we look at the pit stop times. Yeah, they're about on the same one because in fact Wilson, Jaden's getting minute. Oh no, in fact, scratch that. There's the incident there between Asuka and Divesh Jiva, and Divesh goes into the gravel trap. Asuka might get a penalty for that one. He shoves someone out of the way. He tries to defend it on the inside, goes around and gets the position nicked away from him by Rafi.
Yeah, and dipping his wheel into the grass definitely lost him a lot of momentum, preventing him from being able to stop Rahadian in his tracks. Rahadian moves up and now can fully focus on trying to chase after Jaden Liao. I think it's only, what, 8 seconds between the two of them?
Yep.
So, yeah, so this is a good position here for Rahadian to be in.
And the fact that Liao is actually coming up to the end of the stint because he's about 55 minutes, almost 55 minutes into it. So he will be going for one more pit stop, and then going to the end of the race will be Wilson Wood.
Yeah, in the meantime, Crooks is in the meantime still very far ahead of the pack here. Oh no, actually he's inside the pits now.
Yep.
Okay,
So
finally.
that will give the lead of the M class to Savin Prapitchok in the Team Aitanka. And this car was in the lead earlier. So let's see then if the pit stop cycle shuffles itself out. We might just see this car in the lead of the race towards the end. But make no mistake, that number 18 car might have something up its sleeve.
I think Sabin is actually in silver class.
Yes. Oh, you know, in fact, it is.
He is in
silver class.
Yeah, silver class.
Because looking at the timing board and looking at the tower timings is completely different. So Sabin, his main challenger right now is Zed McKenna. So apologies for that one.
Yeah,
For those
I was more noticing that Sabin is actually a silver driver and his teammate's bronze. So probably is in silver class here. 250 stuck right now in the final turn. What happened to him?
Yeah, that's what happened to.
Ooh.
Well, that's
Staying out.
one way to do it.
That's one way to stay out of the way, yeah, for sure.
Naufal Iman bin Zaipul Akram, going by his full name. Okay, that's actually quite a noble thing to do to give way to the drivers. But if you were to reverse and someone comes up you're behind, you might cause an accident. There is Naufal Iman on our screens. Looking a little bit flustered there, but I think if he could just calm himself a bit, get a few more corners right, he'll be back into the groove.
Yeah, should be able to, but we'll have to concede a bit of track position here to Takumi as well as Adian Shah just ahead earlier on, and now also to Ahmed. So it's just trying to recover, and again, got to get a lot of that dirt and grit off of the tires first before he can actually fully try to push a limit. And Kondoka Abdullah spun around in the grass. Did he get in contact with anyone actually? Didn't seem like it.
No, he dropped it by himself.
Yeah. Well, 21st place overall at the moment. I think in the silver class, probably still inside the. No, I think it's way out of the top 5 at the moment. So, unfortunate here. Gravedigger just digging his own grave here, unfortunately.
Yes, indeed. And the fact that IS Kondoka Abdullah just tries to get back into the groove of fighting with those guys in the silver class. Just probably overstepped the mark a bit and now has to regroup again. So we'll see then how Gravedigger can actually try to undig itself out of that particular hole.
Now, the funny thing is, like, the genesis of that name was pretty much like the trash talking that Dean Anderson, the driver of the original Gravedigger, used to say to all the other mud runners that he used to run with back in the day. He used to say that I'm going to take this truck and dig a grave with it for you.
Wow, that's a really prime example of smack talk.
Yeah, good old classic Southern hospitality, as it were.
Well, Southern hostility.
Whoa. There's a different kind of Southern hostility, I might say.
Yeah, one that involves white cloaks. Okay, we will stop there.
Yeah.
We'll stop there. Anyway, so this is, well, in fact, Abdul Mateen sports a cap this time, and I don't know why he would try to do that wearing a cap or wearing headphones to drive. Maybe he wasn't happy with his hair during the day of that particular race, round 2, but I don't really approve of that one myself, when I'm driving, because I don't like the idea of having your head coverage while you're wearing headphones. It's not really comfortable.
I don't know. I mean, given how like brightly the place is lit, maybe he's just trying to put a bit of shade to prevent like the ceiling lights from getting into his eyes.
Or maybe that, because they are facing the curtains there, so
Yeah.
that's bright light. So I think that is a prudent move if that was the case, but normally for comfort, it,
Yeah,
it will get a bit hot.
Yeah, it'll definitely get a bit hot under the hat for sure. But nevertheless, Abdul Mateen currently running in P17 overall.
And also the fact that, remember the New York Jets reference we did earlier?
Oh yeah.
There's the New York
Yes,
Yankees.
Yankees.
Yeah.
Yankees hat. Yeah.
Two different sports, of course, NFL and MLB, but NYJ meets NY right here. NYY, New York
Although it's
Yankees.
although on that note, quite funny that like America actually lost in the World Championship of baseball. You would think.
Wait, in Japan, right?
I think it was Venezuela.
Well,
Yeah, well, yeah.
Okay, that doesn't sound very upward, isn't it? Maybe that was the reason why Maduro got kidnapped.
Oh no, I think it happened after. To be fair, but yeah, I mean to be fair to Abdul Mateen, he's trying to give a good chase now to Noyoung Jen. Young Jin, of course, different class as usual, so Mateen still has to find a creative way to get past, but if he does, he will still have to deal with Sabik, who's just a little bit ahead here, and he definitely will want to try to bring the fight to Sabik instead, but Young Jin, unfortunately, is just in the way of this particular little battle.
Yep.
Oh, nice slip in.
Yeah, Young Jen actually made a mistake there. He tries to cut across. In fact, the switchback might work in absolute favor here for Mateen, but not enough of a run as Shatman goes onto the inside. Shatman actually is defending against Yongjan, while he should be also defending against Mateen. Here they come now, coming up to the hairpin section. This is Mateen on the inside of Yongjan.
Yeah, but Yongjan still trying to maximize his acceleration out of the corner. He does still get himself ahead of Abdul Mateen. That's going to further frustrate him in his attempt there. I mean, he got so close there to try to fight Shatman. Couldn't quite make the landing stick though. So now he's going to have to do it all over again.
Oh, you thought he had it there, but somehow Yongjan managed to get a drive out of it, and it helped that the corner was a bit cambered anyway.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why the Ford managed to just plant it out of there and maintains the position, even if it is not for the overall stakes or for his class stakes.
Or, you know, counterpoint, V8. Yeah, you guys don't have the camera, so I literally put up like the V8 sign from the Fury Road.
Mad Max reference,
Yeah. In any case, Abdul Mateen's got another hour here to try to figure out how to get past Yongjian so he can actually fight Sabik for position. But right now, Sabik dives in the pit, so this could be good news now. So Mateen can now just only focus on Yongjin. But conversely, Yongjin is not going to be hampered too much in his attempt to try to defend his track position. So who knows?
Well, we'll just wait and see then. 6.5 minutes left to go here in this hour before we head into the final one. Wow, has it flown by so quickly, isn't it? Because so much action on track as per usual, because you never know what kind of craziness will be popping up thanks to the action that's been brought on to by the drivers.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of action indeed. So let's see whether or not Mateen will be able to continue. I mean, again, I think he is a little bit faster in these early sections here compared to Yongjin, so he's able to close the gap in these instances. It's just, I think, right when we enter Sector 3, they seem to lose out on. So if anything, I'm anticipating he probably would try to make the move somewhere near the first sector. In the meantime, a bit of a move here from Jang Jit, trying to get around the outside of Asuka. Couldn't quite make it stick though, but might be able to make it stick on the next turn though, because that will favor his line. Can he get it under braking? He does get his car slightly hit. Can he close the door onto Asuka right now? Yes, he will.
Again, lovely bit of driving, and the genesis for that move happened in that same area where Asuka seems to be struggling a bit with trying to get his car up to speed with the momentum to take on turn 10 and then turn 11. He just let another guy through just like that. Before that was Rafira Hadyan, and this time this is Tanaki Jungjin.
Yep, so continues to move on the up, still in the third position when it comes to his class. But at least getting inside the top 10 overall is certainly going to be a sweet deal for him to celebrate for sure, especially for Team Aitan. Again, they are certainly going to have a lot to celebrate if they can successfully hold, rather be able to regain the lead of the class itself. I mean, where is Jaden and Rahadian when it comes to that pit? When it comes to the scheduled pit, I mean, we're coming up to that final hour. In fact, only about 4 minutes past. And Jang Jin just only came out of the pits about 14 minutes ago. whereas his two rivals right now still yet actually to make the scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, one final stop then for Rafi Rahadian. He's 43 minutes into his stint. Whereas the other AM drivers, we know that Jaden Liao will be passing Bill Wilson Moon for the final part of their stint here. Let's see if they can still challenge for the win. And likewise, the other cars around the area, looks as though it might just be close nip and tuck here, but Jaden and Wilson might have actually done enough here to make it 3 wins in a row.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting proposition here from Team Aitan. Hasn't had the best of luck in the past 2 rounds, but this could be the one to seal it for them. But a victory is still at least an hour away if it ever comes to pass.
Yep.
So, any other big battles to speak of when it comes to the top here? While Jung Jit attempts to try to get his way past some traffic. Michael Young, I think, is behind the wheel.
Mitchell.
Sorry, Mitchell Young.
And in fact, we have a yellow flag then from 296.
Yeah, what happened?
That is Zachary Lim. So Zach, who is now making a return to eRGP Racing after being out for a while, looks as though he just found the curb on the outside, a little bit too slippery, and slips into the infield barriers.
Yeah, well, unfortunate for him. Hopefully not too much damage incurred. Rehan just had to dodge out of the way there to allow Rehan to get past, and actually slipped like right in the... Oh boy, looks like he's still having trouble with the grip there. Almost losing control on the final chicane, and is going to be diving into pits. Maybe his tires have finally give up the ghost.
Speaking of that, it looks as though... Nah, it's still about 40
really?
minutes in.
Oh.
So still plenty of time left on those tires, but I think he might have tapped out.
Yeah, I think to probably decide to call it quits. Maybe flat spotted it a bit too much, perhaps, in that little excursion. Nevertheless, Abdul Mateen in the meantime still stuck behind Ngo Yong Jen, still not able to find his way past. I did anticipate that he probably will try to use this first sector here, or rather the end of the last sector, to hopefully get a leg up on Ngo Yong Jen, but still no dice so far. Even though it's already got Sabik already out of the way here, still got another a different class, a different car altogether here in the form of Yongjin in the silver class, just literally being in his way here.
Yeah, that Mustang really is quite difficult as well, given the fact that it's got the front on the straight, thanks to the V8 move in the back of that thing, trying to just keep behind, unless it's a V6, isn't it? It's
a V8,
okay,
yeah,
it's
it's a V8.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the front end, given the fact that it's not the EcoBoost version of the engine, thanks for the confirmation there, Mr. Producer. But yeah, the grunt of that, look, it's even evidence here. Look at that.
Yeah,
the
it
short straight.
pulls away in the
Pulls away.
straights.
Yeah, pulls away in front of the Ferrari even. So through the corners, the Ferrari has the legs up on the Ford, but on the straights, the Ford just isn't a league of its own.
Just checking, like, who exactly is the car in front of Yongjin right now? It's not, that's not Randani, is it?
No, it's the Gravedigger car.
Oh, okay.
It's the Auto Gaming Rebels in number 37. And that one is also a silver class member, but he is almost now a lap behind Yongjen. So Yongjen will probably need to put a bit of a buffer there between himself and Ayas Kadoka Agolo.
Well, I mean, we saw what happened last time when the Sabik was holding up Yongjin, so maybe Abdul Mateen will be hoping a little bit of that scenario is going to play itself out, as Yongjin is actually closing in onto the Gravedigger car as we speak, so yeah, it's likely going to be tangling with him going to turn 1 soon, so this could be opportunity for Mateen if he can just stay close enough to that V8 powered Ford Mustang in order to take advantage. Has to get a good exit out of here. I mean, again, exits should be pretty solid actually for the Ferraris, but again, it's just a straight line speed. Look at that. Look at how much Yongjin is able to pull away once he hits straight there. It's insane, actually.
It's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah.
But through the corners, you can see there, case in point, how much it struggles. But it does help that Mateen is on fresher tires because he just pitted about 12 minutes ago, whereas Yongjan, he's on really worn set.
Oh, it's slipping in, and Yongjan slid his car there. Abdul Mateen is going to pounce around the outside, but still Yongjan stays ahead and somehow is able to defend his track position. He's got past Kondoka Abdullah, so that's already done and dusted, but Mateen, yet again, failing to find a way past Yongjin.
Whoa. You might have thought that Yongjan couldn't even get the apex there, but he somehow manages to hold on to it and then some to keep ahead. But there's a car just outside there. There it is, the 934
oh boy.
of Divesh Jiva into the barrier, so he lost on his own again.
Ouch. Well, at least it stayed out of the way just barely enough, although like the rear end sticking out into the racing line there definitely didn't bring any comfort to anyone who just happened to pass, as is Yongjin and Mateen right now. Mateen still again struggling to try to keep up with that Ford Mustang on the straight. So very, very tough situation here.
Yep, the grunt of the Ferrari, the
Yeah,
grunt of the Ford,
yeah.
Ford is a bit of a match for the Ferrari's deft ability through the corners. But definitely the philosophies, two different schools of thought in play there. Though
Yeah.
it does help the fact that there's some BOP involved to just really balance things out.
I was going to say as well, yeah, if the Ferrari didn't have the extra added weight due to BOP, it certainly would have very easily owned the Mustang in any other kind of situation. But that's the way we run here in the US edition, you know, in the interest of making the competition, the playing field between different makes as fair as possible. So this is unfortunately something that Album Latin will have to deal with here. It's just the fact that, you know, he's faster in the corners, but loses out on the straights, and that so far is what's allowed Yongjian to stay ahead of him for the longest time. In any case, I think it's going to be time for us to take that short break. I mean, it's been quite a bit of action going on here, ladies and gentlemen. Enzo Isan takes over from Pratama, as well as Michael Vincent Velasquez, likely to end the race here for him. And what a race it's been for the car number 21 of LOR Racing. Was who lost the lead briefly in the start, took it back. And right now, the 323, I mean, it's probably going to lose its championship lead position, but it certainly delivered a lot of entertainment for us in the booth. But more entertainment to come for you guys in the final hour of racing in round number 3, coming up right after these ads.
Pewter is about possibilities. It is an idea made real. Crafted with precision. It can make tradition timeless. Pewter evolves. When allowed to be free, it can captivate you. Pewter is our legacy, and we're keeping the legacy alive. Royal Selangor, since 1885.
And And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you guys the final hour and the closure of round number 3, Endurance Edition 2026. So far, so good here for LOR Racing. Enzo Ison is currently still holding on to the lead here for his team, taking over after the pit stop. Right now, Will Hammond is on the chase here, trying to catch Jeremy Yao. It looks like he's doing a bang-up job of doing that right now. Getting a good slipstream off onto the back straight. Now he's getting himself into a position to try to pass him on the chicane, and it looks like he may be able to do it. Rides over the curb, loses a bit of control, but still is able to take away the position from Jeremy Yao right around the outside.
Good bit of driving from the both of them. We know Jeremy has good racecraft as well as Will Hammond, but Hammond then had the advantage because he was on the inside. Jeremy just was caught short there, and if anything, he was at the risk of actually knocking both of them out. But luckily though, both have kept their powder dry and really got to go in the right direction. And for Hammond, that's important because he just came out of the pits.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Proper Chop is going into the pits, so Will Hammond, if he can play his cards right, might be able to gain a little bit more time onto him here, but still very impressive running so far for the Hobie Culture Racing Evo team here. Will Hammond still pushing absolute power will here. Quite literally speaking,
yes,
to be able to get his team into this position.
He's willing them on, that's for sure.
Yeah.
His whole team on. But luckily for Hammond and the gang, they have such a big lead that they could afford to just take it easy now. Literally, they're well ahead. Plus, Proper Chop coming to the pits, changing it over to his teammate after this. I think pretty sure that Proper Chop is going to give it back to the where's the car number?
Proper Chop?
There he is. Back to Campino. Back
yeah.
to Campino.
Yeah, so that's a scheduled pit stop and probably the last stop for them in this race here. Will Hammond now fighting and being able to take position from Jeremy Yao. It's definitely going to help him a lot. Oh, 30-second stop-go penalty with Proper Chop. What just happened? Speeding in the pit lane?
Yes, absolutely. And remember those 2 lines earlier?
Yeah, struck again.
They had to hit the first line, not the second line. That second line is actually quite a bit of a teaser because you might think that that's where you actually put on your pit limiter, but no, it's actually the first one. And thanks to some drivers who probably knocked out the 80 km/h board, that's exactly what happens.
Oh, yeah, that as well. Oh, my goodness. That's just...
Oh, wow.
Oh, so unfortunate. So unfortunate here for, might not even be, currently it's going to be in Sucampino's hands here as he comes across the control line, but yeah, that's just unfortunate here for Proper Chop and as well as Sucampino.
Wow, and the thing, they were on for a podium finish, but now that will be thrown completely out the window. Not only they have to trundle along pit lane, and in fact, it is Proper Chop back still in the car. They have to trundle along in pit lane and stay in the box for an additional 30 seconds. They could easily have lost an entire lap from this.
Yeah, might be good news actually for Jeremy Yao hasn't pitted yet, has he?
No, he has
not
yet.
Not pitted, so it looks like could be like a good one for Ramdani, all things considered, because like he will stand possibly to inherit the lead. That is if he is able to pass Jeremy Yao while he's in the pit lane.
Yep. And if we could actually just jump with Jeremy if he were to come to pit lane, we can see where that penalty line is, because that's what really makes drivers come a cropper. But for the time being though, I have not seen yet. In fact, we can actually go with Proper Chop now and see where that pit lane line is.
Yeah, so let's have a look on the bonnet here. So as you mentioned, there's 2 lines, and unfortunately...
Right about there. In fact, it was 3 lines.
Yeah, it's 3 lines. So it's so confusing.
There's that second line. There it is.
Yeah, so that will be the line that you will stop in if you're in F1, I believe. But yeah, unfortunately, you have to watch out for where that like.
Oh, and he misses his box.
Oh no!
Oh wow!
Oh, that's just.
When
woe after woe after woe here. Proper Chop able to reverse back into his box to serve his 30-second stop-go penalty. But that's just 30 seconds added on top of the time that he spent in pit lane, so that's just going to push him further and further out. Maybe even Azib Sharmi Mokhtar might be able to pass him on track by the time he's all done.
And you got to remember, you also lose seconds in the time when you overrun your pit box. So that's on top of that. That easily was about 1.5 minutes or then some in the pit lane because of running out, because of just, mistake after mistake after mistake.
And they all started from just one simple mistake, which is like where exactly you need to stop your, rather slow down your car to enter the pit lane legally. Man, yeah.
And you got to feel for them. That was a potential podium position going begging for the Aitan team. That is such a sucker punch. But at least the consolation for them is that they're not going to lose that many positions because silver class is a bit light on this one. Plus, they have won a race before last year, so they can actually console by that. They know they have the pace. Maybe they can finish it with a final flourish after this.
Well, I mean, they still have like I think their AM class driver is their AM class car is still in the top 3 at the moment. I'm not sure where Radian is as far as his current pit stop phase is, but Zhang Jit is still up there in the top 3. So at least Aitan is not entirely out of any result at all from this race itself.
We'll just wait and see on that one how it will play out, but. Yeah, there we go. Now they're out of the pits. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh.
Yeah, Azit Mokhtar has already passed him already while he was in the pit lane, so something proper chop. Unfortunately, it's just going to have to take it on the chin there. While in the meantime, Ethan Lowe coming to blows with Asuka. Gets a good smooth move, gets around the outside.
Oh!
Bit of contact as he turns into Asuka's car and gets completely spun around.
And that could have turned ugly here because, or in fact, it could turn ugly even more if he was to mistime the rejoin. Although that wall bounce was pretty smooth, managed to get the momentum out. It's just that you were about to say clean overtake. Well, Asuka thought that he managed to make it clear, but Ethan then chops across the front of him and the collision happens. Let's see what the stewards think of that.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a lot more like he turned into Asuka, and Asuka really had nowhere to go, actually. He was really up against the white line by that point, I believe, so... Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're too eager to close the door, sometimes like if you're not sufficiently ahead, that's exactly what happens.
Certainly, you thought you were in the clear, but in actuality, there was a bit more of a car there than he could have liked. He wished it was clear, but unfortunately, it wasn't. So, for Ethan Lowe, not much damage apart from just the car, though he still has to contend the fact that Chong Jin Bin is only 10 seconds behind after this. So. May have a battle towards the other race for that one. Meanwhile, this is Tanaki Jungjit and Aiden Tan, and this is for the podium position, second and third.
Yep. I think Aiden actually passed him, isn't it? Because I believe Jungjit was actually behind Rahadian just before he switched there. So, yeah, if anything, I think Aiden actually managed to pass him on track now to get him second place, although Jungjit is doing his very best to try to regain the position, I believe. So comes out into the Mercedes-Benz arena. Not able to beat the acceleration power coming out from that Aston Martin.
And you see that Jung Jin flashed his lights to just make sure that Aiden knows he's there. That will just wake him up a bit as we are coming out to the crescendo of this race. 6:30 p.m. closer to local time here, in-game local time, and it might just be dark by the time we hit 7 p.m. So we might just need to use the car lights to see the way after this because there's no night lights at the Nurburgring.
Yeah, and I mean even the Nordschleifer as well, very famously not lit up.
Yeah.
15 degrees Celsius on track, so it's got an extremely cold the surface temperature on this asphalt. So yeah, I mean that's just how it is, you know. Very cold up here in the Eiffel Mountains. Going to get very dark very soon. Taniki Jungjit is going to hope that it's going to be enough light left at the end of this tunnel here so they can at least try to fight for this second position.
Indeed. And we're looking at the wind conditions as well. Not much in the way of dangerous ones, especially for the chicane here. We can see it's a bit of a headwind, 4 kilometers per hour. So no such problems with the cars there when you go through. But slight crosswinds in areas that are considered quite safe, especially because they're straightaways. So not really too bad. Here we go. You can see that it's a crosswind when we go up to the start-finish straight.
Yeah, only 4 kilometers per hour, but that's like 4 times as much as you've seen all throughout this race so far, which has basically sailed around like 0 to 1 kilometers per hour crosswinds throughout. So yeah, something they're gonna have to keep in mind of, especially approaching some of these like hard braking points and certainly some of the mid-speed corners here. But Zhang Jie in the meantime still not able to get much of a gain out of Aiden Tan, getting a little bit close this time going through turn 3, but Aiden again probably can fully utilize the power of that Aston Martin to pull away in the straights. As you can see, the gap just opens up for him. As Psycho Kaiza, who we saw early on, one of the controller players in this race here, now in the tangle of cars, got Suto just ahead of him. I think he's actually past Teng, was it?
Yeah, Tang's behind. That's Sean Tang behind in the Team Uncle car. we'll wait until the timing screen sorts itself out. But I think Psycho has moved out to 30th. Sean Tang was the one that lost out here.
Now this is going to be interesting. I mean, we're going to be seeing a battle between like a controller player versus what I presume to be like a wheel driver here. So we'll see how Psycho is going to tackle this, especially knowing there's quite a bit of traffic. Sean Tang in the meantime getting into a bit of a scrap with someone just behind. You can just barely see it in your rearview mirror here on screen. Kaiza in the meantime still not able to close the gap too much onto Sutho at the moment, though.
Yep. And in fact, it's one of the Apex Academy cars that might be Henry Crooks. No, in fact, it's Mateen. So Mateen is taking over from Crooks towards the end of this race. And behind him is the number 77 car, Abir Ahmed, in the Bengal Racing Team colors. No, they call Bye Bye Racing. Don't ask why. Bye Bye. But yeah. So Sean Tang's lost a few more positions to that one, and even more so, in fact, more cars have overtaken him. So that's now a factor in this particular battle. Suravit Suto in front of Psycho may be the next target in his sights.
Oh, definitely in his gun sights as we speak here. Going through the final chicane. Oh, Suto very, very clumsy over that last curve there. Lost a lot of momentum. Psycho is going to try to cut it on the inside. Remember, this is a controller driver we're talking about here, and he's trying to get side by side with Suto. Couldn't quite get the exit speed he needs, though. Didn't quite nail that, unfortunately.
And the fact that you don't have force feedback on the controller, yes, you have vibrations, but you don't have force feedback to know that if your car is gripping up too much, that you lose slip angle. He took too much slip angle then, that's why he lost momentum.
And one of the cars is going to try to unlap himself from Suto, putting Psycho back onto the heels here onto Kaiza here. Kaiza now having to take a little bit of a wider line as another car slips in on the inside trying to unlap itself. Kaiza in a very tricky position here. Tries to keep up with Suto, but it's got to give way to some of these cars because it doesn't quite have the momentum in this section right now and quite a little bit slow. Fatu Rahman, in fact, is going to try to pass him and force Kaiza to take onto the grass there, try to avoid contact.
And after all that, Sean Tang's back in his sights.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Well, it's now back to square one, unfortunately. Kaiza now having to defend against Tang rather than attacking Sutho.
Yeah, that's quite the unfortunate part, isn't it? When you got so many cars left, right, and center, you just don't know where to go. And especially given the fact that you are the one being lapped, you just have to give the position away because otherwise those drivers might be getting a bit antsy towards you.
Yep. Young Jen in the meantime, getting up alongside Asuka. Is going to be trying to make the pass around the outside here. It looks like he will try. Can't quite close the door until it gets to the transition point. Finally gets past Asuka. And this is a pass for position here in the silver class.
And for P4 in the silver class as well. So that's extra bit of points needed, especially for the fact that this number 8 Jingle Tingle car is fighting for the championship.
He had to fight from the pit lane in this round,
yeah.
might I add.
So that's extra motivation because he just overtook the championship leader in the silver class. Never mind, Will Hammond might be in battle as well, but in the case of damage limitation, that is so important, especially we're coming into the final round in a few weeks time.
All-important final round will be coming up next month, so make sure you guys mark your calendars, set your timers, whatever you need to make sure that you don't miss out on this season ender here for the Endurance Edition 2026. So Young Jin and Chandramauli, well done indeed, getting his car from the pit lane up into the top 4 for the silver class
and top 10 overall. So lest we forget, that's how much you have to make the ground up. Can you imagine if they were in a prime position from the beginning,
right?
How much they could have challenged Will Hammond and the rest of that hobby culture team with Zed McKenna in that car as well. We were robbed of a good fight because of probably technical issues out of their control or just probably the SOP before the start race, to put it lightly.
Yeah, well, another 40 minutes here to see where they end up by the end. Zhang Jin in the meantime, still chasing Aiden Tan. Was very close early on, but couldn't quite stick the landing as it were. Now he's going to have another chance again, hopefully, by the time he gets onto the back straight. But again, the Aston Martin, very tough to beat in these straights here. Very fast when he gets nice and clear here, and Aiden has a lot of clear air ahead of him. So Tanakit is going to have to hopefully close in under braking here. I'd rather hope that Aiden Tan gets a little bit dicey over the curbs, but doesn't seem to be the case so far. Aiden taking a very nice late apex, going through the final turn there and maximizing the acceleration, and that Aston Martin trying to keep his slipstream away from Tanakit Junction.
Yep, and that's where the Porsche kind of has a bit of a limitation there. The straights. Oh, nearly got on the brakes.
Yeah.
Nearly on the brakes, and the fact that behind there's another Porsche, and it's the triple tree, and it's Amir Naim. Can you imagine the amount of tears that would have been flowing if any of them were involved in that collision? Because that podium position's thrown out the window for both.
Imagine like the only other Porsche on track and you just happen to run into it.
Yeah.
Well, Amir Naim is hoping that's not going to be the case here, as Jung Jit is locked in his own battle here. Amir Naim is just really trying to bypass all of this drama going on here, but he's very, very fast. I mean, the 333 had been quite fast throughout this race, just not fast enough to keep up with the number 21, unfortunately, for this round, and stands to lose the lead of the championship that they fought so hard to gain in the previous Red Bull Ring round. But nevertheless, at least some damage limitation, if any.
Yep. And still second place, so not bad at all to just be still consistently on the podium positions. And you gotta remember, this triple three car was a late surger, or rather pace chaser towards the end last season, where they were battling all the way up to the final part of the season, but then faltered in the final round of the season. So Amir Naim is willing to make amends for that and probably take the whole thing this year.
Yep. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Jung Jit unfortunately lost a lot of time. In the midst of all that, Amir Naim finally flashes and does get his way past Jung Jit after much negotiations between these two Porsches. But now the lead Porsche is ahead of the lapped Porsche. Aiden Tan in the meantime held up a little bit. Yep.
Team play. That's the Aitan car.
Yeah.
And Fayum actually still fighting it, you know? He is not giving it up. So he is actually helping out Jung Jit even by a bit. That's the first instance of team play we've seen so far that has actually paid off.
Well, hopefully, we probably would have hoped that Fayum was able to stay alongside through the main straight here on the Aiden Tan, but Aiden's able to get past him, and now Fayum unfortunately will have to let Amir Naim by, and will also let Jung Jit by at the same time. Now, Amir Naim, well, is he going to be able to lend a little bit of slipstream here for Jung Jit to be able to take advantage of and hopefully interfere a little bit with Aiden's line?
Well, that might be the case as well, but the fact that Aiden will be fighting for that every bit of real estate space here at the Nurburgring, because second place on the cards here. Who wants to give position away?
Right? So, well, we'll see. It's going to be Amir Naim that's going to be the one to catch Aiden Tan first, though, so let's see if he's going to be able to get by without so much of a scrape, while Jung Jit is still attempting to try to chase out and to make up for that lost time.
Certainly. And all the while, then we have a battle for the silver class and the podium positions as well. Ian Wong, the veteran racer, even though he's only started a couple of years, but because of his age, we call him veteran because if he started 20 years sooner, he would have been right up there with some of the best of the young up-and-comers. But it shows that sim racing doesn't have an age limit.
I mean, again, if not veteran. Oh, Jin Bin taking a spill onto the grass. Almost runs into the hobby culture car, but Ian Wong will be able to get alongside. Yeah, Ratdom is the one who's behind the wheel of that, the green one, the Yoshi hobby culture car, but Ian Wong will be able to get past and thankfully unscathed.
And credit to where it's due, Jin Bin could have easily lost control there, but I think just slammed on the brakes to prevent the car from going any further sideways, because otherwise that's a loose cannon.
Yeah. Again, like just before, my thoughts got cut off there. Like, you know, if you weren't going to call Ian Wong a veteran necessarily just because of his age, you can probably call him a late bloomer, if you will.
Yeah, that would be perfect as well. But sometimes late bloomers are the ones that come good much later in their careers, or you know, in physical proportions. Because some footballers, for example, some are late bloomers. They come good much later. But for Ian Wong, that was calculated, right? We could just get by Jin Bin and didn't get flustered by it. So. And it's not for the battle for position because I'm looking at the timing screen again. It says silver, but in actuality Jin Bin's in the pro class. But regardless of that, Ian Wong is still going on his merry ways, and he's only about 3 seconds behind Victory Asuka.
Yep, so we'll see. He still needs to get past Yong at the moment, though. I think I see Asuka just a little bit further ahead on track right now. Ian Wong's going to try to slip it onto the inside and possibly pass Yong on the outside. He will be able to pass him on the outside like that. Get a little bit of a love tap for good measure.
I think he just about scraped it because the car didn't really react too much to it. But Kam Min Jung, well, talk about close shaves. You really don't want to do that.
Well, we'll just wish him on his merry way right now. So how is it with Jangjit right now? It's actually gained a little bit of time. Actually got him past Amir Naim, surprisingly.
Well, Naim might have actually gotten Acropolis somewhere, but Jangjit is not hanging about because this is second place on the cards in the AM class here. And the fact that the win is still up in the weeds because we don't know who's going to pit right now because Rafi Rahadian is on the cusp of 1 hour and 20 minutes here. And that those tires may not last in the next half an hour because if someone can pull off a complete 2-hour stint without pitting, that will definitely be the choice for drivers in the future because they can just save a pit stop.
They could, or they will end up losing too much time on track anyway and just still concede the place. So
yeah,
it's a very risky thing, but if that's what Rafi Rahadian wants to do, then all the best to you then.
Power to you guys. Also the fact that you run the risk of punctures because punctures are a possibility in this game, and I've done that before, definitely with the way that sometimes, yeah, you might want to push the tires a bit, but there is a limit to adhesion.
I mean, quite literally, especially when it comes to this game, that will just literally be RNG rather than like an actual like debris or whatnot that gets the puncher, isn't it?
Sometimes can. Yeah, because you see those rubber deposits on the side. They can also aid in making the tires heavier, but you will also run the risk of delaminating them too.
Yeah, so, well.
Ooh!
Okay,
Aiden running the risk there.
Yeah, running a little bit too much, too hot through there now, so that's allowed Jangjit to actually edge back the times. Now half a second between the two of them, where it was about a second just not long before. So now this feels like Jangjit is feeling the opportunity being presented to him. He's flashing Aiden Tan now, warning him that he's now coming for his second place in the AM class.
And potentially the race win too, because we don't know what Rahadian has with that entropy car, the number 311 PV entropy PV car. You never know if they have to pit as well because they are really running it very long right now.
So again, I mean, even if they were to pit at this point, they'll likely fall outside of the top 3, isn't it? I mean, Abdul Mateen is like 22 seconds behind Jangjit, whereas like Aiden Tan is like 5 seconds ahead, 5 seconds behind Rahadian. So yeah, I think quite likely that if Rahadian's gamble doesn't quite pay off, if he's not able to make the car last, then he will lose out on the podium position.
Whereas Aiden Tan and Tanake Jangjit, they're both respectively on 48 minutes and 46.5 minutes respectively. So this will be an opportunity for the both of them to try and sneak in a win. It is up in the air, up for grabs here. And in fact, Rahadian has come into the pits.
Yeah, okay, there we go. So now Aiden Tan inherits the lead, and Jangjit is now fighting not for second position. He's fighting for the race win in the AM class this time. Amir Naim is actually caught up as well to the two battlers here, while Jangjit's trying to get as close as he can to the bumper of Aiden Tan through the first sector, the only place where he has the advantage. He tries to slip onto the inside here, gets up alongside a bit of a tap as well, but Aiden Tan still is keeping the racing line going here, forces Jangjit to take onto the outside. Amir Naim now comes into the mix, blocking the way there from Jangjit. He's not going to be able to take onto the outside of the next turn. He has to tuck in behind Aiden Tan.
Oh, that is such a gut-wrenching way to do it because now he had the opportunity to overtake here. The move was on, but Naim also had a better run here. But there's a bit of a consolation. You never know that Naim might actually compromise Aiden in his way of trying to overtake.
That's exactly the thing I was anticipating. Unfortunately, it's looking like a bit more of an obstacle here for Jangjit as he had to dodge due to the concertina effect coming to the braking zone there. So that's actually costing him quite a bit of time here in his attempts to try to catch up to the current AM class leader.
Let's see what he can do. Let's see what Amir Naim will be doing. Let's see what Aiden Tan has in store in his defense, in his locker. This is so interesting, isn't it? You never know what's going to swing because these two are going to the end, regardless of what happens with the strategies. Let's see how they can actually continue on with this because they do not want to stretch these tires anymore.
Yeah, getting past a bit of traffic there. Still, Amir Naim continues to take the slipstream off of Aiden Tan and lending the slipstream to Tanake, a bit bouncy over the initial curbs there. Amir Naim now moves in, forcing Aiden Tan to go wide. This could be opportunity with Jangjit to close the gap, but still not quite on the exit though. And we know that Aston Martin has the advantage on the main straight, so Tanake can only watch on as Aiden Tan pulls away, being pulled as well by the toe coming off of Amir Naim's car.
And another back mark out of it. Here comes Jangjit! Jangjit on the inside! This is the lead for the AM class, but he can't get through. Not this time with the Iroha Hazaka jump.
Not this time, but yeah, even in the transition to the next turn, Aidentan still remains ahead, but it was still very, very close. I don't see this battle being abated anytime now. Tanakit still tries to have a peek on the inside, but Aidentan still has a lot of gap and a lot of speed later on when he gets onto the straight, so this is still frustrating for Jangjit. Just a castaway of snatching away the lead.
You can sense the anticipation and the tension here. You can see, yeah, case in point. Physically, the car was flashing. Jangjit knows that this is the win up for grabs. He wants to get by, but so many things have not fallen into his favor up to this point.
Flashing, spamming the flasher all throughout that straight there, just keeping it tight and close here to Aidentan. Still has to stay within his slipstream, still has to stay in the wash, still flashing away here as we enter Schumacher S's. Both of them just slamming the cars into the curbs as they go.
Whoa.
Another flash as we enter the next corner before the back straight. Now this, again, Jangjit has to stay close to Aidentan. He knows the opportunity will arise when they get into sector one. Aiden a little bit wide this time though. That's actually lent Jangjit a bit of a lifeline. Now he has to tow.
Yeah, let's see then. What is Jangjit gonna do? He's on the outside. That's not normally advantageous. If he has the run up, maybe he could. But once again, Aiden has an answer for that defense and gets through on the inside. Is he gonna push him off? He has pushed him off, and Azim tries to nick it a bit, but no way through.
Man, that was a tough one there because if anything, Jangjit would have liked to be closer going into the final corner rather than the final chicane, but unfortunately the circumstances did not lend itself to that. Now he's going to have to do it all over again. This time though, Aiden will not have to tow as Amiro Naime is already pulled further and further ahead of these two battles for the AMP class lead.
Yep, and Amiro, after all of that, lost 8 seconds in total to Enzo Isan, so that didn't help his cause one bit because he's fighting for the overall win. But against drivers who are also fighting for the podiums in their class.
Oh, here we go!
Here we go! Here we go! No! They fuck each other! They've actually spun around! Would you believe it? Aiden has been spun around, but he recovers quite quickly.
And just in Raul Dev, I believe that was the card of just getting a bit of interference. And unfortunately, Aidentan will be able to benefit out of that. He recovered very quickly compared to Jangjit. And now that gap, which was at what? Nearly 0.3 per second, it's opened up. It's widened all the way up. 1.9 seconds between the two of them now.
Wow. And the frustration levels on Jangjit may be through the roof right now. You cannot imagine how mad he is because he had the line right there. He could have had the win in on the plate. But Aiden, to his credit, gave good defense and he did open up the door, but maybe, just maybe, that will be counted as a race incident. So Jangjit, to his credit, gave the position back. He didn't want to take the race win that way.
Yeah, but unfortunately, that's put like a lead just between the two of them here. Now, Aidentan will be able to lap Justin Raul Dev, who unfortunately in this circumstance here, quite literally an innocent bystander in this regard because the two of them came into contact and Justin was just only breaking into that corner and just unfortunately ran into the back of Jangjit there.
We go back to Jangjit, and unfortunately we don't have a camera on him, but if we keep Aiden on camera there during that battle, we would have probably seen a live reaction of how angry he would have been at the time. Still looking a little bit miffed right now.
Yeah, well, at least he's going to be a little bit relieved that he has got two cars between him and Jangjit. Jangjit, well, in the meantime, definitely going to be very frustrated behind the wheel right now. Just barely missing out on the opportunity to snatch the lead from Aidentan. And contact between the two of them, I mean, I agree, probably will be judged in racing incident, but who knows? We'll have to see how that will turn out when we get the official results. But nevertheless, Jangjit will definitely want to officially be ahead of Aiden by this point.
Yep. And all the while then, Martin is probably an outside chance of the race win now. In fact, we're looking at his driver time. Yeah, Martin is also going all the way to the end here, so there's no point about speculating on strategies now. This is a straight fight.
Yeah, very much a straight fight. I mean, still a straight fight between Jangjit and Aidentan. Now is finally getting through the cars, trying to lap them right now so he can start to bring the fight to Aiden. But still, the 2-second gap. He's only got 25 minutes to ease that gap down. And boy, I mean, we saw how hard he had to fight just to get close enough to the Aston Martin. I mean, imagine now he has to do it all over again.
Yeah, all the while then, that battle's cooled off a bit. Let's see if we can just build up again. We go to battle between a Bangladeshi and a Sri Lankan. That is Shatman Shabik. and Sabi Rathnayake coming through. Sabi nicks the position away, and that is, I think, about P7 in the AM class.
Significantly less dramatic, although Sabik will have an opportunity to draft Ratnayake. Going to this one, Ratnayake takes a much more defensive line, but he's got a bit of traffic in front of him that might impair his ability to try to take up the racing line here. Still remains ahead of Sabik throughout, and Sabik takes a little bit of a wide turn going to turn 2, so that allows Ratnayake now to open up the gap and probably breathe a sigh of relief that he's got that done.
Yep. We can just have a nervous laugh on that one, because after what happened between Aiden Tan and Tanaka Jungjit, it's a sigh of relief that a move has been done without too much histrionics.
Yeah, exactly. So in the meantime, yeah, I don't think I see any other battles going on here. So really, it's now just a battle of time, it would seem. At least for Jungjit, trying to make up for all that time he lost from the slight bit of contact with Aiden that unfortunately resulted in massive consequences on his part. Wilson Woon, in the meantime, taking over for car number 18, is currently on an outside shot of a podium. Very much on the outside, I have to say, though. Still outside the top 10 overall.
And about 20 seconds behind Abdul Mateen. So I think they might have scuffed the strategy a bit in terms of driving time, because remember, they did pit soon for Wilson Woon in that middle stint. So that might have cost them. And in fact, that will probably be looked at and think, yeah, they might have prematurely timed it, but you never know, because the drivers in front of them are all on the cusp of doing 1 hour stints now, and they may not have the tires that last towards the end, but we've seen drivers pull off blinders in terms of going all the way to the end with an hour and 20 on their stint time, so you'll never know at this point.
You never know. I mean, Jungjit is already coming very close to that 1 hour mark himself, though. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, especially with all the chasing and all the fighting he was doing, Aiden Tan, and on top of that, that spin definitely will not do any favors for his grip levels, especially now that we're coming to a close on not just his own stint, but the end of this 4 hour race itself. And certainly very curious to know exactly what happened with number 18, LOR Ascend, because I mean, it seemed like it was either a mistake in terms of the driver swap, or maybe a last-minute decision to switch up the strategy. Whichever the case, it's actually put the LOR Ascent car way outside of the podium, where they would rather be able to finish the race in.
Yeah, it's the case over there. They'd rather be, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you never know, because the top two being as hammer and tongs as they were earlier might just actually put it back into play, as we go back to that battle between the Bangladeshi and the Sri Lankan, Shatman Sabik and Savia Rathnayake. We thought that Sabik might have actually lost ground on Rathnayake, but credit to what he's due, Shatman actually kept up the pressure to Rathnayake.
Yeah, still keeping up like half a second behind, so it's not really that far off. Still could potentially, especially with Rathnayake being held up a little bit by another Aston Martin, that could potentially offer an opportunity.
Oh!
Oh!
Well, and look at further behind. Antar Buyan was the innocent bystander of all that. He spun it all by himself.
He definitely had to react to the crash that just happened in front of him, but so I don't blame him. But oh my god, if I had a penny for every single time a commentator curse has been inflicted by by yours truly, I'd probably be a millionaire by now.
Yeah. Imagine earning that one from just premonitions alone. I would love to. They'll call me the Oracle.
Yeah.
Or the Harbinger.
Harbinger, yeah, Harbinger's probably better. And Tabuya, unfortunately, earns a 10-second penalty, though.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, probably might be something from earlier, though.
Let's see, number 6. Oh, that's from a while back. In fact, it was from a long time ago.
Yeah, right over there. No, actually, it's not his fault. It's a contact in 146 here.
Yeah, with number 9. So, and that's with the velocity car. So maybe, just maybe, it was for that contact, but it was adjudged to have been. No, in fact, it was for number 6 and 25.
Oh, okay. So yeah, ran to Paul Peter. Praveen Peter.
Yeah,
sorry.
Praveen Peter. Yeah. But apart from that, I think that might have been adjudicated to be on his part for that collision. But whatever it is, Andabuyan was the innocent bystander in that particular.
In that particular incident, yeah. So, well, Ethan Lowe is only one close enough for a battle for us to focus in. Oh, Aiden Dun's gone into the pits. Aiden Dun, who we saw early on was locked in that tight battle with Jung Jit, has actually conceded the lead to Jung Jit instead.
And a splash and dash too, so this might just be throwing the win back to Jung Jit. But how long will he run? Because we did say they might just go all the way to the end here, and the fact that Jung Jit is just on the cusp of the hour mark. So the hour mark of his stints.
I mean, I was also like keeping an eye out on the gap between him and Aiden by that point, and I have to say, like, Jung Jit's pace didn't look that good, especially after that spin. So I'm actually quite worried about the grip level. But you know, we alluded to like the possibility of going for a gamble, like staying out as long as possible. I mean, Jung Jit is already like, by this point, should be already at the 1 hour mark for his stint, so his tires are definitely not going to be any healthy at this point, and going over gravel like that certainly would not help at all.
No.
But I mean, if he really wants that win, I think at this point his only option is to just go long.
Yeah, and go steady as well, unless of course he pits right now and proves all of our theories completely out the window.
Nope,
But
still stays out for now,
Yeah.
at least.
But if he was to come in, might just be a splash and dash because the fuel may not be enough to take him all the way to the end. We'll wait and see how this one plays out. Watch this space. Meanwhile, speaking of space, there is Kanzani Ramdhani behind Jet Lim with his parakeet on his glasses.
Or at least was on the glasses. Not sure where it is right now.
Probably flown somewhere now inside the house as here he is trying to overtake him for position.
Yep, tries to go around the outside. Trying to get to take on the AstroTurf in order to do so, but look at that. Very, very tricky kind of pass to make there.
Oi.
And Jet Li even turns into Ramdhani, not realizing that Ramdhani has already caught him at the apex. But Ramdhani still made the move, still made it ahead of Jet Lim.
Yep, and that is pretty much, I think, fair game, if we were honest.
Yeah, pretty
That-
much. I mean,
yeah.
side by side. So, like, yeah, no love lost there. I mean, again, different classes all and all that.
Right. Ethan, meanwhile, is closing up to the back of Mateen between two Ferraris, but again, two different classes. If anything, Ethan would not want to risk it too much because they're in a good position, 4th place in the pro class, and pretty much in no man's land in terms of the battles with the other classmates.
So am I reading this right? Like, Aiden Tan, did he switch to his teammate here? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did switch to Jet Lim. I think you mentioned that earlier. But nevertheless, yeah. So that puts them all the way back. And all things considered, oh, someone just went
Yep.
right off 250 again.
Yeah, and this time it's now Faliman again. So it's quite funny to think, right, that the car that caused the most amount of yellow flags was the number 3 that ultimately ended up getting one of their drivers' race bans. But the number 250 is finding the tough even tougher.
Yeah.
So maybe, probably just a bit of, needing to learn a bit more of how to handle the cars here, especially given the fact that this is their first season ever for Naufal Iman in the Zen Racing car. It's again a learning curve, but hopefully they don't cause too much troubles with other cars.
Yeah, I mean, very clearly in the sand trap there, so shouldn't be causing any more trouble to the rest of the runners who are currently on track. And off one of those is currently Ethan Lowe catching up to Abdul Mateen. Still a very, very long shot for him, but I think he's getting tantalizingly close here to try to make the pass. That other Ferrari ahead of him is, I mean, equally powered. Not sure how much weight exactly on Ethan Lowe's car, but certainly seems to be quite evenly matched, although Mateen does get a much better exit coming out of the Mercedes-Benz arena. Still only 15 minutes left in this race. Is he going to be able to make a pass happen? Is Jet Lim going to be able to catch up to Kanzani Ramdhani because it's already within a second of that silver class car? And another observation I was going to make was that all things considered, Wilson Woon, number 18, inspired what could potentially be a strategic kerfuffle, might actually be able to finish on the podium should this position hold.
Yeah, but I don't think it was a strategic fumble. If anything, it was probably because they thought that they could just run short in between and then run long towards the end. didn't really pay off, and you never know if that will actually run them probably into a post-race penalty with driving times.
Yeah, I mean, I would suspect more of the latter here. I mean, it would make sense why they would switch up if they calculated and realized that the driving time was going to be over in that regard. Amir Naim jumps into the pits now. In fairness, quite far away from where Shashwan Safi is, so
Safe. Yeah, he's
very safe. A very safe
Yeah.
pit stop here for him.
And look,
Quite surprising that he's going for that. Maybe. Oh, I'm thinking maybe going for that fastest lap.
no. Oh wait, maybe yeah. One, two. The fact that it's quite early into this his stint, so maybe just maybe not enough fuel in the car to take it to the end. Who knows?
Who knows? But again, very safe to do that. Still will be able to retain P2. So we'll see. I mean, I'm thinking that yeah, if anything, if they want to minimize the damage done from losing the lead here to LOR, getting the fastest lap points might just be good for the long run. I mean, we still have one more round. There still is an opportunity for the number 323 to still remain champion by the end of the season if they play the cards right, and perhaps if they can somehow snatch away that fastest lap, that could be the ticket.
As opposed to being a 7-point swing, it would just be a 5-point swing. 2 less. So, in the grand scheme of things, it will still be very close between the both of them, but the damage will not be as bad as they would be anticipating here. So, keep an eye out here.
Yeah. Okay. Although, like, funny enough, like the fastest lap point is not even going to be in the hands of.
It will be still. Now, even though you wanted to mention number 22. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, because number 23 actually has the fastest lap of the session so far.
Overall, but in the class, they still be awarded too. And
Okay,
right now,
fair enough.
the difference right now is scarcely believable. Only about 700 of a second.
Yeah, I mean,
0.07.
go into the pits, get a fresh set of tires, warm it up with 12 minutes remaining, and just go for it in the final lap. I think that could be the strategy here, you know, to try to limit as much of the damage as possible.
Indeed. And the only thing is that you really run the risk of hanging your butt out for trying to get a fast lap, because the Porsche is very skaty on light fuel, because for some reason the fuel tank's on the bonnet. So that's where the balance is. That's where it kind of counterbalance the rearward nature of the car. So maybe to try and get the fastest lap, they try to run as much race as possible. But we know that. Oh no! In fact, Imran has taken over from Iber Naim. So Iman's going for the fastest lap. As here comes Ethan Lowe on the inside, taking the position away from Mateen. Does he get it stopped in time? He does. Just
he
about.
does, just about, but Mateen's able to fight back around the outside of turn number 2. Can Ethan actually regain that position here? There will be wheel-to-wheel, nose-to-nose practically going to the turn, but Ethan puts his elbow out, forcing Mateen to react, and that allows him to be able to retain track position there. So,
Yes.
yeah.
But-
And,
yep.
I mean, given the fact that it's Iman Ryan, as you mentioned, that took over the wheels, I think fastest lap point is what they're aiming
Yes,
for here.
Indeed. And well, Ethan's wearing a Gap shirt, so he really went for that Gap, didn't he?
Yeah. If Gap, car.
Yeah. Perfect.
Jinx.
Perfect.
Jinx with the producer.
But Ethan now, the just recently announced Toyota rookie, is well on his merry way. He's here to finish in the top 4 in the pro class. May not be a podium, but at least it will be a happy haul of points for the Ali Mutu Cheng team. Now, where are the closest battles on track? Not much in the way of stuff that we can talk about, but there is that Pikachu car that we mentioned. There is the yellow.
Yeah.
Gav Chia and Dennis Ong, the 2 drivers here, who were formerly of Team Uncle, but then they just branched off to hobby culture, whereas effectively the sister team, Team Uncle car, still going on this race, albeit a couple laps behind. In fact, I think the 828 has retired from this race.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I don't see 828 at all.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, Sean Tang's in front.
Oh, okay. You scared me for a second there. I was like,
Yeah.
what happened to Team Uncle? But, yep, no, it's still out track. It's still racing. It's still in position. 24th overall here. And also, special shout out to, oh, no, not to Moliono for somehow taking a spin. Is it entirely of his own? Looks like that could be the case here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll be able to rejoin here. Oh yeah, special shout out here from RIPW90. Shout out to Hobby Culture for the sponsorship. And yeah, indeed, certainly has delivered a lot of really good drivers to this field here, and definitely entertained us a lot in the booth.
And plus the fact that they got really nice liveries that stand out from the field.
Right.
Blue and whatever the color they want from their character really makes it really, you know, eye-catching.
And easy to identify. I mean, again, if you run the same livery across like multiple cars, it can be quite difficult to discern between them. But that's a very nice touch. I mean, it's like you still retain like the blue and yellow. That's probably like Hobby Culture's own like signature colors. But you also have the highlights of either the pink, the yellow, the green, and also like the whatever other colors like red as well. That allows you to distinguish between the different cars that are out in the field.
Yep, and speaking of hobby culture cars, and there's one of them, Jet Lim,
Yep.
with his parakeet coming through trying to overtake Kanzani Ramdani, but I think Ramdani pretty much got the cover, even though he had the final corner kind of stuffed up a bit. Hopefully they don't touch each other. Okay, they did.
Yep,
They just did.
They touched.
The old bump and run from Jet Lim, and he gets it on the inside of Ramdani. I think Ramdani will be a bit miffed by that, though, to be fair, it was clean for the most part.
I mean, if you were to ever pull off a bump and run, that would probably be the best place to do it. Like one of the trickiest parts, you know, with the off camber and all that on that specific two corners. So yeah, well done on the part of Jet Lim.
Yep. And the thing is, the bump and run may be looking a bit dirty, but it's actually quite an adapt move to.
It's not an easy move to do.
It's not easy move to do. You have to be very deft with your touch so that you could just bump the guy a bit, but you don't cause them to spin. So it just goes into the gray area of the rules, but you know, 50-50. Some regulations allow it, some don't. In most Tin Top series, they kind of allow it anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, Jet Lim moves up a place, at least a place ahead of a silver class driver while he's in the AM class. Mama Asuka, what is it going to be up to here? About 3/10 off from Proper Chop.
For position, and this is for the class position still. Remember, Proper Chop had that stop and go penalty earlier.
Yeah.
Now he managed to reel in Fikri Asuka and take away the podium position. But no, potentially. No, not podium position.
Not podium, fourth place.
Yeah.
Best of the rest, at least in the silver class itself. But yeah, I mean,
yes.
it just further like highlights like the domino effect, you know, of the losing, gaining that like stop-go penalty for speeding the pit lane. Now going to be in threat of losing fourth position. Oh, what the heck just happened there? I think he got nudged someone out of the way there.
Oh!
What the heck?
What the heck happened there?
So I think
Proper Chop actually ran onto the gravel trap, and he actually lost momentum. He tried to cut across in front of Fikri Asuka, but then he got wiped out by one of his fellow countrymen.
No, I think that there was another car in front of Proper Chop. Proper Chop was actually flashing his lights to him to signal that he was about to lap it. But the slower car, I think, like either made a mistake or ran into the way. Whichever way, Proper Chop couldn't react in time, ran to the back of him.
Yeah, there, it was Prada P.
Yeah, Prada P. Papong.
It is his fellow countryman.
Oh my god. Well, what can I say?
Wow. To think we were about to pick up the fact that they had a great recovery drive up to that point, but now it's gone to not. And for Fikri Asuka, that might have saved their bacon because that's another position gain, and maybe, just maybe, hook by crook, will just maintain the championship lead.
Hopefully, I mean, again, I mean, what a way for the heavens to open up for him there. Like, literally was looking forward to him passing Proper Chop on track, and then suddenly, divine intervention.
And I think he might have felt like he was Moses, wasn't he? Just for a second, that, oh well, his prayers were answered, but at what cost?
At what cost indeed. Oh my god. I mean, again, just highlights how unfortunate things have been here for Proper Chop, for Team Ithans 797 here. Got that stop-go penalty, lost out on either like a race lead or a possible podium even, and then getting taken out by a fellow countryman while trying to maintain fourth position. Man, like they just really couldn't catch a break at all this race.
Well, it was a race of two extremes, wasn't it, for the 797? But you thought for a second that they were an M class car because in our time extremes, due to the fact that it's a mixed driver pairing, a silver and a bronze driver, but they were challenging for the upper echelons of the silver class. Then they got a penalty that threw a spanner into the works, got back up into the top 5, only to then happen to be at this very point of the circuit, get knocked out by Pradat Pipapong, and hopefully he has learned his lesson there not to do the second time.
Yeah, it seems like he more or less like moved out of the way there to allow Proper Chop to take the position back, but that's just like consolation really, all things considered, because he still remains 4.5 seconds behind Mama Asuka. Oh, Pipapong taking a very big spill into the curves there just now. Well, Proper Chop now, well, just trying to keep his head down and try to finish this race in the next 5 minutes. We did say that it was going to get dark on track. It is definitely twilight zone right about now. Only the lights of the headlights of these cars are going to be able to keep things lit right now, as Muhammad Fatur Rahman is looking to light up Aprilino here, trying to pass for position. Although it's quite, oh no, I think it's actually in the points here for him. So yeah, maybe be able to gain at least a few points here in the final minutes of this race. Aprilino is going to try his best here to defend. The BMW is quite wide, but not wide enough. And Fatur Rahman unfortunately went for the gap, didn't quite stick the landing, and ends up losing out in that battle here.
Well, great car control though. I thought for a second he was going to lose it, but he
Right.
slammed on the brakes just in time. He might have locked the front a bit, but at least the car is still going the right direction. Though it was only for P9, how he will have to actually score more points, especially the fact that the Entropy Motorsport TS team, this sister car to the 311, is their first round of the season.
Yeah, well, good save. Probably one of the several good saves we've seen so far. What's going to be up with Gab Chiao? Oh, look at that. Swinging around to the outside of McNeil, who's driving the Velocity Pantera car, but the Velocity car will have the apex through these two chicanes, so Gab Chiao is going to have to find another way to get past that McLaren.
And you got to remember Gav Chiao then doesn't want to... Oh, wrong guy there for a second. Still actually battling here for points, so he wants to get rid of McNeil from his sights as soon as possible, so he can just have a safe buffer to Ezra Collin behind and Pradapi Papongo from earlier. But McNeil, on the other hand, we also remember as well, has a teammate called Vija with a race ban, so he himself wants to prevent that same fate, so must have a clean battle here.
Yeah, needs to keep it nice and tidy. I mean, we only got 3 minutes left, so please, no major drama towards this very end, although... Speaking of which, I mean, Enzo Ison, our current race leader, and also potentially the new leader in the pro class, is actually catching up to this little battle that's forming here.
Yep. And all the while then, Ian Wong is also involved in this little battle with Ethan Lowe. So that is the contrast, isn't it? One of the old guards, even though he started recently, versus the young guns, who also started very recently, but now just got his way into real world motorsports. So a big contrast here, but what ties it together is the fact that in a short space of time that they've both been sim racing, they have actually gone off to really pretty much show the standard.
Yeah, and flashing the sign there from Ian Wong when he realized that he's on the live stream. Now it's going to try to find a way past Chi Xiang so they can finally bring the fight to Ethan Lowe. Ethan's still 1.2 seconds ahead at the last measurement point. He's trying to get closer and closer.
Yep, and we're about to point out, well...
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. We did prove the point of why he actually went there. It's not for fuel, it's for tires.
It's for tires, it's for timing, and it's for the best time, the overall best time, actually. He took it even away from Will Hammond there. Imran Ryan, ever the qualifying expert, has pulled out an expert lap towards the end of this race here to successfully snatch away that fastest lap point from Enzo Ison and car number 21.
And almost by a clear second, 53.415. Can you imagine that? Any other driver who wants to get that 2 points for fastest lap have to pit right now and get fresh sets when it's already too little too late. So, Imarayan then, reducing the damage.
Yeah. Doing his very best right now to at least minimize that damage. So now only 5 points potentially will split the difference when it comes to the Pro Class Championship. And that could be a crucial margin here as we enter that final round, as we enter the final minute of racing.
Yes.
LRR Racing number 21 lost out, qualified on pole, lost out on the lead during the rolling start, then managed to regain that lead. And now Enzo Ison will be the one to take it to the checkered flag. What a story has been. They lost out on, rather they were behind the team of Imran Ryan before. Apex Racing Brunei coming into this round. Now that may be emerging as the new leader now in the 3rd round of the Endurance Edition 2026.
And by my mental arithmetic, either by 1 or 2 points. That is how much the 333 cars saved by the fact that they actually got this fastest lap. But remember, there's still 1 race left to go after this, and then all bets are off here because Silverstone, it may just be a Ferrari track or it may just be a Porsche track. Remains to be seen. But for now, as that strawberry hat has become quite a signature for Enzo Ison, he is going to be the one that he will be wearing as a good luck charm because they are winning this one and by some margin as well. Yes, they lost out on fastest lap, but they don't really care. They got the win in the bag, and that might be so important if a tie was to come into play.
Well, it's going to be all important indeed, but nevertheless, it is still going to be victory lane here for car number 21, LOR Racing, Enzo Ison, Michael Vincent Velasquez, and Moreno Pratama will take the checkered flag here in round number 3 of the Endurance Edition for the Pro Class and overall. Celebrations abound.
Look at how happy he is. He knows full well this was a one to savor because it was a hard-fought one. Yes, after they overtook the Apex Racing Brunei car, it was easy to the end, but regardless of that, they still had to work for it. Now, let's see where the other drivers are. In fact, it is Jungjit, out of all things, through the hard way as well, will be the winner in the silver class, in the AM class. Silver class winners Hammond and McKenna. We still wait for them to come across the line, but surely this win for the Itan squad is one to savor.
What a roller coaster it's been, you know, for not only this team, but even this driver alone. Thought he missed out on an opportunity, but he got it back instead. And now he's going to be the one to savor the checkered flag here for the AM class. Takes the win here. Tanakit Jungjit drives across the line for Team Aithan to take the win for car number 787.
He and Satiko Lamlong will be savoring this one. This was a hard-fought win. Second place, Abdul Mateen and Henry Crooks along with Ayman Shami will take second place in the AM class. And third place will be Wilson Moon and Jaden Liao. And now we'll wait for Will Hammond here. He's coming around the final sector. There is Hammond on our screens. Well, who would have thought then? 2 straight wins for the number 23 squad will put them right into championship contention. But looks as though that first round, it will be all forgiven now. They're going to come here in good nick for the championship fight when we go to Silverstone in about a month. So you can see there, Hammond is barely able to contain himself. He is coming across the line, swings it in, and takes the win in the silver class.
By the power of will. Checkered flag here for Hobbyculture Racing Evo number 23. And boy, oh boy, they surely would have wished there was drop rounds this one, but not this time. They're going to have to fight it out in the final round in the hopes of taking that championship.
Yep. Second place, Ian Wong for Team Touches Spaghetti with Jeremy Yao. That's another fine podium finish there. And Kanzani Ramdani as well with his teammate Ahmad Jusmin taking the final step of the podium in the silver class.
Yeah, and also a special mention, we kind of missed this out during the pro class. Shazwan Shafiq successfully brings car number 732 to the checkered flag. Him and his team, Ali Khairuddin and Tawfiq Moyin, have been able to successfully get a podium step here in the pro class.
But take nothing away then from the overall winners and the pro class winners too. Moreno Pratama, Enzo Ison, and Michael Vincent Velasquez really have done the business when it really counted here, when the going got really tough. And look at that, that's actually quite a nice photo op, isn't it? Their teammates are right there. That will be one for the social media pictures.
Yep, and right during the twilight zone, as it enters the Eiffel Mountains and onto the Nurburgring track. The round number 3 here of the Endurance Edition has finally come to a close. Wow, a lot of action actually, all things considered, you know. Lots of battles, even all the way until the very end. Roller coaster, an absolute roller coaster emotions, I believe, for a lot of drivers here. I mean, some having plenty of contact, plenty of saves, plenty of drama, and plenty of entertainment here for us in the booth. So, wow, with all that said and done, that has been a fantastic way for this round to have concluded. Now it's going to be up to the final conclusion of this season itself. One more round still remains. That's going to be coming up next month, so make sure you guys tune in for that. It's been quite an afternoon for all of us here. Special thanks to all of the people working hard behind the scenes, our chief steward Afiq, along with our MAM stewards, who are no doubt going to be busy right about now, sorting through all of the protests and also incident reports. Special thanks as well to our producer, who is no doubt entertained by our endless memes and puns that we've been playing all throughout these 4 hours. And special thanks to you guys at home for joining us on this journey here as we come to a close on this live stream itself. Anything you'd like to add here, Emma?
I think we pretty much covered all the bases. All that's left for us to say is can't wait for the championship deciders for all the classes because it is so delicately poised everywhere you look.
Exactly. I mean, it's such a close championship across classes. I mean, maybe not so much with AM class, although certainly Aithan will become like a new contender now in the championship. We'll have to wait and see because official results will be out on our social medias soon. Make sure you guys follow us on all of our social media platforms, as well as subscribe and follow us on our live streams here, both on YouTube as well as Facebook. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Amo Hazik, and thank you all for joining us here in Endurance Edition 2026 Round 3. See you guys in round number 4, Silverstone, very, very soon.